Almost there, guys. 2 more minutes. Okay. So anyone that was in the YouTube a second ago, it's back live again. I had to change a couple things. So we'll start there in just a second too. Okay, I think we're good.
Police department under the state agency.
And particularly, I'm interested in what you did. So you told us
Okay.
that you went to
Okay.
which academy?
Yes, ma'am. So I started off at the Southern Regional. Public Safety Institute. Like I said, I've had a lot of training over the years. Initially, I had a lot of training related to the patrol side of law enforcement, so to speak. You know, uniformed officers riding around in a marked patrol car, patrolling neighborhoods, enforcing traffic laws and things along those lines. I think it's 320 classroom hours, and then there is the difference. I think it's 80 hours of hands-on instruction. Essentially, you're kind of going out and you're taking latent fingerprints off objects, and you're rolling car tires to get tire impressions. You're taking dental stone, and you're taking all of the investigative resources that you need to in order to take tire wear impressions and footwear impressions. You're doing digital evidence extractions from phones, and you're going through your draft and search warrants. You're learning about death investigations. You're learning about kind of what particular changes that the body goes through as we pass away, and you're going through different things that you can look for in order to determine, okay, we have a crime here, or we don't have a crime here, and so that was definitely one course that I've been through here lately. But I've had some other training, counterterrorism and SWAT, special response team stuff, and tactics and things along those lines. But that's nutshell. That's generally it.
In the training that you've had and in your 14 years in law enforcement experience, have you had the opportunity to investigate or be on the scene of murders?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that prior to March 19th of 2024?
Correct.
I want to ask you specifically about the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. So we heard from Deputy Lewis earlier about the fact that he wears a body cam when he's dealing with the public. What is the policy for investigators and body cams back in March of 24?
The investigators in my division did not have body cameras in March of 2024.
What about as we sit here today? Do y'all have them now?
We are starting to trickle them in, and by trickle, what I mean is that the criminal investigators that I work alongside with, and I guess I should try and explain this. So the criminal investigative division not only houses the criminal investigators, people that investigate, the theft and the violent crimes and the fraud and all those things, but it also houses our drug investigators. We have prescription fraud investigators that essentially work on pharmaceutical diversion, investigators that investigate street drug related crimes, the sale of fentanyl and the sale of marijuana and the sale of methamphetamines and things along those lines. But we also have our interdiction investigators, guys that are essentially working on drug trafficking organizations and things like that. So those narcotics investigators is kind of the loose term for those different identities of investigators. Those have their body cameras they all have them now. So before, the street drug investigators and the pharmaceutical diversion investigators did not have them. They do now. And so our interdiction guys have them, the narcotics guys have them, but we are still kind of acquiring them piece by piece as we are able, as the sheriff's office is able to obtain the resources either through budget appropriation or grant funding
It started
in
there
order
too.
to continue to buy body cameras for our division.
Investigator
Yeah,
Vanille, I
he's on
want
there
to
now.
take you back to March the 19th of 2024. Were you, in fact, working at the Sheriff's Department at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you worked a call at 214 Ashton Way that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through your first involvement with that call that was made out to 911.
So we were going back to that date. We were actually in trial that week, working on another case with I believe it was Mr. Smith was involved in that one as well. But I had left the courthouse, went to my office, and essentially obtained my belongings.
Okay, so anyone wanting to
essentially
see it
just a
can go on the
backpack
Criminal
that I,
Musings
put all my
YouTube.
stuff
That's
in.
where I'm at right
But
now.
acquired
I have
that, got
that.
in my vehicle, and started heading to my residence. And our police radio is on, and the volume up, and I overhear our 911 dispatcher asking that that the units that work the north end of our county, which is essentially like anything north of I-20 or Highway 80, asking for the north units to be en route to 214 Ashton Way. And this was a female
Thank you
dispatcher.
for subscribing.
That
Bye,
a disturbance had taken place and there was a possible shooting involved. So, of course, knowing that our division will eventually be involved in that particular incident, I activated my emergency equipment and drove to the scene, and was the first investigator there. And basically, once I got there, I noticed that deputies Hunter Lewis and Dustin Smith had already arrived. They're assigned to the patrol division, and medical personnel had also arrived on scene already.
And the medical personnel, is that separate from the Sheriff's Department?
That's correct. So in the county, especially around the reservoir area, we tap into the fire protection for the cities very, very minutely, but we also have the Reservoir Fire Department, which responds to a lot of the fire and emergency related medical incidents in the unincorporated part of the county.
On this particular day, what information had you been provided kind of before you walked into, because we've actually seen some body cam footage where you walk up to the scene. At that point, what did you know had happened?
So I walk up to loading a white male who was later identified as Heath Smiley. Our dispatcher had stated that his daughter had shot him, killed his wife, and then fled, which is the radio traffic that I'm hearing on the radio prior to getting to the scene. And so I have real general information and not really specific details. So I go to Deputy Lewis, I go to Hunter, and simply ask him what he's got. And then he begins to fill me in on the specific details related to kind of why we're there, what has transpired, what information he's been able to get from Mr. Smiley, anything along those lines.
Do you recall around what time you got the call or that you went out to the house?
It was shortly after 5 o'clock.
Michael, this is the true crime part of it.
5:06, 5:07, somewhere around in there.
Nighttime.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Afternoon. Right. I'm sorry.
When you arrived on the scene, where was Carly Gregg?
She was not there.
Did law enforcement know where she was at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the house, kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you're assessing at that time.
So and this will be kind of hitting the fast forward button a little bit. So there are a couple things that transpire after I make contact with Hunter. I provide him some information in order to get an incident log started, a crime scene log, crime scene integrity sheet, what have you, and essentially get my camera. And then our investigators I can hear them on the radio coming en route. So
Carly Gregg is
and basically
a
informing our dispatcher that they're now to
15-year-old
the scene.
that at 14
And,
took the life of her mother.
As that is beginning to happen, I simply take my camera, get some gloves, and because the gloves are, regardless of whether or not people think about it, gloves are they're important. They're a big thing when it comes to crime scenes. We have touch DNA in our skin. Believe it or not, we skin cells come off of our hands, regardless of whether or not we know it, and we leave those. We transfer those on different surfaces and things along those lines. And so gloves are an important thing when it comes to crime scenes. And so I obtained a pair of gloves, got my camera, and then essentially begin to try and photograph the residents. Start on the outside, and then work from the outside in. And basically, we're just trying to document and preserve the house the way it is as we find it, so to speak.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take a step back. You mentioned something about setting up a crime scene log. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what that means and why that's important?
So when I got there, the Deputy Lewis had facilitated the putting up of the tape, the cliche, the crime scene tape that that most people see on television and stuff like that. Well, what you may not see is a crime scene log. So it's essentially a document, a landscaped piece of paper that's got a bunch of lines on it. It's got a name, a place for an agency, the time in, time out, and purpose for scene on some of them. It's essentially to document the comings and goings of everybody on that particular scene, whether or not you're a law enforcement officer, you're a coroner, you are a medical member of the medical personnel, whether or not you're fire, paramedic, so on and so forth.
During the time that you have a crime scene taped off and you're doing this log, is anyone other than first responders and law enforcement, and I'm including the coroner in that, allowed in that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you. You talked about gloves, and I know that when we watched that video, Deputy Lewis did not have gloves on
Correct.
when he first went to the house. I mean, y'all don't drive around in your patrol car with gloves on, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so when you were on patrol, I mean, initially when you come out to a shooting call, what is your main goal at that point?
Irrespective of any type of call, our first priority when it comes to law enforcement is the preservation of life. If I leave today and God forbid come upon some scene or something like that where somebody is in dire need of emergency medical help, I'm not going back.
It should be working right now.
Like you begin to administer first aid regardless of that, and then we'll deal with the consequences and repercussions after the fact. Like we have to be able to preserve life. That is our number one priority, and then everything else falls secondary and tertiary and so on and so forth to that.
I want to talk a little bit more in a minute about your processing of the scene, but I also want to talk about, I mean, when you arrived there, what did you learn? You said you
it should be, YouTube is good now too.
On the front porch.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What was his condition?
He had sustained a single gunshot wound, I believe. So it would be his right and our left shoulder had a through and through gunshot wound to the left upper torso. I guess we can say it that way.
There.
And what about was there someone else in the home when you went there?
There were no other living people inside the home whenever I got there. The body of Ashley Smiley was found in a room that was later determined to be controlled and normally occupied by Carly Madison Gregg.
In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a layout of the Smiley household?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem Swinton?
Mike.
I've handed you a piece of paper. Could you take a look at that and tell me what that is?
So it's a very general non-scale layout of the Smiley home, Smiley residence at 214 Ashton Way.
And is this a document that you prepared?
Correct.
And what were you using this document for?
Essentially, we were using it for courtroom purposes. I mean, at the end of the day, like I know what the house looks like. You all don't know what the house looks like. You're not there. I can give you pictures of the best pictures in the world of a crime scene, but at the end of the day, if you can't look at it visually and kind of see how I move from room to room taking those photographs and essentially kind of see the layout of the home, whenever you're hearing 911 calls or you're hearing us talk about different things on the scene or you're hearing us discuss search warrants or something like that during the
Sam, can you
phase,
check and make sure it works for you?
You won't be able to you won't really be able to know where we are or where my mind is as I recollect that.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the layout that you prepared in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as state's next exhibit. I believe it's 11.
No objection. That's 11 all purposes.
Right. Sam says it's working there.
Investigator Brunel, you talked about that you
Close.
go through and your initial thing that you do on the scene, besides of course assessing where the two people are, is taking photographs, documenting that evidence.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you documented the outside of the home.
Correct.
Nick is
Um,
there too. She says it's working.
did you also document any telephones in that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
So, upon essentially when I finish taking my exterior pictures, move up to the threshold of the house, which I'm gonna see if I can spin around a little bit. So, essentially, I'm finishing up. This is north. This is generally going to be east. That's generally west, and of course, this is generally south. So we make get to the threshold of the house, and essentially start taking pictures in almost a 360 pattern. Okay, so we're going to take as many photographs overlapping each frame as we go, and until we cover all of this room. Go inside, close the door, and then grab the area that we couldn't get because the door's open.
Close YouTube on your device.
All of that.
Close the whole thing out and then reopen it.
That's kind of systematically going through and trying to clear or document or photograph each room in the house.
I want to, may I approach the insurance? Photos.
Yes,
Could
ma'am.
you identify, or could you look at those and tell me what's in those photographs?
So essentially your first shot as an investigator when you get on scene needs to be of the front of the house. We typically like to have the mailbox in it or at least some markings on the front of the house. That way it's readily identifiable as, well, this was 214 Ashton Way. and not 215, 213, 221, or anything along those lines. I know that all these photographs are from 214 Ashton Way, from this photograph until the last one. So the next photograph, whenever we entered in through that threshold I told you about a second ago from the living room, there is a let's call it a small entertainment center. It's about knee high. It's wooden. It's about the same color as this banister in front of you all, and it essentially has two phones on it. So this determined to be the property of Ashley Smiley. The left was later determined to be the phone of belonging to Carly Madison Gregg.
Investigator Brunel, do those appear to be true and accurate copies of two of the photographs that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that these be moved into evidence as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Front of the house will be marked as 12. It will be marked as 13.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor. If you would take a look at those and just let me know when you finish.
I'm learning it still too.
Okay, ma'am.
Did those appear to also be a true and accurate copy of some of the pictures that you took from the crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those particular pictures, I'm not asking you to describe them to the jury yet, but
Yes, ma'am.
could you tell me generally what are those photographs? What
So
are they
the
of?
so the first one on top is a nylon single strap retention holster that was located on the bed in the master bedroom, which is believed to have been occupied and controlled by Keith Smiley and Ashley Smiley. The second photograph is the countertop in the kitchen of the residence that basically depicts some clothing, a scarf, and a winter wear jacket, a 357
Anyone that goes to the
silver
YouTube will
revolver,
be for the visuals.
revolver
That's
handgun,
all.
and then that is I guess a large scale, a wide frame photo. And then the next one is a medium frame photo showing the same handgun. And then the next photograph is a serial number image of the same handgun I just described to you. Now you can see it's a Taurus 357 Magnum handgun revolver. The last photograph are six cartridges and one live 38 special round.
Go to Michelle's Colonel Musing. The tab is in my bio.
Those are photographs
That'll
taken
get you
from the
to where
scene
we're
on
at
March
on
the
YouTube.
19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Yes,
a
ma'am.
true and accurate copy of those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're welcome.
First one with the holster will be S14. Second one, medium frame, will be S15.
Okay, go ahead.
And the serial number will be S16. You can move trainers out, Molly. Is there one more? Two more? Those will be marked S17, S18.
Hi, Renee.
You may proceed.
Investigator Burnell, as you were making your way through the house, were there, other than the murder weapon, were there other guns that you documented within the Smiley residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they located?
They were in the master bedroom, master closet.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
I already did it.
Detective Burnell, do those appear to be the, or what generally are those in those photographs?
The first two photographs, one is a close-up image of a pump master, a 760 pump master. It looks like a pellet rifle or a BB gun. The third photograph is a camouflage shotgun, and then the last photograph is an AR style platform rifle.
Are those true and accurate copies of photographs that you took from the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as a composite exhibit, just with the other guns located in the house.
Any objection?
Just clarification. You said there's 3 photos.
Yeah, there's 4 photographs. 3 different guns, but 4 photographs.
Any objection to any of the 4 photos?
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted S19, S20, S21, and S22.
Come on,
Investigator Burnell, did you
ninjas.
also photograph inside the bedroom of Heath and Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a desk located in that room?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor?
Thank you for the tapping, guys.
Have you 2 photographs? Look at those for me.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could generally tell me what those photographs are.
So the first photograph is of the desk at a wide angle. It shows 2 computers. Looks like some sort of a knitting bag or something along those lines. In the chair behind the knitting, or in between the chair back and the knitting bag, are some boxes that are revealed in the next photograph, which are some essentially they appear to be THC boxes, empty boxes for THC vape pens. And then there is a like a Leatherman multi-tool.
And how many of the vape pen boxes are there?
There are 4. I'm sorry.
Sam, can you try getting the link to YouTube and putting it in that chat so that way she could just click and go straight to it that way?
I'll be admitted all purposes. That's next in number. Was that just... All right, you proceed.
Mr. Burnell,
Hi,
looking at the layout, and I
Well,
apologize, I
better.
don't have that exhibit number that you prepared. There's a dining room and sort of a kitchen area that are open. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any doors that lead to the outside near the dining area?
Yes, ma'am. So there is, generally speaking, there is almost like a shotgun style door from the front door through to the door that in the dining area that led to the backyard of the residence.
And did you also take pictures of that doorway?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I gave you 2 photographs, Investigator Burnell. If you could take a look at those for me, please.
Okay.
Could you tell me what's reflected in that first picture?
So the first photograph is a
Don't forget.
essentially it depicts the dining area table where the Smileys and Miss Gregg may have eaten a meal. In the corner of that room, there is a black dog kennel. I'm assuming for the 2 golden retrievers that they had, and there's a white cord hanging down from the wall near the corner of the room. The second photograph is of the back door itself, and it's essentially just the back door
And where does that back door lead?
into the backyard, which kind of encompasses the house itself. Makes kind of an L shape, as you can see via the scale drawing. So it makes an L shape, and so the backyard simply makes the corresponding L.
Are those true and accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I would ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibits.
Any objection? The one described as the dining table will be S25. And the one described as the photo here will be S26.
Now, before we move on to any other pictures, I want to ask you about that S25,
Okay.
the cord that's hanging from there.
Yes,
In processing the crime scene, did you have any idea what that cord meant to?
I did not. It's a USB-C cable. From my recollection, I didn't know exactly what it went to at the time. We hypothesized that it was part of some home surveillance system.
As you sit here today, do you know what was plugged into that cord?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
It was a Wise home surveillance system camera
To the right,
later
Mary.
recovered after the 19th.
Did you also photograph throughout the home the laundry room area?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Did you actually have a stack of photos?
Okay.
Take a look at those, please.
Mary, for me, it's all the way to the right. I don't know if it is for you guys, but mine's at the top right.
Do those appear to be true and accurate copies of some of the photographs
Okay,
that you
thank you.
took from the crime scene on March 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome back.
And that's at the laundry room area?
So the initial photograph on top is kind of like a transitional photograph from the kitchen area into that laundry room. But yes, ma'am.
Or we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
We moved in next to number. We got. You just tell me. What's up?
Mary, look down where it says like, where there's the thumbs to like it and share it. There should be something in there that says live chat or comment. Sorry guys, we're running the YouTube and the TikTok together for visuals. So the visuals are on the tube. So I'm just trying to talk to different places at once. Don't mind me.
Those will be marked S27 through S30.
I want to come back to those, Investigator Virginia, but I
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
get through some of the other photographs that you took.
Okay.
Did you also go into or the defendant's bedroom and photograph the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Prince?
We can figure the chat part out later if you just want to use that for the video, or you could stay here, either or. It's up to you, but we'll figure it out.
Those photographs?
I'm not sure why that's doing that to you.
Do they appear to be accurate copies of some of the photographs that you took from the crime scene on March 19, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are of the defendants, the transition into the bedroom, and then of the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley.
That's correct.
I would ask that those be marked state's next exhibit.
Mark numerically. Which one will give you? 35 through 37.
Okay, Cedron. Investigator Brunel, so again, what is the reason for documenting the crime scene?
Essentially, so that way we can preserve the way it was whenever we arrived on scene. The photographs and the body-worn camera recordings are a great way to do that.
Do things get moved once you start processing the scene?
Of course. Uh, for instance, in this case, initially, so when, as I said before, like the preservation of life is our first responsibility. In preparing for this trial today, this week, I had the occasion to look at body-worn camera video evidence. When Deputy Lewis goes into the house to check on the victim, he tries to see if there are any signs of life. He's touching her arms and he's lifting up the towel that was placed upon her head, and he's essentially trying to see if there's any way to save this young lady. And of course, then right after him, the fire department comes in, does essentially the same thing. They're placing leads to see if there's any heart rate activity, and so they're moving her arms from the position in which they were placed on her torso. They're lifting up the towel that was placed on her head that had been replaced by Deputy Lewis. And so there are things getting moved around, and so taking the photographs and trying to preserve the way that the crime scene was at that time is a very important and a very vital function of crime scene processing. The other aspect is, so during active scenes like that, where you essentially have some like a quasi-active shooter type situation, you are in a situation where you don't know where the suspect is. They're not readily apparent. They're hiding in the linen closet? Did they pull down the attic ladder and they're hiding upstairs? Like, are they hiding under a bed or something like that? So when officers are going through systematically trying to clear, make sure that we're not walking into an ambush or walking into a situation where now we are about to sustain more casualties as a result of this one defendant, things get moved. We have had situations in previous cases where shell casings have been in the roadway after drive-by shootings. Cars don't stop just because there's shell casings in the roadway. They get run over all the time. So recording those with photographs and body-worn camera videos and things along those lines is a lot of times our best way to preserve kind of how they were prior to those disturbances.
May I break some insurance?
Okay.
All right, I got a question from here. I want to point you to, or I'll just look at the exhibits and then I'll ask Mr. Brunel about Investigator Brunel. I'm looking at exhibit 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34. Investigator Brunel, it appears that you're taking photographs of the wall, the sheetrock in the wall, as well as the door leading into the garage. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why you thought it was important to document that?
So, leading the transition from the kitchen into the laundry room area right here, or the mud room and laundry room type of situation in this house, you can clearly see a dot in the middle of the doorway there, which is of course the door's open. So there's clearly a defect in that wall. It's not how it came from the manufacturer. Something made that defect. And so as we continue into that room, so this is a more medium scale drawing, a more medium scale photograph where you can actually see the dot, the defect a little bit more defined. And so skipping ahead a little bit, so number 33 is actually an up-close image of what that defect looks like. And you'll see, let me go back wide. So you'll see the bag. Okay, so there's a piece of the wall. If I just take a picture of a white wall, it's going to be very, very hard for you to maintain reference. So the yellow bag that's also next to this defect is in that medium scale drawing, or the medium scale photograph, and then it's in the up close photograph. That way, it helps us maintain reference throughout, because we took hundreds of pictures of this house and the crime scene within, and so we can clearly see now the up close photograph of that defect in the wall, and so that's more or less kind of the reason for doing it in that fashion, is so that way we can record those defects. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a ballistics expert. I can only call the holes defects. I can say that they are, in a layman's terms, they are what would appear to be similar to a hole that a bullet would make if it went through a similar object. But is essentially just a defect in a wall, and that is how they are classified in my report. That is how they are classified as we process the crime scene itself.
Later in your investigation, what did you learn occurred in that laundry room?
After we had the opportunity to obtain some information from Mr. Smiley, we learned that he had come home, and of course this is kind of a culmination of things, not just the interview with him, but also the viewing of our surveillance camera that was positioned in approximately the same area as the garage door opener. When Mr. Smiley arrives home, the garage door's up, and he enters through the residence through that particular method. And so, sorry, I'm looking for number 11. And so when he enters the residence, he enters through this carport right here. Okay, so there's a storage room door right there, utility closet, what have you. And so he enters the laundry room right here, and then according to him, he later stated that
Betty, how are you?
Miss Gregg essentially lie in wait at the door, this door right here. So there's a door right here, a door that goes across into the corresponding carport, and so you essentially have Miss Gregg lie in wait here, and as soon as he comes into the mud room, shuts the door, he's immediately met with gunfire. And we would later learn through some interviews there were 3 shots fired, and then of course you can note 3 different defects. The one I just showed you a minute ago in the wall next to the yellow bag, so to speak. There's another defect. This is in the door itself, down next to the bottom. It's for lack of a better term, like a 4-panel door. It's got four little panels. For lack of a better term, 4 little panels. It's a metal door with essentially like a foam inner, and there is a defect down in the bottom, one of the bottom panels of the door, and then there's a defect in the wall behind the door, illustrating that the door was closed at the time that the round was fired, or that the defect was made. I'm sorry.
In processing this scene, you photographed it. Did you ever take any items into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Multiple items of evidence. If you would like me to go.
Yes, but it wasn't on the live one. That was on yesterday's
Mr.
live one.
Smiley to the emergency room at Baptist Hospital. In
Click
order
the link
to
in the chat
evaluate
group,
the severity of the gunshot,
and you can go directly
that
to the
sustained
live
in his
one.
upper torso, they essentially had removed his upper garment. He is a healthcare worker, so essentially it was a scrub top and a t-shirt and an undershirt. So they had essentially taken those off and discarded them on the front patio to the house. So essentially you have a front patio right here, which I'm sure is depicted very well in the photographs and in the body-worn camera video. But the shirt is discarded right here by the ambulance service that was later collected by us, as well as Mr. Smiley's bottoms once he got to the hospital. With regard to the laundry room and the carport area itself, so we were able to later find that there was a projectile. Again, I'm not a ballistics expert or anything along those lines, but a projectile that seemingly lines up with the defect that we have here on State's Exhibit 32 in the lower part of that door. Went down into, it struck the carport floor, went into a rolled up carpet, and then essentially came to final rest in front of a blue Chevrolet Traverse, I believe is what it was. That was essentially Ashley Smiley's primary vehicle. That particular projectile came to rest right in front of the passenger side door, approximately. The defect that I was telling you about a second ago with the yellow bag exited out that wall and then struck the cargo rack of the same SUV, essentially fragmented almost, and then pieces of it were recovered at the back driver's side corner of that particular.
Do you see where the thumbs up and thumbs down are? If you go to the right of that, there should be the option, or right below that.
Detective Vernon, if I may interrupt you for a moment, did you collect those and store those pieces of evidence separately?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach with Sean?
He's not required to have anything else. He can.
Sure, talk about with him. Yes, sir. If you can, I handed you one box to begin with.
Okay.
Without opening that, can you tell the jurors what that is?
So this is it's essentially what we would call like a bullet box, so to speak. It's a very loose general term. It's got a piece of cotton or a piece of fabric in the bottom of it to essentially keep the bullet from rubbing around and things like that. But it is marked P2 or projectile 2. It is marked with the date, and which was 3/20 of 2024. Because by the time we concluded our on-scene investigation, got everything back to the sheriff's office, and started doing our crime scene, our evidence log and logging everything in, we had crossed midnight. So we got 3/20 of 24 on it, my initials, and then our sheriff's office evidence custodian has a barcode that he prints off and affixes to every piece of evidence we have. So that way it's a scan and go type of situation where if I need to log it out here to the crime lab, he can scan my name, scan the piece of evidence, and it's logged out to me, and vice versa. So when we take evidence back from the crime lab, it's scanned in and then scanned my name, and it's checked back into.
Thank you, Sam.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way since the time that you removed that item?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Or we ask that be marked as the state's next exhibit?
Any objection? Add it to the state's next number. Be marked S38.
Permission to approach with Sean? Another box. If you could take a look at that and see if you can identify that for me.
So this is, of course, the other one, P2. In the description on the box, it says projectile on ground RAX 0438 front of vehicle. So this would have been the nearly intact projectile that we recovered from the front of the blue SUV that was actually Smiley's primary vehicle. So the P1, this box that I was just provided, has projectile on ground RAX 0438 rear of vehicle. So this is the partial projectile that we recovered, the fragmented projectile that we recovered, driver's side rear corner of that same vehicle that essentially had exited through the wall next to the yellow bag, or what we believe exited through the wall next to the yellow bag.
Does that appear to be unaltered in any way from when you removed it from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Marked S39 all purposes.
Don't know. We'll figure it out.
Investigator Burnell, y'all also recovered the live round and the empty shell casings, and those were also boxed up and put into evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
What about the murder weapon? Can you tell us when you walked into the house where that was located?
It was on the countertop in the kitchen, as identified in the photograph.
During your course of investigation, how did you learn that that was the gun that was used to
yes.
shoot Ashley Smiley?
So
Or
when
the mother
Deputy
taking
Lewis
away
initially
some
arrived
liquor
on
vapes
scene,
and such.
Mr. Smiley told him that the gun she had used was on the countertop. That he had opened the cylinder. There was one live round, six empty
Thanks for
empty cartridges
tapping,
in the
guys.
cylinder.
So you were in your course of investigation. Did you learn that the same gun was used to shoot Pete Smiley that was also used to kill Ashley Smiley?
That is correct. So later on in the investigation, we received a crime lab report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified projectiles recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley were similar in characteristic and in nature to the firearm we recovered from the countertop of the kitchen in the Smiley residence. There was also a report from the Mississippi Crime Lab in Pearl, Mississippi, that identified a DNA swabs that.
Approach. What's the objection?
Let's just we're making an objection. He's talking about attacking this part.
Sustain.
Investigator Brunel, who relayed to law enforcement that the gun found at the home was used by Carly Smiley? Carly Gregg.
Heath Smiley told us that that's the one that she had used.
Permission to press witness, Your Honor. I'm giving you a box. Investigator Brunel, can you tell me what's located in that box?
I can tell you that without opening the box, I can tell you that it is the same box that contains the Taurus 357 Magnum revolver. This is the same serial number that is on one of the state's exhibits in this photograph. This is my handwriting, my chain of custody information, so to speak, over here on the right-hand side. This is the arrow that I drew whenever I wanted to indicate to crime lab personnel which way the barrel was pointing when they opened the box up. This is a evidence label that was affixed. This is evidence tape that we put on the box, and then this is the crime lab's own seal and barcode information. It appears to be that particular firearm.
Okay.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection? Be marked as 40.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to open that and inspect it and make sure that it's the same firearm as well.
Okay. You have scissors?
Yes, sir.
They're about to show the firearm.
After lunch, any of the jurors need an afternoon stretch. Sometimes people get sleepy. You do just stand up for a second. Okay.
At least the judge is making sure people are stretching and staying awake.
So this indeed is the firearm that was used, and there are seven empty cartridge holders in the cylinder, and this is the same serial number for the firearm in the photographs and depicted on the box. I removed it from the box because I just don't point firearms at people unless I know they're unloaded.
I did notice, Ms. Gabrielle, that you made sure you cleared it to make sure that there was nothing in that weapon
Correct.
before you opened that box.
Correct.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles found in Miss Smiley.
Correct.
Could you tell the ladies? Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there were projectiles recovered from Ashley Smiley's body.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn where those projectiles were found?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
They also took her to a pew pew range a few times. Wanted to take her more, but she knew how to use it. Glad to have you here. I get that it's common, but the way things are nowadays. Yeah. Hopefully people will at least start securing them.
Overruled
Good
at this time,
morning.
but pending further objection.
And Ms. Burnell, the first item I handed you that was bagged, do you have any personal knowledge through your course of this investigation what that bag was?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I have
So,
not.
I simply know what these items are due to the crime lab reports that we received via our results.
Sustain.
Yes, sir. Yes, I would like to have a marked for ID.
Mark it S41 and S42 for
Nicole, she did it because her mom tried to take away things such as her vape. But she had been talking about it to friends for a while.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about there were other items of evidence. I want to talk about at some point when you arrived on the scene, the defendant was not in the home.
Correct.
While you were there and you were processing the crime scene,
18.
what you learned about that, and what your next steps were.
So essentially, while I was photographing doing the crime scene photography, for lack of a better term, multiple units from the sheriff's office. We have a narcotics task force with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office, Madison Police Department, Madison County Sheriff's Office. That also includes somewhat of an intelligence liaison, and with that intelligence liaison, we have access to drones and robots and other type of resources that essentially provide us remote surveillance capabilities and things along those lines. We
Oops.
were also in touch with the Mississippi Highway Patrol to obtain the services or to obtain the resources related to their helicopter. Because we essentially established our inner perimeter around the crime scene. We were staging officers around the area in somewhat of a loose perimeter, so to speak, to keep Miss Gregg from getting north or south of Old Fannin Road, getting outside the Farmington subdivision, which is where 214 Ashton Way is located in Rankin County, Mississippi. But through the course of that time, one of our interdiction officers radioed in that he had he had taken into custody the 14-year-old suspect in this case, and it was clarified through one of the patrol supervisors that that was the suspect we were looking for, and he confirmed that it was. She was brought to the scene where Investigator Davis took a gunshot residue kit, which is essentially like a couple of dowels in an envelope. Those dowels are used in order to collect gunshot residue. They're submitted to the Mississippi Crime Lab in order to test for the presence of someone having fired a firearm recently.
Did you actually observe Investigator Davis perform a portion of that?
A portion of it, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Brunel, are you familiar with what I've just handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have personal knowledge of what's in that envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell me what that is?
So this is a gunshot residue kit that we issue out to our investigators. It bears Carly Gregg's name, Investigator Davis's badge number, name, our agency name, the case number, the chain of custody information, and then it has our evidence signature, our evidence thing on it.
She was on
Inside
the
of
first
this
day.
are the little metal dowels that I was telling you about a second ago that essentially are used to rub on the skin. They're used to rub on surfaces in order to determine the presence of this gunshot residue.
Other than the markings from the Mississippi Crime Lab, does
Yeah.
that appear to be altered in any way?
Um,
Yes, sir.
Another approach in the bench, guys. Hi, Firewolf. How are you? Thank you for grabbing that, Julie. I was just getting ready to. I think that's her grandparents next to her. Or near her. Doing good, thanks.
ID purposes only at this time.
Hi, Donna. How are you? No, not yet. They're approaching the bench right now, speaking about the firearm. I'm not sure we're seeing this for the first time. Many of us that stuck to it, anyways, have decided not to watch it until we're doing it together. We are being the jury for
Who
this
was that gunshot
in our own
residue
way.
kit performed on?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And I believe your testimony was that you observed part of that gunshot residue
Correct.
testing. Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as State's Exhibit next.
Any objection? Be admitted, that's 43, all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, what other testing are you aware of or that you have personal knowledge of that occurred on the defendant that day?
That day, the gunshot
Thank you.
residue kit was collected from her. She was photographed after she was brought to the scene. Her, and when I say she was photographed head to toe, including hands, front and back. Her clothes were later taken and collected as evidence and kept.
Mayor Pro Sunshine.
Shortly after she committed this, yeah. Allegedly committed it, but
Investigator Burnell, who's in that photograph?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And is that the same Carly Madison Gregg that you observed on the scene on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
she
That's
ran
after
from the
she's been
house.
taken into custody.
That's correct.
Or we'd ask that that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Any objection? Be admitted, that's 44, all purposes.
I don't know, but I'm getting hungry.
Investigator Burnell, earlier we introduced some photographs of some vape pen boxes. Did you actually remove those items from the home as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said also along with a knife of some sort.
Correct.
Permission to correct witness. Does that appear to be the items, including the vape pen boxes and the multi-tool or the knife that you removed from the home that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be altered in any way from the day that you took it?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'd ask that that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Objection. Be marked, that's 45, all purposes.
You were tasked with processing the crime scene in this case, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, you said there was one deceased victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that that is exhibit. Looking at exhibit 36, could you tell me if that is the position of Ashley Smiley when you found her laying in the floor dead of Carly Gregg's bedroom?
When I initially entered the room, no, ma'am. so the towel had been placed back on her face, and then for the purposes of photographing her body unobscured, because at that point in time we weren't sure who had put the towel on her face until the investigation progressed and continued. So the towel was removed and she was photographed.
The next exhibit, number 36, um,
37.
37,
Okay.
sorry about that, 37, is that Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your investigation and your training in crime scenes, what does it appear that has happened to Miss Smiley in that photograph?
So it appears as though she sustained 3 different gunshot wounds to the head. So these 3 are correction. These 2, one here and then another here, essentially were shot from distance. What is referred to as a stippling on the skin, which so when I took that certified investigator's course through the state, we go into what close contact gunshot wounds looks like. In this particular case, so anything close contact is considered 36 inches and less. So here you can see the stippling in the skin just under the chin, but essentially what you have there is burnt powder. When it exits the muzzle of the firearm, it lands on the skin because it doesn't have the distance in order to spread out and burn up before it makes contact with any other surface, and so it makes contact with skin and essentially burns the skin.
Commissioner President trying to have at least 2 photographs to be published to the jury.
She did yesterday. She was just sobbing away yesterday. Thank you, Joel. Mike, you can help by tapping the screen. Otherwise, you're just kind of looking like a troll and you're my brother, so. Not a good look. When you go to my page, there'll be this notification bell. If you're not getting the notifications, unfollow me and then refollow me again, and then it should prompt that.
And now, the ladies and gentlemen have seen that photograph. He discussed that only one of the gunshot
Michael,
wounds or
this is the time for my true crime lives.
That's
Brother
correct.
doesn't come up until we're done with true crime lives.
So the firearm was within about 3 feet of Miss Smiley's head. As
They
she
have.
lay prostrate
Joseph
on the
Kocher's
floor.
been identified, yes.
After you processed the crime scene that day,
Unless I kick brother
what
out.
other involvement did you have directly with this case?
Yeah,
So after we
unfollow and then
completed our time on
refollow.
scene
It should
and
prompt a
we
little notification bell.
took our evidence to the sheriff's office to begin the task of logging it into evidence, photographing it prior to packaging, photographing the packaging, making sure that it was stored for later submission to the Mississippi Crime Lab, and stored for purposes of court proceedings and things along those lines.
You're welcome.
We, and when I say we, um, Investigator Cotton, Zachary Cotton, and I, Deputy Hunter Lewis and Deputy Dustin Smith, they were doing their initial reports for their response to the scene that day, while Investigator Cotton and I were handling the evidence packaging and things along those lines. During that particular time, um, we had concluded the evidence portion, and Mr. Smith had actually come over to discuss the court trial that we were actually in that week. And Investigator Smith heard a knock on our front door and went forward to see kind of what was going on, if somebody needed our assistance or kind of what was happening. And a father made him aware that his daughter had actually been there that day with Miss Gregg, and that he was bringing her forth as a witness.
At that time,
Good afternoon.
excuse me, did you participate in an interview of that child and her father?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And based off of what you learned, what did you learn from that interview?
Am I allowed to say?
I notice you're avoiding checking your messages, Michael.
She was identified as Brooke Waite. She was her father and her cousin accompanied her to the sheriff's office that day. We brought them into an interview room. She was essentially a peer and a schoolmate of Carly Gregg's. They both attended Northwest Rankin, and she essentially told us, and we were
I
being
did
very
not.
careful in our interviewing of her, simply
No, I did not.
until we could gain guidance the following date about whether or not we needed to obtain the services of the Child Advocacy Center. The Child Advocacy Center simply stands as a neutral party in order to forensically interview children, whether or not
Then
they are
adjust your
victims or
notifications, but I
witnesses
did
that have
not
experienced
invite you.
traumatic events in life. And so,
Investigator
Yes, ma'am.
Cornell, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the fact that Rankin County has a protocol in place about the age of certain witnesses?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And is that why your office wanted to make sure that it was okay for the sheriff's department to, in fact, interview this child when she was 16 at the time?
Correct.
Thank you,
Correct.
Lacey.
So anybody 17 and under, we usually try and obtain some guidance as to whether or not CAC interview will be necessary. Considering Miss Wafer's maturity and her chronological age, we went ahead and conducted an interview with her at a later date, which was more detailed in nature. But for the purposes of the initial interview that night, she essentially stated that Miss Gregg had contacted her, said that it was an emergency, she needed to come by the house. Um, her father drove her to that particular location like he had done times before, and dropped her off. I believe he said it was about 5 o'clock. And so we continued interviewing her, trying to ask generalized questions. What did you do when you got there? Miss Gregg met her at the front. Miss Carly Gregg met her at the front door, and essentially asked her, "Do dead bodies make you squeamish?" And she said, "No, I don't think so." And Miss Gregg proceeded.
That wasn't
to
a
back
warning to her?
to her own bedroom, where her mother's body lie deceased at that point in time. And so she stated that during this point in time, Miss Ashley Smiley, already had
Okay.
the towel on her face. Her arms were in a fixed position across her torso, and that Miss Gregg had a silver revolver. I believe she identified the handle as being brown instead of black, that black rubberized grip. but stated that it was a very large revolving, very large revolver type firearm. And then shortly after that, she told Miss Wafer that Miss Gregg told Miss Wafer, like, I shot my mom 3 times, and as soon as my stepdad gets home, I got 3 shots for him. Uh, they shortly thereafter, she asked if she was asked if she wanted to wait in the backyard. She said she did. Went out the back door that was described to you a second ago, next to the dog kennel, and waited. Once Mr. Smiley arrived home, she heard 3 shots. Miss Wafer stated she heard 3 shots. Miss Gregg ran out the back door, and they both ran around that L shape of the house. There's a privacy fence around this entire backyard.
That's
So
my question.
they they come out this door, run around the back of the carport. There's a small shed right here in the yard. Run out this way, jump the fence, run up the driveway where we later learned that they split off. Miss Wafer went to another friend's house in the neighborhood. Miss Gregg circled back around and went to the Magnolia Point subdivision, which is an adjacent neighborhood to Farmington.
After your presence in the interview with Miss Wafer and her father that night.
Yeah, why doesn't she have charges?
So I believe my next involvement was on the 22nd. We during that initial interview with Miss Wafer, we learned that there were some. I guess I should back up. So the 22nd, um, we wanted to try and get a copy of Mr. Smiley's phone. Investigator Cotton had been discussing the case with him, trying to get more information with him due to the traumatic nature of what he experienced. A lot of times in my profession, we see what we would like to call traumatic mind. People experience trauma and essentially resolve it, handle it in different ways. The point being, days after that, things begin to come clear because your mind enters a fight, flight, or freeze type of mode. And so as he began to kind of come out of that, Investigator Cotton had talked with him, talked about getting a forensic extraction of his cell phone in order to figure out whether or not there were any messages, because he had received 2 messages that day from Miss Smiley's phone that didn't seem like her. And so we wanted to obtain copies of those text messages. So on the 22nd, we found out that Mr. Smiley had obtained the camera that was within the garage. We had overlooked it during the initial processing of the scene. He had collected it for us, and I had gone by to our investigator Cotton, collected the SD card from him and provided it to me. So during the initial look at that particular memory card, found that all the videos for the 19th were missing. The file folder was in place along with all the other file folders, which aroused some alarm. And so had deputies Lewis and Hunter. They were helping us canvass the area after Mr. Smiley stated that the camera from the kitchen had been missing. So we recanvassed the neighborhood, canvassed Magnolia Point subdivision, essentially trying to locate this camera that was gone. And during that point in time, I had a memory card reader. A little box you plug in your computer. You can read the little memory sticks or the SD cards. Plugged it in, found what I found, and found the videos missing. Went back to the residence with deputies Lewis and Hunter for the purposes of having their body camera to essentially provide some accountability and some transparency to the situation. Had a conversation with Mr. Smiley about the missing videos, and learned that basically he was used to a Microsoft product and was using an Apple product in which to look at the SD card. So when he looked in order to try and preserve the videos on the SD card from the Apple product, he cut and pasted inadvertently instead of copy and paste. And so he allowed me access to his computer. I found the video files that were missing at that point in time, retrieved those, looked into the recycle bin, the trash folder, what have you, on the Apple product, and confirmed that there were no videos in that particular area, which would illustrate to us that he may have been attempting to destroy evidence. We had a conversation with him about the need, um, if he obtained or if he found or if he recovered any other evidence in the house, not to touch it, not to do anything with it, to call us.
Wait, what?
We were here to help him in any way we could, and we did not want the inference to be made that he was tampering with evidence, and essentially create a problem with the prosecution of Miss Gregg's case. And so he was very understanding of that particular point, and after we left that particular time, he was later provided that cell phone back that we obtained the extraction of, as well as that SD card after we made a copy of it along with the videos. That was my involvement on the 22nd. We would later go back and do a more detailed interview with Miss Wafer at her parents' house in the Castlewood subdivision.
I want to ask you about the conversation with East Smiley about
Right.
the tampering with physical evidence. Did you ever tell him that you were going to charge him with a crime?
No, ma'am. The inference that I wanted him to understand is that he was a victim of a crime. He, was essentially, he had just lost his wife, a stepdaughter that he had essentially spent a good deal of time with over the past several years, had essentially been fighting for in an embattled custody chancery court issue, and he essentially looked at her like a daughter. And to have this happen to him, we were very understanding in the situation that he was in, but at the same time, we don't want to create problems where there aren't any. We would much rather the victims of the complaints in these situations just leave the evidence alone, call us, hey, look, I found X, Y, and Z. Can you come pick it up, collect it? Not a problem. We'll take care of it. That essentially puts the onus on us, not Mr. Smiley. It doesn't put it on anybody else. If the evidence is mishandled or if something happens to it, that's my fault. That's my problem. It's not on him. It can't be construed or misconstrued that he is tampering with evidence, that he's doing anything in order to hinder the prosecution of this particular case.
Investigator Brunel, I want to just pick on you a little bit.
Okay.
You're not perfect, right?
No, ma'am. The only infallible person died on a cross for us.
And so you would agree with me too that absolutely no investigation is perfect. Right?
I would agree with that. Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, I think, ladies and gentlemen, have heard that while there were multiple deputies and investigators over at Mr. Smiley's residence, you did not know that there was a camera in the garage.
Correct. Completely overlooked it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Those sort of things can happen from time to time.
I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Does any issues with your investigation, maybe that you missed the camera at first, does anything change with regards to who the shooter was in this case?
No, ma'am.
Does it change the crimes that were committed in this case?
No, ma'am.
And based on your investigation, who in fact was the person who pulled the trigger and shot Ashley Smiley and killed her 23 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
And who was the person that either shot Heath or at Heath 3 times?
Carly Madison Gregg.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Y'all still need the break? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. If y'all would, go ahead and use the restroom. We'll take about a 15-minute break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Don't mind me as I just zoom us on ahead. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. This is really hard for me to not make comments. Like, I'm not used to this. Not used to not making the comments. What I don't understand is why there's no charge for that other person, that teenager that was there, even though they did not pull any weapon. They didn't call police or stop it. Oh yes, we are going to deliberate. This is our first time ever doing a case as if we're the jury. This is our first time ever doing it without having researched anything. And they're filing back in. No, Myra, the videos do not lie. Facts.
You can introduce it in evidence and then show it.
Yes, it has not been introduced. I have to lay the foundation.
That's fine. I just want to make sure nothing goes on the projector without being introduced in evidence.
Are you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and deal with this right now.
Probably on the other
Close the door. Close the door. Make sure no jurors in here.
Of this video, and so we don't think that he can authenticate it. We don't think it's proper.
Maybe, but it still seems weird, Nicole.
Questions where that should be presented to the jury through this witness.
Response.
Your Honor, he's on the video. He's already testified
Good point.
that he's aware of the body cams. He's looked at the body cams, and that's where we're going. If he's seen the body cams, then he can authenticate it, and then we can.
Didn't you just make the exact opposite argument about a projectile?
Yes, Your Honor, just like came in.
No, projectile's not evidence. All right, look, both y'all, stop. He can be questioned about the parts of the body camera that he's on. All right, the body camera that he's not on can't impeach him unless he testified about it. Does that make sense? So you got to narrow it down to the part.
Do we know
he's
that
on
it was a
camera.
girl,
I'm
though?
assuming you're offering it for some type of impeachment.
We're not asking for impeachment purposes. We're clarification of what happened.
He can testify to the objection be overruled. He can testify to the part he's on. That's where we are. Okay. Any further objection?
But they're intending to play the whole video to the jury.
I think I understand the court's ruling. He can testify to what he's on, and if I'm not using that.
Correct. Correct. So just asking the question, did you see A?
When she
He says,
went and
no, I didn't see A.
that video,
Then we'll deal with the bottom.
short,
Okay.
like to the head hair, but doesn't mean it can't be a boy or girl.
We ready now?
All right, back with it.
It's not going on right now. Yeah, we don't need it.
I don't know.
Come on. Stay ready. Defense ready.
We are young.
Bring it.
It has to be because the person cooperated. Has to be. Because Carly Calder said there was an emergency, come over. And then she's like, have you ever seen a body? She brought her on in.
Hey, please, court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Burnell, what was your role on March 19th when you showed up at the scene? Your role, you're an investigator, correct? Correct. And I know you went and you explained to the jury what an investigator does. You're one of the managers. You're one of the guys in charge of the scene, and you're telling the other individuals what they need to be doing. Would that be a correct assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if I remember, at the scene, and you've shaved because in the video
Yes,
you're in a beard,
I am. Yes, sir.
and
Yes, sir.
you're also in a white shirt.
Correct. Correct.
And when you arrived at
You,
the scene,
Myra.
one of the first things that you did was, and you talked about the gloves, you told everybody they need to be gloved up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because as you're taking command of the situation and making sure that the scene isn't contaminated, things of that nature.
Right. Right.
The next thing I noticed you went in, and that was, you said something to the officer about clearing the house. Do you remember that?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall that particular portion. I do remember them going through and clearing the house, or I may have asked Deputy Lewis if they had cleared the house. I remember there's something close to that. Yes, sir.
Because in the video that we've already seen, okay, and that was the officer, I think it's Lewis, who had showed up first. And when he comes on the scene, or when you come on the scene, it shows you and you're taking the pictures, just like what you described.
Yes, sir.
You start going around the house and
Right.
taking the pictures, and then you get inside, and you made mention to the officer, had it been cleared, and then it was like, it may not have been cleared, but y'all need to clear it.
Okay.
You remember that?
I don't recall that now, sir.
Now, it also,
Me too.
there was another individual that showed up, and he
The
was in a blue
first.
shirt. Okay, and I think that's Officer or Investigator Cotton.
Did he have glasses on?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you made mention to Cotton that this was his case, and you were there
Right.
to assist him.
Correct.
Because you would not be the main investigator on this case. You're sort of an assistant investigator, right? Yeah.
Correct. So on this particular night, he was the after-hours investigator on call, and so any incidents or what have you that the sheriff's office that required an investigator from the sheriff's office to respond to a scene or handle any of those kinds of things, we usually go on call about. It depends on people's vacations and time off and stuff like that, but relatively about every 9 to 11 days. We will rotate on and off that particular call schedule. This happened to be his particular night on call, so the duty as a primary investigator was his. I was simply there to, for lack of a better term, accommodate him, assist him, do whatever I could to make his job as the primary investigator just a little bit easier.
And the whole thing of you being an investigator and going to the schools and processing the scene, the way you do is to make sure that you're coming up with the correct information and stuff's not getting contaminated and things of that nature, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to say you talked, one of the things you talked about was, I'm going to make sure. It was a journal, I guess the crime scene journal. Or what did you call it when the people coming in and out of the house?
It's a crime scene log.
Crime scene
Yes,
log.
sir. Yes, sir.
And in the video, it shows you, and I think it was Deputy Rayburn, you told him to start marking, who's coming in, who's coming out of the scene, things of that nature. And he had a little memo book. It looked like some sort of notebook, and he was writing down who was present, what they were doing, things of that nature. And it looked like whenever somebody was going in, he was writing it down. Would that have been his job?
I remember getting on scene and then going back to my car, and I'm recalling this not only from my report but also from Deputy Lewis's body camera. I get the crime scene log out of the back of my expedition, and I give it to him, and that was his duty at that point in time. If he had delegated it, he did delegate it off to Deputy Rayburn. But you're correct in that. I essentially gave him that responsibility.
Right. And what happens is you have a whole bunch of stuff that's going on right.
Right.
You're telling this person to do this.
Yes, sir.
And because I think you were doing, because you got gloved up.
Correct.
The video showed
Correct.
you getting gloved
Correct.
up, and then you did that before you went to the house. You're okay
Correct.
outside when you're taking the pictures,
Correct.
and you put the gloves on when inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you the only person that took photos?
I believe so. Yes, sir. I think if I recall correctly, Investigator Cotton brought his camera inside the residence, never used it, if I recall correctly. If there may have been times where we wanted to capture a particular piece of evidence using different angles of lighting, oblique lighting, so to speak. And so I may have handed the camera off to him, or Captain Fred Lovett eventually arrived on scene. I may have given it to him in order for a piece of evidence to be held under direct lighting, oblique lighting, or some other kind of a facet of lighting in order to capture it properly, so to speak. But yes, sir, my camera was the only one used as far as I'm aware.
And what have you reviewed? Okay, I know you're not the main investigator on this case.
Yes, sir.
But and it's Cotton who is the main investigator. But when you were assisted him, did you review all the evidence also?
By review, what do you mean by that?
Well, okay. Did you? I know you met with some of the witnesses. You interviewed some of the witnesses.
Correct. Yes, sir.
The ones that you did not interview, for the most part, did you review what they said or did or anything, or did you review or did you interview all?
No, sir. I did not. I'm trying to recall it correctly now. After our last interview, the more specific detail interview that we did with Miss Wafer, and I may have actually notated this at the end of my report. That was essentially my last task or my last involvement, what have you, in this particular investigation. A lot of my duties were relegated to the crime scene itself, and then I did pick up do some additional assistance to with Investigator Cotton with regard to the interview with Brooke Wafer, the recanvassing of the neighborhood, and things like that.
And so once you processed and this is one thing I noticed in the video.
If you guys want the direct link, you click on my bio, go to my profile, and in red it will say the YouTube. You click that link and it'll take you right there.
Which direction she needed to go.
That is correct. Although when Miss Gregg committed the firearm offenses, she committed a certifying offense. The interest of justice hearing would need to be held so that way they could essentially handle that. So the youth court, county court judge, they maintain dual duty, so to speak. So they were contacted in order to gain some guidance as to what direction we needed to go. Put her in the ADC, the Adult Detention Center, or put her in the JDC, which is the Juvenile Detention Center there in Pulaski.
And that's why it was those conversations that you had her brought back to the scene.
Correct.
And my understanding from looking at the videos, what you were saying is that was happening because you didn't know exactly where she needs to go. And then once you got your marching orders, then you could tell your transport officer where she needs to be taken.
Essentially, yes. The bringing Miss Gregg back to the scene was twofold. So we were essentially, like you said, waiting on the marching orders from Judge McDaniel as to whether or not he wanted her in ABC or JDC for that night, and then also to obtain the GSR from her hands.
And in that video, it shows, I guess, them doing the gunshot residue GSR test. It actually shows it on the video. Have you viewed that video?
I have viewed. I probably have, sir. I'll be honest with you. There are probably no less than 10 body camera videos associated with this case.
Yes.
So I've watched a fair amount. So I was there for the collection for the in portion of the GSR kit because I actually read Miss Gregg her verbal Miranda while she was at the vehicle. That's kind of how I know that Investigator Davis collected the GSR.
Gotcha. And where did you review? I guess is it Shack, Tony Shack?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's one of our deputies. Yes, sir.
Yes, he's the person that found, I guess, Carly. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And then he brought her back to the scene.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there was a time, I guess, where they're all wearing the body cams, and you've seen this. If you've looked at his body cam, you see him turn his body cam on. Do you remember that?
I know that once our deputies,
I agree, Donna.
for instance, if our deputies are involved in a police activity, an investigative activity or what have you, involved in some kind of law enforcement capacity or something like that, they will have them activated in order to properly, document, record how the scene is, any particular interactions they have with the public, any interactions they have with suspects and things along those lines. Of course, when they activate them, I believe the lag time is like 45 seconds or a minute where you don't have any audio, but at the end of the day, like you still have the video, which is representative of kind of what's going on for that 1 minute. Now, once they get to, if they're going back to, for instance, if they're concluding that law enforcement activity and going back to shoot the breeze with some guys on their shift, or going to talk about the last traffic stop they made or something like that, they're no longer involved in that investigative activity, that law enforcement activity, that police activity, so they may deactivate them. And then if they're called back in, hey, look, can you come over here and hold this up, or can you perform this particular task? They may reactivate them, come back up, and then perform some task or something like that that I need to have done. So there may be some on off depending on kind of what activities they're related in, what they're doing, and things like that.
Now, doesn't the Rankin County Sheriff Department have a policy that says that these body cams, as long as you're on a crime scene, are not to be turned off, correct?
I don't have the policy in front of me, so I can tell you that this. I can tell you that policy and procedure we use that as a foundation on which to build our particular activities and what we do as law enforcement officers. Similarly to like the Bible, for instance. So like I don't know my Bible word for word, letter for letter, but I use the moral principles and in the things within it as a foundation on which to build my life. Is it Am I perfect? No, but I use them as a foundation because essentially, like you won't have every scenario and every type of circumstance in a policy and procedure manual. If you did, it'd be a mile tall.
Well, y'all, I mean, and it looks like y'all have there's a policy and procedure manual that y'all come out for the years 2023 to 2024.
Okay.
And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
y'all go through training every year to make sure that everything's up to date. You have a clear understanding of what you're supposed to do, and especially what you're supposed to do when you're having interaction with the public, correct?
Yes, sir. To your point, the sheriff's office, we provided like bias-based profiling and traffic stop related training to our civil rights training to our deputies this past year.
And I think what you were just saying a second ago is, I guess real life is a little different than a manual. Is that correct? That's sort of what I said.
That's a loose way of putting it, but I'll follow you. Yes, sir.
Okay. But my understanding, and tell me if this is your understanding,
right?
If you're having direct interaction with a defendant that's in custody,
right,
there's no reason why a body cam should be turned on. Correct?
I would follow you down. Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
Now, you reviewed Stack's body cam, correct?
I don't know if I've reviewed his specifically. The one that I do remember reviewing is Deputy Lewis's.
Mm-hmm. So a second ago when you were saying there's a whole bunch of these and you reviewed just about all these.
Yes, sir.
Now you don't think you did Stack.
Just about all of them is not all of them. Am I correct? I mean, at the end of the day, like I don't know if I've reviewed his. If we show the video and I've seen it, I will more than happily tell you that I've seen it. But at the end of the day, I don't know that I have seen it.
If I showed you the video, would you be able to tell us if you've seen that or not?
Probably so. But like I said, the one that I do remember studying prior to my appearance today is Deputy Lewis's, because he was the first officer on scene. He obtained a lot of information in pursuits to the initial investigation, which I was involved in, related to why we're here.
Yes, ma'am. Approach, Your Honor.
I don't think he caught him up. I think he tried to imply, and he realized that he wasn't going to let him imply that on him. I don't think that he was caught up. You're technologically challenged, Mary. I feel that too. Lately, I feel that. He looks like he might be getting a little heated. Why is there a box? Never mind, it just brought me back to Daryl Brooks. Okay, good night. Welcome back, Catnip. That changed something. Hold on. You're signed into a different account there, Catnip. Okay, call me after.
Yeah, please call your own. Okay. Now, I know you talked to Keith Smiley. I guess you're the one who actually went to his house to retrieve the videos in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It was Cotton.
Correct.
Okay, because I was on. My understanding is, and maybe we have there may be different times when people went to the house, so you'll have to maybe clarify that a little bit.
Yeah.
So you were testifying that you went to the house.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you brought. It sounded like 2 other officers with
Correct.
you, so that they would have the body cam.
Correct.
And you went in, and at that time you were saying the reason why you do that.
What's so funny,
is so
Geeks?
that, anytime you're interacting with the public, you want to protect yourself, but also the public.
Correct.
And my understanding is that you were the person who, I guess, retrieved this. I want to say SIM card or whatever.
I follow you. I believe it's like an SD card.
SD card.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding was, okay, is what happened. The SD card
I hear you, Mary.
retrieved by Cotton, taken to the sheriff's department. Y'all looked at it there and found that it didn't have anything on it, and then you went back. Is that what you did?
That is exactly correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
the second visit, dealing with this SD card,
Correct.
is
Correct.
when
Correct.
you went to the house.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
And so, once you and at this point, my understanding is Mr. Smiley has been cooperative with you the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you go back, were you just looking for the SD card, or were you looking for other things?
When I went back and talked to Mr. Smiley, essentially what I was trying to figure out was where all the videos from the 19th were, like what had happened to them. The folder, the system had created a folder for videos for the 19th, but the folder was empty. It contained nothing, and so that seemed to lead me to believe that there had been videos that had been moved, or that videos had been deleted, or something along those lines. That is the purpose in going back and talking to Mr. Smiley. During the course of that interaction with him, we figured out, like I was explaining earlier, that he essentially was not familiar with an Apple product, and that whenever he clicked on the videos or selected the videos, there's a cut. I guess an Apple product does a cut and paste and not a copy and paste like a Microsoft product does. And it seemed like a very innocent mistake or something along those lines. And so we were able to recover the videos for the 19th, and then subsequently provide those. But at the end of the day, I wanted him to understand that you don't have to do anything. Like if you find a piece of evidence or you think something may be pertinent to our, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let us know. We'll come collect it. We'll come do whatever we have to with it. So that way the inference isn't being made, he's destroying evidence. He's tampering with evidence. He's doing this. He's doing that. So.
And I just want to make sure for the record here, at no time was he ever like a suspect in this case at all, correct?
If he had told us that, well, yeah, I deleted those videos, or I don't know what happened to them, or something like that, yes, sir, he would become a suspect.
Right, but at no time he didn't do that, and then
Correct.
you found out what happened. And
Correct.
So at no time is he ever a suspect.
Was he officially labeled a suspect? No, sir. Was the purpose in having that interview with him to figure out whether or not he was one? Yes. Yes, because like I said a second ago, if we had been able to determine that he tampered with evidence or destroyed evidence, we would have a problem. That would be a significant misstep, and then he would be a suspect in this case, or he would have been an additional suspect.
Now, and I guess I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around it.
Okay.
He called you to say, "Hey, I found this," correct?
No, sir. He called Investigator Cotton.
Well, when I was going to say y'all, the sheriff.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
He didn't call you. Did he ever have your number? Probably didn't. He probably had Cotton's.
I don't recall if he did. And in all honesty, Mr. Camp, I may have given him a business card, or given Miss Smiley's family a business card that had my phone number on it. If they needed anything from us or anything along those lines, I may have given them a business card that had that number on it. I don't recall if he ever used it.
And so he didn't call you. He called Cotton to say, I have this SD card that has some videos on it that y'all need to have. That's
Correct.
basically what occurs.
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton goes and gets it.
Yes, sir.
Then Cotton brings it back to, because he didn't look at it, I guess, at Mr. Smiley's place, correct?
That's correct. We needed the card reader for that.
Okay, so then he comes back to sheriff department and you open it and there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Okay. And so then y'all are like, we got to check and see why there's nothing for the 19th.
Correct.
Because there's stuff for other days,
Correct.
but the day that is important that you've been told there's videos on the 19th, there's no videos.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do realize, I know you're saying that you were polite and you didn't insinuate anything. I think the testimony is he went and got an attorney because he was so scared. Or do you still think it was just a real good conversation, or it was there was nothing bad about your interaction?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Camp. I don't know what his interpretation was of our interaction that day. I don't know what the. I didn't interview him or talk with him after that particular date. I don't presume to understand like why he would obtain the services of an attorney. If he felt that he was in some legal jeopardy or maybe criminally culpable for the mishandling of that camera, he was never officially charged or anything along those lines.
And you didn't do anything to lead him to believe that he's going to get in trouble for calling y'all about that. What do they call it? The card, SD card.
Can you ask me your question again?
There
What?
nothing that he would be able to infer that you told him, where he would be fearful that y'all were trying to prosecute him for calling y'all to give you evidence.
I don't believe there would be anything he can infer, but like I said a second ago, I don't presume to know what Mr. Smiley was thinking or what his motivations were in obtaining the services of that attorney. It's my understanding that even after he obtained the services of an attorney, I believe he was still cooperative.
If you think this is sus, raise your hand.
And did you, I guess, and you sat in for he was cooperative when he came in and sat and talked with you, correct?
He did not talk to me.
Oh, you weren't present for that interview, for Smiley's interview.
No, sir. After that particular date, I never, or I think I had one more interaction with Mr. Smiley whenever he signed a property release form, post forensic extraction of his phone and the return of that particular SD card. I believe that was my last interaction with Mr. Smiley.
And he said something about his driver's license, that y'all hadn't given him his driver's license back. And I don't know if you're aware of any of that.
I have no idea. Not sure I don't know anything about that.
Now, there were some vape pen boxes
Yes,
that
sir.
were found. Did you find those?
Yes, sir. So whenever we went into the master bedroom, they were
Double hands
between
stand up.
that knitting bag, so to speak, and
Well,
the
you got in there?
chair that was at the desk.
Okay, so those are put. So those were hidden back someplace, sort of. You said they were behind. They were like.
I love how
behind
you
the
guys are
chair,
raising your
behind
hands
the
there and
bag,
there.
out in obvious.
There, I mean, if you
I love
looked at
it.
the chair,
Hand raising in
you could clearly see
YouTube,
the
hand
tops of
raising in
clearly see the
TikTok.
tops
I
of the
love it.
boxes.
And this is in the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think he's trying to imply the stepfather.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the knitting,
Not that
bag
he's
here,
implying it,
I mean, you can
but that
see
you guys
that
are
these are
finding
purple,
places.
maroon, orange, and like a fuchsia color. So essentially, they're right here. So in between the knitting bag and the back of that chair.
And that room is the master bedroom.
Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about some pictures of Ashley.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to make sure. You talked about that there were 3 gunshots.
Yes, sir.
And did you the night? I guess you were there on the 19th. The night of the 19th is when this happened.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're there,
Yes, sir.
and that's when it sounded like you were saying that you had determined that there were 3 gunshots at that time. Is that correct?
No, sir. Not 3 gunshots at that particular time. On that particular evening, we could only corroborate 2. Through the course of the investigation, there were 3.
Okay. So somebody else gives you that information that there are 3. You didn't go and examine the body yourself and say there were 3 gunshots. It was, I guess, were you able to tell there were multiple that night, and then you found out subsequently there was another one? Is that sort of how it happened?
You asked me 2 different questions. Can you ask me again, and I'll answer them both.
Well, it sounded like that. The way your testimony came across to me, and it may
I
not
like
have
him.
been, you may not have intended this, but it sounded like that you sort of examined the body the night of the 19th and made a determination that there were 3 gunshots. Now my understanding is you knew that there were 2 of them that night,
Correct.
and that they found a
Officer,
third one later.
detective?
Is that correct?
Yes and no. So we knew there were 3 gunshots involved. After the recovery of the second camera from the kitchen, there were multiple videos from the date of March 19th, where Miss Gregg is clearly visible and depicted on that video. She walks, she exits that back door into the backyard from the kitchen area, dining area.
Is this is a video that's I don't think it's been entered into evidence yet? Are you aware of? Is it in evidence?
Sorry. So anyway, she exits into the backyard and then comes back in a little while later, walks in the direction of comes back in the back door, the dining room area right here, walks around down toward the master bedroom, comes back in where this camera is right here in this corner. And so it faces back this way, so it captures anybody walking past this living room wall. And so when she walks back past this way, her hands are behind her back. She's kind of peering around this I guess peninsula of a wall right here, peering around it, trying to see if there's anybody in there. And then she walks down this way, goes into her room. Well, prior to that, in the video, you can see Ashley Smiley down in this area of the house. Of course, her entrance into that room is out of frame, so you can see Carly walked down this way. Her hands are hidden behind her back, and she walks down into this room. You hear a total of 3 gunshots, or you hear 1 gunshot, who we suspect is Ashley Smiley screaming, and then you hear another gunshot, quiet, and then a 3rd gunshot. And then Miss Gregg walks back out of that area, comes and sits into the. This is probably one of the better photos. One of the better photos of it. So these chairs, there are actually 2 of these chairs posted around this corner of that bar. And so she essentially sits down in one of those chairs. Her hands are behind her because she can, I guess, knows that the camera's up there. But sets something hard and metallic, which would be similar to that to this revolver, on the metallic.
Now,
part of this
now,
chair.
can you see the revolver?
You cannot. No, and I guess that's what I said. What would be similar to the sound if you set the revolver down on a hard metallic surface like this? It clangs, and then it looks like she picks up a phone.
And in fact, you never the revolver at any time, correct?
That is correct. You never see her with the revolver. Her hands are always behind her back, as if she's trying to conceal something behind her back. But she, like I said, she sits down. You hear this metallic clang. She picks up the white phone that we determined was hers. This white one.
Trying not to jump in, but
yeah,
I want to know about the rooms, because you said the camera faces back away from, I guess, the wing of the house where all this took place.
Okay.
And there's 3 rooms, correct?
So there's a workout room. There's a guest bathroom. It's a bathroom that was centrally controlled and occupied by Carly Gregg. Her toothbrush, hairbrush, things like that were all found in there. There's a linen closet, and then of course there's a room. So the camera focuses right here, and then of course catches her whenever she's using her mom's cell phone to text Mr. Heath Smiley, which we later found out through that forensic extraction I was telling you about a second ago, that sent a text message to him, which kind of was the odd text message, like, "Hey, honey, what time are you coming home?" Something like that. And those are not pet names that they used, which kind of put him on suspicion that maybe something went awry. But nevertheless, like, she sends these text messages or communicates on her mother's phone, and then picks up the item that clanged in the chair, and then she walks back into her bedroom, or toward her bedroom.
And so when she walks towards the bedroom, you don't know, because the camera doesn't face towards the bedroom, so you don't know where Ashley went to, because I think on the camera it shows Ashley going in and out a couple times. You don't know where Ashley was as far as what bedrooms, or there's even a bathroom back there, and you don't know which rooms that Carly was in, correct?
Based upon the on-scene investigation, I would deduce that Miss Smiley was in Carly's room at the time that the 3 shots were fired, based upon the defect in the wall and the fact that
we're saying, I guess we're talking about the video.
So she wasn't
As far as
outside.
from the video, we know where the incident took place eventually.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were asking me where Miss Smiley was in reference to the gunshots. I apologize.
Yeah, but you don't know. You can't see her go into any specific room at any time, correct?
The video does not show her going into any specific room.
I know what
However,
they're doing.
the foundational evidence that we collected either through the photographing of the scene, the identifying of defects, and things along those lines in the
And it shows
room.
back eventually in the bedroom. Now,
Correct.
you talk about another.
Because I'm just gonna
the
try to
other
pin
picture,
this on
which
her
was
friend.
the, I I guess the boxes that we just talked about, the little bait boxes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
you do not see those in anybody's hands, correct?
So at a portion of the video, you can see Miss Smiley. She is essentially back in what we believe is Carly's room. She walks toward her own bedroom in the same path that Carly took, like after she brings the dogs back in the house. And she has something small in her hands, which we believe are these.
Well, that's not very small. That's a big flat. There's 4 of them, right?
Right. If you stack them together and you're holding them like this, you may not be able to see it because I mean the cameras are like from here to Mr.
Gregg.
Okay,
So,
so you don't know if that's what she's even holding, correct?
Correct. The only thing I'm deducing is that it's small and that you can see an object that she's toting from Carly's room based upon the interviews we did with Brooke Wafer. She was using THC vapes and things along those lines. And then we find empty vape pen boxes in the master bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Smiley.
Okay, and Brooke never identifies those whatsoever.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I beg the court's indulgence for just a moment. Maybe approach you.
Another approaching the bench, so we get silence. But this would be a perfect time to give you a message from. No, I'm just kidding. It seems like he might be sort of implying that whoever else was in the house could have easily been in the room where the gunshots were and been the one to, hold that firearm and maybe pull that trigger. And keep in mind, guys, it was also said that she was telling people at school that she wanted to do this too. So I guess you may have been, my assumption, even though I'm a juror and I'm not assuming, this is a commercial, so this doesn't count. I am assuming she was waiting for a reason. But now we're back to being the jury. Mm-hmm.
You talked about a video. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a video from inside the Smiley house that you've seen from March the 19th,
She called him.
have you had the opportunity to view? There were
With the cameras.
time that Ashley Smiley and Carly got home until the video stopped. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review each and every one of those?
Yes, ma'am. During the initial recovery, we watched a lot of them. Yes, ma'am. Because essentially they're not time stamped or anything. They're put into a folder, and so we had to go through the folder systematically to try and watch the videos and find the timestamp to figure out kind of what was going on in the actual scene itself, to figure out kind of where we needed to be and which videos were of evidentiary value.
When you view the videos, is there an actual timestamp on the video?
Correct. It's in the bottom right hand corner, yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you watch all of the videos from when Carly Gregg and Ashley Smiley walk into the house until the video camera shuts off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can we break, John?
Another approaching of the bench. Yeah, she wanted to put it behind her back because she knew where the cameras were in the house and she didn't want it picked up on the camera. Very smart girl. We already knew that she was straight A student and was awarded for being one of the best students.
The
But her mother
student
was also
required to view
awarded
video
best
from the
teacher.
kitchen will be admitted all purposes by stipulation without objection as S46. We bring it, mark it.
Permission to publish the student journal.
Sure, anything's possible, I guess. Don't know. They haven't told us yet. Remember, we're still the jury. If anybody wants to see the visuals of this, we are on the tube as well. If you want to click my bio, it says it in red, YouTube. You click that and you can watch our live if you want the visuals of the case.
Can't. Counsel for the defendant, Mr. Mayor, there, they can't see. Oh, you have a screen. Okay, I apologize.
Thank you for the follow, Amanda. That is cool. Okay, they're showing them entering the house now. Trigger warning for everybody. The dogs ran over her a little bit. Yeah. Again, if anyone wants the visuals, we are on YouTube as well. Now she goes out with the dogs again. I'm getting like nervous, like since they said it's coming. My heart's racing, like I'm nervous for her, even though I can't do anything to stop it. That's a phone in the mother's hands. Why'd she open the back door? Again, trigger warning, guys. Anyone wanting to see the visual can go to YouTube. We are on the YouTube. The link is in my bio. But Carly is outside with the dogs right now. And I almost wonder if she did that so that way they weren't inside during, but we'll find out in a moment. Mom just keeps going up back and forth. Keep in mind, at this point, Carly knows her mom's mad. Thank you for ruining it for us. I'm just kidding. A little. I know, but you guys know me. I'm trying not to talk. It's okay. We're just doing this totally different. We're doing this for the first time. Instead of researching, we're going in this as a jury. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Did you? We're doing it differently. We're playing the jury. We went in completely blind, so that we're all seeing this for the first time. And anyone needing visuals, you can go to our YouTube. The YouTube is in the bio. Click that. That's where you could see the visual. Okay, Carly's back in the house with the pups. Trigger warning. Yeah, I bet you were. I would have been too. Her hands are behind her back. I was curious to see what the dogs would do, but they're just sticking to Carly. She's acting as normal as could be. She's even singing. Thank you, Donna. Actually, it seems like the opposite. It seems like she's emotional, but it's like she's very chill. She's accepted. She's knew what she was doing. She doesn't care. She's just steamrolling through all this. There's already been 3. I agree with you, Donald. Curly Gregg was 14 when she ended her mother's life. We're watching it. If you click on my bio, you can also go to my YouTube link. We're watching it live there for the visuals. Audio's here. We are doing this a little bit different. Our first time doing it as the jury. No background research whatsoever.
Return the exhibit to the board, please. You can stand down, but you're still understanding the discussion testimony. While he's exiting the room, do any of the jurors need a restroom break? We have further witnesses. Anybody? All right. Statement call us next witness.
Now we've got the other investigator being brought up.
I apologize. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Let's have seats on the jury exits.
My jury exiting. I thought we were calling up the investigator.
Y'all just knock. Let me know when you're ready. They did need a restroom break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Stay, go ahead and get your first witness. Get them on front row, okay?
While they're taking a bathroom break, I'm going to take one too. Again, if you guys want the visual of the case, the trial, we have that streaming on the YouTube. Click the bio, and that little red YouTube thing is in there. Click that. We are showing the visuals over there, listening here. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out too. But if they're taking a bathroom break, so am I. I'll be right back. Now we could skip ahead. There we go.
All right, state may call its next witness.
Next call investigator, Zachary Cotton.
Thank you. Thank you, Kat.
Have a seat. Adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you speak so the gentleman in the back row there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Mayor Cotton, if you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Zachary Cotton. I'm an investigator at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
Investigator Cotton, how long have you been with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I started in April of 2015.
And tell us kind of work your way through, because did you start in dispatch?
The jail.
The jail.
Yes, ma'am. And I went to the academy in January of 2017.
And so you graduated from Law Enforcement Academy in 17, and then were you with the Sheriff's Department as a road deputy at that point?
I was a school resource officer at the beginning, and then in December of 2017, I transferred to patrol.
On March the 19th of 2024, what role were you in with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I was working in investigations.
Did you have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
214, actually.
214.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there on Farmington Boulevard, out in Brandon, Mississippi.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The Sheriff's Department received a call from a male that had stated that he had been shot by his stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene prior to my arrival and began taking pictures. While I was on scene, it was noted that a friend of the suspect of the defendant had been located in the area. I went outside and interviewed him when he was
Him.
He was outside.
Told you it was a him.
And we heard from testimony from him yesterday. What, if anything, did you do after you spoke to the male friend that came that day?
His mother was there, explained to her that we would need his phone in order to make a forensic copy of the phone, due to him admitting that he had communicated with the defendant through his cellular device. Around the time that he was being interviewed, and I'm not sure the exact time, but it was informed that Ms. Gregg was taken into custody. At that time, it was verified where to take her, whether or not the jail or to the youth detention center due to her age. It was decided to take her to the youth detention center out in Gillahachie.
While on the scene, did you have interaction with Ms. Gregg?
If I did, it was very brief. I don't recall.
Department to do any sort of testing on Ms. Gregg?
I did not. One of the other investigators, whenever she was arrested at the scene, was able to test her for gunshot residue and did initial photographs of her person.
Did anybody take any buccal swabs of Ms. Gregg?
Leo.
I've handed you one envelope. What do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a buccal swab of her left cheek and a buccal swab of Ms. Gregg's right cheek.
And those are both of Carly Gregg, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am. Other than they were taken to the crime lab.
If you would you turn them over? Are your initials on those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
That I sealed it on that specific date.
Mayor, we'd ask that these be marked as state's next exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, mark the left cheek as S47. And mark the right cheek as S48.
Investigator Cotton, excuse me. Did you also close and seal evidence of swabs taken from the firearm used to kill Miss Smiley?
That was not me. I believe that was Investigator Burnell did that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
They're really mixing up their investigators here. Like someone did not do their homework. Told you.
I'm handing you two envelopes. What are those two envelopes?
They this one says it's a swab taken off of the trigger of the firearm, and this other one says it's a swab from the hammer of the revolver.
And did those both bear your initials as well,
Yes, ma'am.
indicating that you do know what those are?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that taken from the hammer and the trigger of the weapon used in this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection? S49.
Hi, Thug Pug.
The swab of the hammer. S50 will be the swab.
Hi, Shasta. Hi, Frenchie Creates.
Investigator, we've heard from two other officers, a deputy and investigator that were involved in this case, and so I certainly don't want to rehash what they've talked about. We've gotten, I think, through the point where in the investigation where the crime scene was cleaned up, processed, I'm sorry, the victim was taken out of the home, both the living and the deceased victim. At some point, did you have the opportunity to observe an autopsy on Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am. It was approximately a week later. I believe it was on March 26th.
Trigger warning.
Mississippi Crime Lab.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Thanks, guys.
I'm handing you what previously been marked as 41 and 42 for ID. If you could take a
These are both projectiles that were recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley, one of which was recovered from her brain and the other which was recovered from the back of her neck.
And were you present when the autopsy was performed and those projectiles were removed?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you also seal that evidence?
I believe the crime lab sealed that one due to them being the one that actually recovered the projectiles.
But you were present when they were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as an exhibit rather than ID at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. They'll be admitted for all purposes. Please hand them back to the court reporter. We mark 41 and 42 all purposes. All right, you may proceed.
I tend to look, Your Honor.
Cross.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
I also spoke with the parents of some of the other juveniles that Ms. Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you, I guess,
Why would Mr.
you were
Smiley
at this, were you,
try to contact
you
her
originally
friends?
were the investigator who got the, I guess, a little SD drive, that SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and you were at the scene that night, when this takes place on the 19th,
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
and you helped with the investigation, and you're the lead investigator.
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it.
Okay, and so you gathered all the all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th.
Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I left to go back to the office.
Okay, and then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can secure clothes and other evidence in there that
Yes, there
may
is.
either be saturated in blood or just water in general. Miss Gregg's clothes, whenever she was booked in, were brought up there and placed in this drying chamber to dry out.
Now you're the person, I guess, who's in charge of gathering all the evidence for this case.
You and me
Is that
both.
correct?
I assisted with it, and I had other investigators assist me with it as well.
Okay, but you're the main guy in this case, so everything sort of comes to you. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Eventually, it would come back to me.
Okay. And so you see all the videos, you know everything that's out there concerning this case, right?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, I know at some point there's a video with I guess a deputy Stack.
Oh, Shaq?
Shack, I'm sorry, Shack. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I guess you interviewed
For
Heath,
what
is that
purpose?
correct?
Yes, sir, at a later date, not on the date that the incident occurred.
Okay. When you interview Heath, and this is, I guess it's a couple days after, is that correct?
I think it was approximately a week and a half. It was the very beginning of April.
Okay. And he comes and sits down, and had you gotten the SD card at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, because I noticed it said that you and it was you, his attorney, and himself, and he'd gotten an attorney based upon whatever happens with this SD card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking him, sort of why this happens, or why this happened, because this was not normal for, somebody just walk up and shoot their mother, correct? Especially if there's not sort of a history or something, correct?
I may have. I don't remember the specific question, but I might.
You're asking him to speculate, sir.
And it's at that time where, and he doesn't really know, correct?
Correct.
And so the next thing that happens is y'all start talking about, she was in treatment and they switched her medication. And I don't think he could tell you what it was, but you just had a general conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was the first time you learned that there may be psychological issues in this case.
He's walking a line there. Definitely walking a line.
Now, we had just seen, there was a video, and I think it's a video you've been talking about before, and it was, I guess it's the video, it's the camera that was found, not the little SD card, but the camera that was found in the refrigerator. You know what we're talking about with that camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Camera in the
And I
refrigerator.
think you've been questioned about it, and you said you can't tell what Miss Smiley, what room she's in, correct?
You talking about Miss Ashley Smiley?
Yes, Ashley Smiley, you do not know what room she's in.
No, sir. I can't say for certain which room she's in.
And you can't tell anything that she was carrying or not carrying or anything. You were never able to identify.
It's not. It's kind of the distance. It's not really discernible what exactly it is. She just had stuff in her hands at some points.
And I think your testimony would be from before is that you didn't see them fighting or doing anything that was out of the ordinary before this incident happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you checked with did you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything there that had caused problems?
I spoke with the BW and BG. I know BG had mentioned that he had told Miss Smiley prior to them leaving school that day that he had informed her of a phone that she wasn't supposed to have. To my understanding, she was in trouble already and had her actual phone taken away, and had told her about what he called weed pens that she had been using. And he said that he had told Miss Smiley that prior to her leaving school and going home with Miss Gregg.
And I think he also had told you he didn't see anyone like Miss Smiley mad or anything like that when he left Miss Smiley, correct?
I believe so.
Now, I just a couple of questions. I just wondered. Okay, BG he's a minor, correct? He's already testified.
Yes.
Okay, and you questioned him at the scene and also at the police station, or just at the
No, sir. Just at the scene.
Okay, and did you get his parents' permission to do that before you did it?
No, sir. He wasn't a suspect at the time, and his mother, right when I began speaking with him, actually walked up. I believe he had already called her.
Okay. At some point, had y'all told him, and he had communicated to his mother that y'all were just taking him home?
About time you object to speculation, you're
Yeah.
slacking.
Did you tell BG that y'all were just going to take him home?
I do not recall. I don't remember that. I'm not sure if other deputies did.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment, Your Honor? And I just want to be clear. I think you've already. It's sort of going back to that camera. You had said. I think you've already said that you couldn't tell if Ashley Smiley had been cleaning out a drawer like in the other room or something like that. You had no idea what she was doing, correct?
No, sir. She just appeared to be going over to that side of the residence where Miss Gregg's room was.
Hi,
and coming outside.
Trishy, Ashley, Frenchie,
Redirect examination.
Sherry, Ashley, Thug, Paul, McLovin, Mary, Amanda, Rebecca, Zoe, Jen, Sylvette, Shell's Little Cottage Bakery, Spartan Dude, Candy, Leslie, Zeddy, Steve, Crystal, Ashley, Mustang, Sarah, Teresa, Kelly, and Tink Chop.
Ms. Gregg Cotton, I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 36 and 37. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's depicted in that photograph on the floor, deceased?
Ashley Smiley.
And whose room was that? Did you determine during the course of your investigation?
It was Carly Gregg's room.
And in the course of your investigation, were there also other signs that the shooting had occurred in that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was some blood spatter on the television that was in the room that was mounted on the wall, as well as there was a defect in the wall where one of the projectiles had gone.
Was there any evidence that any crime had occurred in the guest bedroom?
No, ma'am. Not that we found.
Based on your investigation, the murder of Ashley Smiley occurred in what bedroom?
In Miss Gregg's bedroom.
And who murdered her?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, who attempted to murder Heath Smiley?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, and we watched the video just a few moments ago, who's the last person that was alive in the house when the camera goes out?
Miss Gregg was.
Is it your understanding that she's the one that removed the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Those witnesses be found excused by the state.
She was right on point.
So does Reed.
You're free to stand down. You must leave the courtroom and you must not discuss your testimony with anyone in respect. 37. The access, Mr. Taylor, would you hand the exhibits to court reporter? Statement, call its next witness.
It's name called David Whitehead.
David Whitehead.
Next. That's a good point.
Just shut up in the microphone. You don't have to talk directly into the microphone. I need you to speak loud enough that the gentleman up there on the back rep, far back rep can hear you. Yes, sir. You understand you're now under it? Your answers are sworn answers subject to only perjury. Yes, sir. All right, may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen.
David Whitehead.
And David, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
And you're our first witness from the crime lab today, the forensics laboratory. So could you explain for the ladies and gentlemen what you guys do over there?
We provide forensic examinations to 8 law enforcement agencies in the state of Mississippi.
And what is your position at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm a forensic scientist as well as the section chief of the trace evidence section, the supervisor.
And what exactly does a section chief of trace evidence do?
We do items of trace evidence, gunshot residue, hair fibers, paints, glass, fire debris.
Yeah, Shelly
We
March.
have probably $1.5 million worth of analytical equipment, as well as I'm the supervisor of that section.
If you click my little circle up here, it takes you to my profile. In red, there's 3 links. One of them is
How long have you been employed there with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I've been with the laboratory
And
since
it's Michelle's
January
Criminal
of
Musings.
94, so a little over 30 years.
Do you have any previous experience testifying as a forensic scientist and with a subspecialty of trace evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I testified probably north of 400 times in circuit court in Mississippi, circuit court in Louisiana, as well as federal court in the state of Mississippi. As a matter of fact, I've testified here on several occasions.
And if you could give the ladies and gentlemen just a kind of background on what education you have and kind of how you got to be in this role.
Yes, ma'am. I hold degrees in chemistry and forensic science from the University of Mississippi. I've attended numerous schools and seminars over the years. I've been to the FBI Academy in Quantico, several different classes. I've been to McCrone Research Institute in Chicago, I'm certified by the American Board of Criminalistics after passing the national certification test in 1998. So my certification is in comprehensive criminalistics. I'm also a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Southern Association of Forensic Scientists, and the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners. And of course, our laboratory is an accredited laboratory. We're accredited by an organization called ANAB.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to have this witness tendered as an expert, as a forensic scientist with a specialty in trace evidence.
Without objection, he'll be admitted as an expert witness in the field of forensic science with a specialty in trace evidence.
Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain to us exactly what trace evidence is.
Trace evidence deals with small items of evidence, trace amounts. We analyze such things as I previously stated, hairs, textile fibers, paints, glass, gunshot residue, and in addition to that, fire debris type evidence where we're looking at charred debris or ignitables. We do a lot of comparison work where we're comparing unknown samples to known samples, but probably our biggest caseload is gunshot residue examinations. We probably get about 400 or 500 of those cases in a year. And our second most caseload is going to be fire debris.
And what is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is produced when a weapon is discharged, and what will happen is you get gases escaping any opening in the weapon. We're specifically looking for primer residue, which comes from the primer cup. So when the firing pin strikes and the weapon strikes the ammunition, the primer cup ignites those components. That ignites the gunpowder, which is what propels a projectile out the end of the barrel. You get these gases escaping any opening in the barrel. When it hits the cooler air outside the weapon, it'll condense into particles. These particles are microscopic in size. They contain lead, barium, and antimony, and they will have a spherical morphology.
And what type of testing, or can you describe for us how you test for gunshot residue?
We utilize what is called a scanning electron microscope with an energy dispersive X-ray analyzer. That's a fancy name for a large microscope that analyzes these tiny particles. Since they're about a micron in diameter, you have to have a pretty powerful instrument to look for these. The microscope actually visualizes the particles. The X-ray detector actually tells us the composition of those particles. And again, we're looking for lead, barium, and antimony particles. Those are what are produced from primer residue.
And I want to take just a step back. You mentioned earlier that the lab is accredited. Do you also undergo like performance testings on the machinery that you use?
We're accredited every 4 years, so every 4 years a team comes in and inspects all aspects of the organization, as well as we're proficiency tested every year. So every year we complete proficiency tests that are outside proficiency tests, and to look for things like gunshot residue or the other disciplines.
And for people that are not familiar with this proficiency test, is that like I would do my research or my testing, I would submit my report, and an outside agency would then review everything and make sure that that was proper?
Sort of like that. What we do is the outside agency will produce the proficiency test. They have an expected outcome of those tests, and the report will be issued after the report is published on what that proficiency test is. So there is an expected answer.
Excuse me for speaking of you, back in March of 2024 through currently, was your proficiency testing at the crime lab and you're specifically up to date?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I just completed a GSR proficiency test.
Mr. Whitehead, did you have the opportunity to work on Mississippi Crime Lab case number 24003-524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
The suspect was listed as being a Carly Gregg.
And the work and the testing that you did on that case, was that also reviewed by anyone else?
It was. All of our casework is reviewed by a second examiner, and that particular examiner in this case was Jacob Birchfield.
And did he agree with the results of your findings?
He did.
What evidence did you review did you receive in order to do your testing?
I received a gunshot residue evidence collection kit labeled as coming from Carly Gregg.
Permission to break with what previously been marked as Exhibit 43. Have you seen that item before?
I have. This is the gunshot residue evidence collection kit. I can identify it by the crime lab case number, submission number on the barcode that was placed there by an evidence tech when it was received into the laboratory. I can also identify it by the green evidence seal that I placed after the analysis was complete with my initials and date across that seal.
And being that that is still sealed, does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you closed it?
It does.
And for what purpose did you review that piece of evidence?
This item of evidence was analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue.
And did you perform that testing to see if there was gunshot residue present? Did you prepare a report with your findings in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to witness, Your Honor? Is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am. This is a copy of the certified report that I issued in this particular case.
And that contains your findings?
It does.
And it bears your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit.
I feel like we're about to be hit with something big. I just don't know what it is. I just feel it.
If you would, Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain, I know you talked about what gunshot residue is and that you tested that particular kit. If you could just walk us through the testing on this particular item and what your findings were.
Yes, ma'am. This particular kit contained 2 adhesive tape lists labeled right hand and left hand. The adhesive tape lists, the idea is if there's any residue on the surface of a person's hands, it will be picked up by the adhesive tape lip. Those samples were then placed into the scanning electron microscope and analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue. And I reported out the results of that analysis.
And what were the results in this case?
Particles of gunshot residue were positively identified on the right hand. The label was coming from Carly Gregg's, and the left hand label was coming from Carly Gregg's.
And based on your training and experience, is the results rendered reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. All right, may this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense. State may call its next witness.
Nathan Holly is up next. I agree. Anyone just come in. We're also watching the trial. So if you need a visual for anything, we are on through the tube of you watching it there as well. If you click on that, it will take you to my profile and it says YouTube in red. Click that and that will get you to my channel.
You don't have to speak directly into the microphone. She needs to fix that gentleman on the back where I can hear. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you're now under oath? You're sworn to answer something penalty of perjury. Yes, sir. All right, you may proceed.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Sure. My name is Nathan Holly. The last name is Holly.
And Nathan, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
Nathan, what do you do there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
So I'm a forensic biologist specializing in DNA analysis.
And does that require any type of specialized training?
Training that I have is from the forensics laboratory.
What about your educational background? Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. I have a bachelor's in biology with a minor in chemistry from the University of Southern Mississippi.
You were on with this last time?
And how long have you been employed? I'm sorry, you might have already said, how long have you been employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
17 years next month.
And have you been doing DNA evidence and testing that entire time?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any prior experience testifying as a forensic scientist specializing in DNA evidence?
Yes, I do.
How many times would you estimate that you've been certified as an expert?
Approximately 27.
At this point, we would tender the expert, to this witness as an expert in forensic science and DNA analysis.
Will be admitted without objection as an expert. The forensic science is an expert in area of forensic science, particularly DNA analysis. You may proceed.
Mr. Holly, if you could tell us, for those of us that are not science people, what DNA is.
Sure. So DNA first stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a molecule that's found within the cells of the human body. And what DNA does is it tells the body how to build cells and also how to function and work those cells properly. A person gets their DNA half from their mom and half from their dad, and it's that combination of those two separate DNAs that gives everybody, except for identical twins, a unique DNA profile.
And when you do DNA testing, what are we talking about? What's done with our DNA?
Sure. So with the DNA testing, I'm looking at certain locations on that DNA molecule, and there are forensic tests that can determine what a person's DNA looks like at those locations. And I basically take items of evidence and I do the DNA process on those, and then I take reference samples or known samples, and then I compare those two DNA profiles to determine whether or not that person's DNA is there.
And a known
Hi,
sample would be like
Sue.
if a swab was taken from my mouth, you would know that that was my sample. Is that
Right, right. It's a known or reference.
And then an unknown sample would be something that you would collect or that law enforcement would collect on a piece of evidence and send that to you.
That's correct.
We just heard from Mr. Whitehead that the entire forensics laboratory, of course, is accredited. Is the DNA section of the laboratory also, does that fall under the accreditation?
Yes, it does.
And do you follow proper protocol there?
Yes, we do.
Have you personally provided or
How
undergone
are
any
you?
proficiency testing?
Yes.
If you could explain that to the ladies and gentlemen.
So for DNA, we're proficiency tested twice a year, and it's from an outside company. And basically, it is for us to demonstrate that
How are you doing?
we are capable to do the DNA process or our job. And so there's a correct answer for that, and they double check us on that.
And your proficiency is up to date.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to work on a case that's Mississippi Forensics Laboratory case number 24-003524?
Your Honor, may I have a third one? Yes, I did.
Mayor Perks, in performing that work, did you actually did you render a report?
Yes, I did.
Mayor Perks, witness Honor.
Your Honor, we're not going to have an objection.
Objection to what?
Without objection, will be marked S52.
Mr. Holly, before you can do any testing there at the crime lab, you have to receive certain pieces of evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mayor Perks, witness Honor.
Hello, Florida, Judy, sir.
Any what's previously been marked as Exhibit 47,
Hope you're staying safe.
49, and 50. You could start with for 47. Tell me what that is and how you know what that is.
What part? I'm worried about somebody that's in Jacksonville.
So this is it is a buccal swab of Carly Gregg's left cheek, and I can identify it from the crime lab barcode, which has the case number and submission number on it.
And did you, is there also
We have been,
a
Judy.
vocal swab of her right cheek?
Yes,
And did you rely on that evidence in your testing in this case?
I did.
We said a nice prayer for y'all last night.
I
We're
also
still
handed
praying for
you
you.
another item. Looks like 2 additional swabs. Could you tell us what those were from?
So is Jacksonville in the
So
clear?
one is a swab from a hammer of a Taurus revolver, and once again, I can identify it by the crime lab barcode that has a case number and submission number, as well as the evidence tape with my date and initial on it. And then the other one is a swab taken off of a trigger of the firearm.
In performing DNA testing, do you actually have to, can you describe for us, like you take an extract from something?
Yes. So the DNA process starts with extraction. And what I'm doing during the extraction is I'm actually removing the cells off of whatever substrate they're on, whether it's a or a cutting. And I'm lysing open that cell and getting rid of all the other cellular components except for the DNA. So the only thing that I'm left with is that isolated DNA.
Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
recognize the item that I just handed you.
Okay, let me know, Jules. If anybody wants to see the visuals of the piece, we are on the YouTube as well, Michelle's Criminal Musings. If you click the
So
bio,
these
it'll
would
help
be
you.
the DNA extracts from my extractions on the items of evidence.
And there's four total, but I just want to talk about, is there one for the swab from the trigger and then one from the swab of the hammer of a firearm?
Yes, there are.
We'd ask that that be marked as state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, we'll do, and the trigger extract to the court reporter, that'll be S53. Or both extracts in the same envelope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just mark the one envelope, S53. Is there a second envelope?
I can just go with that.
Okay.
Mr. Holly, the report that you prepared, did someone else review that work that you had done?
Yes, they did.
And did they agree with your findings?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
sure
they
they'll
did.
appreciate it.
And if you could tell us about the two items, I think I misspoke earlier in this case when I said that there was a DNA match on the hammer. Could you tell us what your findings were with regards to the hammer, the swab from the hammer on the Taurus gun?
Due to an insufficient amount of genetic information, no comparable results were obtained for the swab from hammer.
What about for the trigger of the Taurus firearm?
The DNA test results for the swab from trigger produced a partial profile, which is consistent with the reference sample of the suspect. Therefore, Carly Gregg is not excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample. Ashley Smiley is excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample.
So explain that, because when I first read one of these reports, I was like, what does that mean, not excluded? In layman's terms, I'd say that's them. But in scientific terms, you have to say that they can't be ruled out, right?
Right. So in this case, the DNA
Meaning?
that is there, it does match to Carly Gregg's DNA.
Is there a quantification? Do you put a certain number, like one in so many people, that DNA belongs to?
So anytime there is a match made,
That
we
is
give
as
a
close
stat
to leaning the
statement.
witness.
And I can read that one and explain to you. For the 8 markers compared, the genetic profile for the DNA donor of the swab from trigger occurs with a frequency of approximately 1 in greater than 10 billion random unrelated persons of the Caucasian, African American, and the Hispanic population. And so that stat is supposed to give weight to how common or how rare you would expect that profile. And in this case, it would be a rare profile.
And as I understand it, the 1 in 10 billion is actually just the forensic laboratory's cutoff. You got to stop it at a certain point.
That's right. Once the numbers get so big, it's hard to understand. We usually cap it at above the world population, which is, last time I checked, around 8 billion. So we cap it at 10 billion.
And to be clear, your report excludes Ashley Smiley as a DNA donor on the trigger of the gun.
That's correct.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Ron.
Cross-examination.
No question.
May this witness be finally released by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. Please leave your exhibits up there. State may call its next witness.
The state calls Felicia McIntyre.
Her crack in her neck has me nervous.
Let's see. Just shut up the microphone. You don't have to speak directly in the microphone. Speak to the gentleman on the back row here. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You understand your own oath, your answers this morning, are subject to penalty of perjury.
I do.
Statement begins questioning.
Ms. McIntyre, if you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
It's Felicia McIntyre, first name FELICIA, last name MCINTIRE.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory located in Pearl.
And what are your duties there? Or sorry, what is your position there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm the section chief over the firearm and tool mark unit.
And what are your duties as the section chief of the Firearms and Tool Mark Division?
As a section chief, I oversee the administrative and personnel matters within our division,
Did a mod
but
check
also
in?
act as a forensic scientist specializing in firearm and tool mark identification, which allows me to compare bullets, cartridge cases, or other ammunition components to see if they were fired in a particular firearm.
Aside from you.
And how long have you been employed with Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
Since November of 2008.
Do you have any previous experience as a forensic scientist specializing in firearms and tool mark examination?
I was trained with the Indiana State Police beginning in 2005.
Would you give the jury your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from Eastern Kentucky University.
And have you completed any specialized training in forensic science and firearms and tool marks?
When employed with the Indiana State Police, I completed a 2-year apprenticeship-style training program, which included lots of literature references, touring of various firearm and ammunition manufacturing facilities, supervised casework, mock and written exams, and then I continue to travel annually to different seminars and to maintain certification.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness as a forensic scientist in firearms?
Really,
and tool
Mary?
marks?
Thank you for telling
How many
me.
times would you estimate that?
Near 100 at this point.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd need to have this witness tendered as an expert in forensic science and firearms and tool marks.
No objection.
Without objection, she'll be admitted as an expert in the area of firearms and tool marks. Firearms and tool marks and tool mark identification.
Ms. McIntyre, if you could kind of talk to us about what ballistics are.
The field of firearms examination has as its main concern to determine if a bullet or cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. We're able to do that through class and individual characteristics. More specifically, when a gun is manufactured, some features of that firearm are determined by that manufacturer.
Jules, can you
Those are
request to
considered
come up
class
for a second?
caliber, the way that the firearm is rifled, so the number of lands and grooves that are put inside that barrel, those are put there to help impart spin on the bullet. But those are determined by that manufacturer. Incidental to that manufacturing process, individual marks are left behind. So those are things that happen as a result of the machining processes or use and abuse over time that cannot be determined by the manufacturer. And those marks are unique to a particular firearm. I'm looking for both those class and individual marks on a microscope when I'm comparing these items. So I'm looking at a comparison microscope, which is just 2 regular stereo microscopes joined by an optical bridge. So I can see 2
Well
different
done.
items through one field of view. So in a case matter, we'll be looking for those class and individual marks on unknown items versus items I know were test fired from a particular firearm.
When you talk about test firing, where do you get the items that you use to conduct test firing?
When a firearm is submitted to the laboratory,
You
I
forgot
will
to ask the
generate
word the
those
jury
notes
this
when I'm
time.
making test fires. I'm getting reference ammunition that we have at the laboratory that has been purchased, and I'm firing it in the gun that has been submitted for testing. I do that in a water tank. That's literally just a 12-foot deep tank of water that allows me to discharge the firearm. Those individual marks are placed on it, and they're not affected at all by the water, so I can retrieve it to have intact knowns to compare to my unknowns.
And I want to take a step back. We spoke with 2 experts previously about proficiency testing, and I want to make sure that you two, Ms. McIntyre, have performed and essentially passed your proficiency testing.
Yes, the firearms unit also completes annual proficiency testing, which I have taken and passed this year.
Did you have the opportunity to be involved in crime lab number 24-003524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
Suspect is listed as a Gregg, spelled Carly, last name Gregg.
And the testing that you performed, was that reviewed by anyone there at the
Her
Mississippi
neck
Forensics Laboratory?
cracking has.
It was.
And do they agree with your results?
They did.
In preparation, or at the conclusion of your testing, did you prepare a report with your findings?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Catnip, can you come to the TikTok to come up for a second without your mic or camera?
Ms. McIntyre, what I've handed you, does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared in this particular case?
Yes, it does.
You mentioned that you use test firing ammo. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm sorry, may I have that moved as state's next exhibit before I move on?
Objection, the report will be admitted as S53 without objection.
May I approach the witness? I'm handing you what's been marked, or has not been marked. Could you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, for the record, I've been handed a test fire envelope that bears crime laboratory number 24-003524. I recognize this envelope as it bears a crime laboratory barcode with the case number and submission number. My initials are placed upon it when I created it. as well as a tape seal of my date and initials when I completed my examination of these items.
That lady makes me nervous too.
And does that appear to be in a unaltered form since you sealed that envelope?
Yes, the seals are still intact.
Here, we'd ask that that be marked as a state next exhibit.
You don't have enough followers to come up
May I
here.
approach the witness, Your Honor?
Was that your other account?
I gave you two items that have been previously marked as S1, S41 and S42. Do you recognize both of those items as well?
I do.
And what are those?
State's Exhibit 41 is Crime Laboratory Submission 5 in the above mentioned case. This is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled bullet from brain. State's Exhibit 42 is Crime Laboratory Submission 4.
But is the other
You
one you
recognize our markings
too?
on this item as well. It is a sealed plastic bag containing a manila envelope labeled bullet from back of neck.
Another item, Your Honor.
She's getting bored.
Also giving you what's previously been marked as S40. I'm going to take a look at that and tell me if you can identify that.
Catnip, is that you as cat?
State's Exhibit 40 is Crime Laboratory Submission 6.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
On
Okay.
the box here. This particular box contains one Taurus revolver. I also recognize my inscription and the serial number that are on this revolver. Within
Crystal clear, got it.
Ms. McIntyre, we talked about the bullet removed from Ashley Smiley's neck. The projectile.
I was trying to get Catnip up here so I can gift her for all of her help too, but she didn't have enough followers. So I
that you
can't get her
used.
up
Was
here
there
to
any other
gift her.
evidence that you relied upon in rendering your opinions in this particular case?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to, can you walk us through what testing specifically was done on these items?
When I received the firearm, I worked up a general worksheet documenting those class characteristics that we spoke about. I then used the reference ammunition we discussed, test fired this particular firearm into the water tank, thus generating the test fires here in State's Exhibit 55. I then took the test fires in State's Exhibit 55 and compared those on a comparison microscope to both the projectile in State's Exhibit
Guys, follow my Catnip,
and the
please.
projectile in State's Exhibit 42 to arrive at my conclusions about whether or not they originated from State's Exhibit 40.
And what was your conclusion?
The projectiles in State's Exhibit 41 and 42 were fired in the gun in State's Exhibit 40.
And based on your training and experience, do you consider the results that you did in this particular case to be reliable?
It's right here. I marked
No
her.
further questions, Your Honor.
Or pinned her, I mean.
May the witness be excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense? You're very good.
Thanks.
Do you have any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Camp, can you approach? I'll approach real quick.
Catnip, you're gonna get a bunch of follow requests. I want to gift you for all your help, but I can't until you have the followers so, to be up here. Yeah, she could still see the request. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Having arrested its case in chief, it's about 4:50 in the afternoon. I'm going to release you for the evening, but I'm going to remind you, you're not to talk about this case. You're not to watch any news accounts of this case. You're not to get on social media. Does everybody understand?
Yeah, but you know me.
I'm going to need you back in the jury room tomorrow morning, 8:45, ready to go. All right? Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits.
Okay, so this wraps the second day. When the jury leaves, we leave. So let me see how long their third day is. Thank you, Sue. Hi, how are you? Thank you. Okay, we need to take a vote. Thank you, thank you. The next day testimony for day 3 is also 8 hours long. Yesterday, we played both day 1 and half of day 2 because day 1 was so short. Do you guys want to stop here, or do you guys want to continue so we can at least get part of this done for day 3? The third is. It's also 8 hours. Keep going? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, as long as you guys want to continue, we'll keep rolling. Okay. And again, if you guys want the visuals, like that's where we are.
You know what nobody talks about when it comes to building a content creator business? That if you're not using a tool like HoneyBook to stay organized and
I
professional,
don't know why that scared me, but it did. You can always just say, hey, Michelle, I don't get it. What's going on? One benefit is I'm playing this faster on a faster speed. So let's go ahead and zoom on in. Right? Good afternoon, Jen. No matter what she wears, she always has big buttons.
Good morning. Did everyone follow the court's instructions overnight? Did anyone allow themselves to view any media coverage of this, or any social media coverage, or any news coverage of this? Anyone? See everyone shaking their head in the negative. All right, we'll begin. State having rested its case in chief, the defendant may call any witnesses if it wishes. All right, for any media out there, please, they have a minor, please cut.
Okay, so we can't hear the minor speak, even though we're the jury, because we're not there. So we're gonna zip past. You couldn't pin anything because I was bringing my moderators up one at a time to gift them. They just didn't know because I was bringing them up so quick, muting them, gifting them, and dropping them so they couldn't notice. That's why I couldn't pin, but I'm done. I think we're good now. Did it? Well, around here, try. I know I don't, and you guys don't need to do all you do for me and for us, but you do. Okay. Where is she? Okay. It only shares the screen that I clicked for it to share, right? So when I open up my messenger, nothing like that shows, right? Just want to make sure. Awesome. I'm still in the dark with the YouTube, but we're trying, guys. We're trying to get the YouTube up and running. But I like being able to do it in both places. Because we got the visuals there, that I don't have to worry about getting in trouble with the visuals here. So I like it a lot, I think. Nicole says she says I'm working. I need emotional support noise. I love it. I love it. I think we're starting to get the hang of the YouTube. We couldn't have done that without catnip last night, that's for sure. Like, she understood where Michelle's brain was malfunctioning, and she just realigned it. Mm-hmm. Karen, I totally misread that. And I took the last word of what you said, and my mind went right to, let's see if you could figure that out. Well, whenever you're in my life, don't stay quiet because I can't shut up. Karen, you know what I'm talking about on the YouTube? The last word. The way we entertain ourselves sometimes. Hi, Ziploc, how are you? You got it too, Jules? I think I'm going to make it a goal to make you guys, well, the ones of you that are at work, laugh out loud. Yeah. We can always bring Brother back in for that. He's on this thing where he's doing dad jokes, and he thinks they're hilarious. Okay, looks like the minor is no longer on the stand, so we may now rejoin the rest of the jury in courtroom. Thank you for clearing that up, Kat. We did. Yeah, we did. I think I'm getting confused now. I call catnip cat too. That's why. It wasn't just me.
Make sure you speak to the last person in the jury box in here.
Or the father, stepfather again.
Yes, I do.
I'm doing well, thank you. No, I was just telling Kat that I call you Kat sometimes too. So I was just clearing that up. He's still okay. If you guys haven't seen or been able to feel the stepdad's energy, go into our YouTube where we're watching this, because I want to see what your guys' read is on this man. Something is. You feel it too? Me too. Me too. So I wonder if those other jury members felt the same way. Thank you so much, Kelly. You may be right. I said it first. But it's his eyes and his darkness that it just like permeates.
Mr. Smiley, how are you doing today?
All right, I guess.
And you testified, let me ask you this. We've heard some testimony from you already regarding the relationship between Ashley and Carly. And you said already that when you first met Ashley and Carly in 2019, until the time of March 19th, that both Ashley and Carly had a wonderful relationship and you and Carly had a wonderful relationship.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Is it really going to commercial us? Because
Are you meant to be a life
No,
coach
I'm not.
ebook? It's free. And inside the ebook, I reveal my insights of over 40 plus years as a transformational life
I'm not
coach.
meant for that. Sorry. Moving along now.
Yes.
And you talked with the state yesterday about getting married in Gatlinburg.
Yes, that's correct.
And who all was there for your wedding in Gatlinburg?
Just myself and Ashley and Carly, and we got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
Okay. And were any photographs taken?
Yes.
Welcome back, Candy.
And was that, how would you describe that day?
It's really good. It was one of the best memories I've ever had.
And how did Carly appear about you and Ashley getting married?
She appeared very happy with it all, and she was just her normal, wonderful self all day.
And was there an occasion after you and Ashley got married that you guys adopted some puppies?
Yes, we've got 2 golden retrievers now. They're running around playing all the time.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about how you got that second golden retriever?
We actually surprised Carly with that one. We had talked a lot about the first one and got him, and decided he needed a buddy at some point, a year and a half later. So we had got it all set up to get him and didn't tell her. And we said we had to go meet her grandparents, pick something up, and then we'd go out to eat. And we were really waiting on the lady to bring the puppies around to us. And she was pretty surprised and taken back with that one.
And on any normal, typical weekend, how would your family typically spend the weekend?
Me too.
We were kind of in between my parents and Ashley's parents. So sometimes we'd go to her Carly's grandparents' house, one or the other, or we'd stay home some weekends. And she got to see family, or she got to hang out with the dogs. Sometimes her and her mom, more so than me, were not much on all the movies and stuff, but they'd sit down and watch movies they liked together. They like running, going shopping or something here and there when they needed to.
And what, if anything, would you and Carly do together on the weekends?
Video games, some, just random stuff. I was always taking her to like karate and guitar, so she'd sit down and play guitar for us. And she had a acoustic guitar and electric guitar. We had got her at Christmas one year, and just whatever, try to take it easy.
Okay. And do you recall when you and Ashley got married?
Yes.
When was that?
It was June 13th of 2020.
Okay. And do you recall about when you and Ashley surprised Carly with that puppy?
Yes.
When was that?
Ooh, I don't know the date on that one. It was, let's see, he's about to turn 2 next month, so it was right at 2 years ago, I guess.
So would that be September 2021?
Yeah.
Wait.
And do you recall whether or not you guys took any photos?
We did. I guess it would have been 2022. Maybe 2 in a month. So.
You mean when you got the puppy?
Yeah, when we got the puppy.
And did you and Ashley have an opportunity to take any photos once you got home with the dog?
I've got video of me meeting the other dog the first time in the backyard and everything. A lot of pictures of her holding him in the parking lot with the lady that we picked him up from.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Never plan a wedding on June 10th. Trust me, that's a day of doom.
Mr. Smiley, I'm handing you these 2 photographs. Do you recognize who's in that first photograph?
Yes.
Okay, who's in the first photograph?
It's Ashley, myself, and Carly.
And when was that photograph taken?
That was June of 2020 when we got married in Gatlinburg.
And is that photograph an accurate depiction of when it was taken?
Yes,
And the second photograph, who's in that photograph?
that's Ashley and Carly.
Okay. And do you recall when that photograph was taken?
That same day before we got married.
Okay. And is that an accurate
Hold on.
depiction
Yes.
of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Hold on, my screen is gonna go black on me. Why do you have to do that? Hold on for a second, guys. Time out. Time out. Okay. There you go. And make sure to play everyone a birthday song. Happy belated.
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
The objection to remoteness will be sustained in part and overruled in part. The court will sustain the objection to remoteness to this photograph, have it marked D2 for identification purposes only.
He's still swinging that here.
The court will overrule the objection as to this photograph. As to remoteness, will be marked S3 all purposes. I mean D3 all purposes.
And may I publish that to Your Honor?
I want to know whose parents her grandparents are. The swinging, I think, is him self-soothing. The smiling, like there's a difference between you guys know how sometimes I smile when something's a little uncomfortable. I'm like, you know, that's not in his eyes. Wow. You can tell he starts to make me uncomfortable as I start playing with my hair. Me too, Jen. Me too. I'm not gonna lie, when I look at him, I see Jeffrey Dahmer or Bundy. That's just like the energy I'm getting from him. Not the best.
Why are you not investing?
Because I'm bad at investing. That's why. Why do you have to ask so many personal questions?
Every month, this Airbnb pays me in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own it and I don't pay any rent. It doesn't even matter where you live, even if you're in a boring little town.
Okay.
Where almost no one.
%, yes. But the thing is, though, Karen, is he looks back to her too and smiles.
Shmuley, I'm going to hand you 2 more photographs here.
Right.
And can you describe for me who's in that photograph?
It's Ashley and Carly and our second puppy, Finn.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And about when was that photograph taken?
I would say maybe a year and a half ago.
Can you give me a month, year?
Not sure without looking it back up, but I would say maybe near the end of 2022.
End of 2022. And who's in that photograph
Mary.
there?
That's myself and Carly with our first dog, Wyatt.
Okay. And can you give me a month and year when that photograph was taken?
I don't know a month on that one, but it was maybe just over 2 years ago.
Can you give me the year?
I'd say sometime in 2022.
Okay. And who took this photograph?
Ashley.
And is that a true and accurate depiction, as
Yes.
you recall it, at that time?
Yes,
And who took the first photograph?
I did.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate depiction of
Yes.
the photograph at that time?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these 2 photographs be admitted into evidence.
If my child did that to my husband, I wouldn't do that way. And stop or not.
Overrule the objection, Mr. Relentless, there'll be enters defense next in number.
But dark.
Your Honor.
Sort of, Mr.
I would ask
The
that these 2
twisted
photographs be
darkness.
published to the jury.
Would handle that.
I wonder what all these, what those jurors are thinking and feeling. I would love to be in their head for just a few minutes. Excuse me. Exactly, that's why I don't get it. Maybe he's just socially awkward like I am. But then there's still that darkness. I still feel it. She keeps smirking at him. I don't know why I yell a lot. I'm sorry. Good point, Firewolf. Only he knows. Think of it as if, what is the name of that movie where they got the emotions in their head? They're tag teaming. Why would she? She didn't care about her insurance when she let that bullet graze him in the neck. I believe it was in the neck or the shoulder. Inside Out, yeah. Like Inside Out, they keep tag teaming. Like it was as if it's Inside Out.
And Heath, I have one last photograph for you here. Can you tell me who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And can you tell me about when that photograph was taken?
That one was taken in June of 2020 when we got married. Give or take a day or two. I forgot what day we went on a hike up there.
I'm thinking. And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you observed at the time you took that photo?
Yes, it is.
I think I'm going to get you to help me pass that to Judge Arthur. Judge Arthur, we would ask that that photograph be admitted into evidence.
Same objection. Sustained. Cumulative market D next to number for identification purposes only.
I feel like I need to put like a sweater on and close it or something because energy.
Your Honor, we would typically.
Cross-examination.
Don't forget not to say the full K word.
Yes,
But here's the question though. How many
I'll
minutes
hand you two
fire
exhibits, exhibit S7 and D3. Is it your testimony that this picture, what year was exhibit 7 taken?
That was just under a year ago.
And I believe yesterday you testified that that was an accurate description of the way Ashley looked in physical appearance the last day you saw her alive.
Yes, I guess that's reasonable.
And in fact, the picture that you just talked about from 2020 actually kind of looks about the same, doesn't she?
It does.
You agree with me that we won't ever get to see Ashley after March 19th, 2024 in a day old and movie?
Correct.
And that's because of Carly's actions?
Yes.
This picture of Carly from 2020, would you look at her? You identified her yesterday at the dinner table. Does that look like the same girl to you?
Yes.
She doesn't look any older as she sits at that table 4 years later?
Not really.
May I publish that to the jury again, Judge?
You should see his face. We're also watching this live on the YouTube. The link, if you go to my bio, it's in red. You click that. We're in both places today. It's very uncomfortable. I was about to say, is he gonna blink? Hi, Jen. When I'm talking to other people, it's because we're on YouTube and TikTok at the same time.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smiley, isn't it true that yesterday you testified that Carly Gregg is the person who shot you? I think we talked about that the injury was about 6 inches from your head.
Yes.
No further questions.
Really, Mary?
Redirect examination.
Heath,
Yes.
do you feel any differently about Carly now than you did when those photographs were taken?
Improper redirect.
Sustain.
Heath, on cross-examination, Catherine asked you if Carly appeared to be the same in those photographs that you were looking at as she does right now. Does she?
She does to me. I mean, I've aged a little bit over time. I think everybody does.
Okay. Is there any other way in which you feel Carly has changed dramatically from how she appeared in those photographs and how she appears today?
Not really. I mean, her hair is different, obviously, but it was fixed up that day for her wedding.
Okay, thank you. I can hear the witness, Your Honor.
This witness be finally released by the defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
by the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under subpoena. You're still not to discuss your
If
testimony.
you go up there
Wait outside the court. Okay.
and go to my profile, it'll say, there'll be 3 words in red, one of them is
Defense may call us
click
next
that,
witness.
and then you'll see them.
We call it deputy stack. Yeah, just
All right, Mr. Livingston, going ahead and set up monitor and television. Yeah. Did you mean Shaq? Shaq.
Did you guys see the look he just gave as he was walking out? Maybe I'm picking. Maybe I'm just like nitpicking at him. I don't know. I just don't feel. Something feels very, very off.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most incredible real estate strategies that's the most passive and creates the highest rate of return? Now, I bet you're thinking, Brian, I don't even know what that is. And even if I did, I don't know how to do it. So 5 things I want to go over just quickly with you. The
I could have swore that I bought YouTube Premium on this YouTube account of mine. I don't know why we're getting commercial.
That last lady on the road can hear. Okay, you don't have to talk directly to the mic.
Yes, Your Honor.
When they hook that up, you understand you're now on the road, and your sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
What are you trying to sell though? Oh, the computer guy? I know it was a commercial. I was just giving him. I'm just trying to lighten the mood a little bit. Clear the energy. Be human incense.
Yes.
Look back, I think a drink.
Tony Shack,
And Tony, where do you work at currently?
Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And what do you do for Rankin County?
I do interdiction, criminal interdiction.
And I want you to go back to, I think it's the 19th of March of this year. You participated in a case concerning Carly. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was your participation in that?
So I drove out there to assist. I came from the interstate. Whenever the call came out, I know the full details of it, but I knew what we were doing. I came out there to assist look for her. When I came to look for her, I came on Farmington Boulevard out there. I think it was around 5 o'clock, traffic 5:30. I can't remember the exact time. When I was coming down Farmington Boulevard, there was traffic in front of me, traffic behind me, because it's a big neighborhood. I looked to my right. I saw her standing there, a female. That's what I knew we were looking for. I immediately put the car in park. I hopped out. I said, "Are you involved in this incident that happened in this neighborhood?" She goes, "Yes, sir, I am. It's my stepdad, okay?" And I said, "I can't talk to you about that." I put her in handcuffs, put her in my car, and we began to go to the scene.
Yes, and so you were informed to take her back to the scene. Is that correct?
I was informed different things on the way to the scene. Yes, I was informed to take her to the scene. I was informed to take her to the office. I was informed to take her to the scene. So I kind of did a merry-go-round in Farmington for a minute around a median. Finally, I did go to the scene. Yes.
And so finally, evidently, you were told to bring her to the scene.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so then once you got her to the scene, I know you had some conversations with different officers and everything.
I did.
Okay, and you've seen your video from that night,
yes,
or from that day, and you
yes,
remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, not just dead specific, but yes, I remember.
Okay. At some time, you turn your body cam off. Do you
I
remember?
muted it.
You
Yes,
muted it.
that's correct.
Okay, and you muted it because you didn't want what was being talked about her, correct?
Right, about a personnel issue. Yeah, I didn't want to just start talking about an issue there it was about having to go back and forth coming around to the scene.
Okay, you're in the let me just understand correct. Okay. There, you have a policy and procedure with the Rankin County Sheriff Department.
That's correct.
And it says you're not supposed to mute it and you're not supposed to turn it off, correct?
That's correct.
And you're in the middle of an investigation.
That's correct.
And you're the person that has custody and control of the suspect at this point.
Sustained is leading.
Who had custody and control when you turned your body cam off?
She was in my vehicle, but she had other investigators that were then assisting.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out of the car. She was just still in there.
And I think, is there any time that you can ever turn or mute when you're on, I guess, still performing your duty on a case?
Well, during this particular situation, I was talking about something that was not involved in the case. I was talking about a personnel issue, so that's why I did it.
Okay, so you intentionally violated your policy.
On what basis? Sustained is leading.
What is the policy on the Rankin County Sheriff's Department's use of body cams?
Yeah, I mean, the policy is that you are to, whenever you are actively communicating with the public or with the suspect,
Alfredo,
or what have you, that you remain with the body camera on.
Would you want to review it just to make sure you understand? Is it, because I'm confused, is it just when you're communicating, or are you supposed to have it on all the time while the case is going on?
Well, you're supposed to carry it on all times while the case is going on, but at the time I was talking about something different, so yeah, I muted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been exculpatory evidence or something like that. That's the reason why you muted.
No.
Okay. Now she talked to you, I think, at some point about asking to see her mother. Is that correct?
Asking to see her mother?
Yes, she asked to see her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Didn't you have a report? You put in your report?
I don't recall that. I don't recall
you didn't know what to tell her exactly?
Yeah, it wasn't I didn't know the details of the case to tell her anything.
Mm-hmm. And so, but she was asking at that point, okay, she was asking to see her mother, correct?
No, she never asked about her, but she only asked about how her stepdad was.
And so there was never any time where she asked about her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence? Yes.
Why is her
No, at this time, we would ask that we be allowed to publish his or play the video, his body cam video. Yes, or, Your Honor, we have a copy of the video of this officer that we would ask to enter into evidence at this time.
and they're approaching the bench. Again, as if you guys want to see the visual side of this, we are also up on the Tube of You. The link is in my profile. Michelle's Criminal Musings. I'm sorry to eat in front of you, but I'm hungry. Haven't eaten today yet. I know, Samantha, I agree. Mila, you don't attack mommy's foot.
Yes.
This is the second time that he's tried to push the same thing on the same detective. Since it's the defense case, I can understand him doing it again, but it's obvious now. Well, she's gonna have to wait because you know what she wants is this food. She thinks everything in the house belongs to her. Anytime I open a drink or food, she comes running. I'm not even kidding you guys.
Yes, we requested it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and ask y'all to step out for about 10-15 minutes. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
I'm gonna fast forward this part for those of us that are doing this as the jury, because technically we shouldn't be hearing what they're saying when the jury steps up. And they're commercialing us again.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the link in this video.
This case is Carly Gregg, a 14-year-old that took her mother's life and attempted to take her stepfather's. I wonder if they're having pork chops again today. Yeah, I wanted to try doing this totally different since we didn't find out about it until it had started. So That's when we came up with the idea that we're going in this as the jury for the first time ever. Our own little jury.
In any manner. That's the purpose of the proprietary format. I understand that the defendant does not have a copy of the video put into evidence, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you have asked the state to have their person go. The only way to do this is to screenshot the actual video with a particular piece of software, and it is quite a lengthy process. So what I told the defense is that the state has agreed to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't want to waste the jury's time. So what I've proposed is that the defense excuse this witness subject to recall. Is there any objection to
Not
that
yet.
procedure by the defense? By the state?
No, sir.
All right, Deputy Shack, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to excuse you, but you're still under oath. You're not to talk about this with anybody. The DA's office will be allowed to show you the video that has been copied in your original video so you can compare them for authentication purposes, okay? But otherwise, there should be no discussion about the case.
Yes, sir.
Any objections by the defense? By the state?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to bring the jury in. The defense will excuse Deputy Shack subject to recall, and then we'll call the next witness, okay? Bring him in.
I think that they're trying to do the whole she didn't know what she did stage. That detective statement.
Does the defense have an announcement as to this witness?
Yes, sir. At this time, we would excuse our witness subject to recall.
All right. Deputy Shack, you're going to be excused, subject to recall. That means you will be called back most likely.
Yes,
You're not to discuss this testimony with anyone at this time. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Stand down. Please exit the courtroom. While he's exiting the courtroom, the defense may call its next witness.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Ground relay, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Approaching again? Poor judge. The front two minors testified, but we didn't get to hear it. So they cheated us as a jury. Cheated. You're welcome. Yeah, they took off sound and visual.
I need to step out one more time. Y'all go sit. Go sit.
I'm just going to keep pushing on through.
A copy of the sketchbook.
No.
Your Honor, Deputy Shack is on his way down now. He has reviewed the video. Wait, they can call him if they wish.
He's getting-
And Judge Greger, I did leave, one of the ladies in the office just agreed to keep printing those, and they're gonna print down a copy, 2 copies.
All right. Give the defense the disc. Y'all get over here and make sure the TV works before I bring the jury back in and have to send them back out.
Yeah, the judge is getting very mad. Mila, just because Mom's here doesn't mean it's for you. You already have me little food.
I tell you what, on the jury's out, if you have any exhibits that you intend on showing with Dr. Clark, go ahead and get them to the state so they can be looking through those. You have the ones that you actually want to offer in evidence, correct?
Yeah. Me, Mom. You knock Mommy's stuff down, we're gonna have problems. We will. But you make a cute prop. He is very professional. You can see the frustration on him, which is normal.
Pull Mr. Shack outside the courtroom for just a moment. If you would, if an investigator can get him posted up, though.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products.
That would be help. Should post him up outside.
If you want to jump up here too, go ahead. Just don't knock anything over.
All right, Mr. Levingston, if you wouldn't mind, take the exhibit, put it in there, and let's just
Can I
make
help
sure
you,
it
ma'am?
plays. We're bringing the jury.
No, that's Mama's. He said that's Mama's. She wants my food.
Is the state satisfied with the exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense satisfied with the exhibit? All right, pause it, take it out. But leave the
Ma'am,
equipment
can you
up.
stop that?
You wish to recall Tony Shack at this time?
I do.
All right. Then we can find out the jurors are ready. Well, the jury's out for the attorneys. There's a judgment debtor exam going on in Judge Morrow's courtroom, so that's closed. Okay.
I'm not around
bring
to
it.
do that. There was a time we had pizza, and Erin didn't believe me that she took stuff from me. She came up to me. I had turned to look away. She stole my pizza, the whole piece. She put the crust in her mouth and went off with it. Like I said, she's a velociraptor.
All right, you may call your next witness.
Yes.
We would recall Tony Shack.
All right, Tony Shack, please.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's it. Yes, sir. You understand that
That is a good possibility, Ping Pong.
Yes, Your Honor.
I allowed you to step down for a minute to discuss your testimony with him.
No, Your Honor.
Proceed.
No.
Tony, I think you went upstairs and reviewed the video, and we made a copy of the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so, is this, may I approach witness? This is the video that you.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that this be admitted as defense exhibit. I think it's 4.
7.
7.
Any objection as to D7 in all purposes by the state?
No, sir.
All right, if you would please bring it up, let's mark it D7. If you bring it to the court order, admit D7 all purposes.
Your Honor, we would like to publish this to the jury at this time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Levinson, would you assist?
Again, if you guys want to see the audio part of it, go to my profile. In red it says YouTube. Click that, and then you'll see our live stream.
Where's that? Okay, up here, take a right. Huh?
Stop sign. Turn right onto Ashley Way. Then the destination is on your right.
Thank you.
Can you just ignore the phone?
Feeling out. So show me how this thing what's this thing up?
The destination is on your right. 214 at
We're not gonna pull that. Well, that's because I got me going around the merry-go-round. Okay. She was coming out of the area of Harold Farmington Boulevard.
We just drove to that call.
She's back here. She's soaking wet. Did you jump in the water? All right. Yeah, I know, and now I got a big mess going on. Hold on one second.
I didn't steal your food. This was my food. You're being dramatic.
Got it. Well, what y'all want me to do with her? Hey, don't open that door. Oh, I thought you Hey, don't get her back. They're telling me take her to investigations and back here, investigation, back here.
Tyler wanted to make sure we talk to the judge first to see where she's gonna go. JDC or here.
Y'all ain't never done one? Okay. Yeah, open up the one right there. It should have all level label right there. You have to go the other way. Yeah, you have to go the other way. I'm gonna go right there.
Thank you, Daddy.
Let me back up right there.
Okay. Yep. You're sitting up here trying to get to my comfortable bed. The puppy noise is disturbing. Lala. Come here, baby.
So without being honest, it's one thing. She's asking like all the money. She's like, I didn't mean to. All right, so get those. So look, come here. All right, so that's gonna be for your that's gonna be right hand. All right, left hand. All right. I'll turn.
From everyday fashion to statement pieces that elevate your look, Bells has it all.
Just because they just said I mean,
Because looking good.
Try to sell me one. Just saying.
So Alexa, what's my
I know.
Look, I'm gonna show you right there. All right, you're gonna do the on the right hand. You're gonna do the palm. Okay, I'm just showing you in the back of the hand. Okay. All right. Then whenever you get through, you're gonna turn it in. All right. All right. You're gonna open it, and turn it back in. All right. When you turn it back in, then when you get ready to do this, it's right there. Close this and put that over in the back. Yes, sir. How you doing? Just back it back. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me get it. I got her handcuffed. All right, wait, look. Let me step out real quick for me. All right. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move over around to the front of you, okay? I'm gonna move the handcuffs around to the front of you. Okay. All right. All right, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna swab your hands. Okay. Right. They don't ask you a bunch of questions, but obviously you fired with a pistol, correct? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, look. I need you to hold your hand out like this. I'm gonna do your right hand first, okay? Your right hand, your front like that. Swap up here. So GSR is it shows which hand did you shoot with? Which hand did you shoot with? All right, go up. Flop the hand, turn the hand over, and rub them out, stop worrying the knuckles. Where do you want from? Where do you want to get from? I guess you put my vehicle on my key. All right, now so go ahead and do it. All right. I don't know, baby. I can't talk to you about this. Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, Lisa, what? Oh, can you take her up to the office on the computer? Yeah. And then afterwards, I guess I don't know if you want to hang out or whatever, but the judge wants you to stay at JDC tonight. They can inform what's going on, and then she'll be brought her to jail in the morning after she sees the judge. She has no idea what, she don't even know about her mom. Okay. Yeah, I know. She's like, it's less than that, okay?
Yes.
This is the part.
Okay, we paused it, but the camera had stopped. Why did the camera stop?
Right, the camera's not stopped. It's muted.
Okay.
It's muted, yeah. The actual camera, in order to mute it, the button's right here, so it covers the lens, but it's still active. It's just it's muted.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong. Beforehand, when I asked you the question of why you had muted it,
correct.
My understanding was you said it was a personnel issue.
Right.
Now, we're muted on the video right now.
Correct.
Right before you muted.
Right.
You're talking about Carly doesn't know her mother's dead.
Okay, Your Honor. Overruled. Sustained is the leading, but rephrase your question.
Yeah. You saw what you said, remember?
Right, yes.
What were you talking about?
Right then, what I was talking about was she never inquired about her mother. I mean, I was saying that, she only asked about her stepdad. Hence, even when she got out of the car, she asked, how's my stepdad? It was never she never said, is my mom okay? Or anything like that. I assumed that she didn't even know about her mom. And I didn't know the full details of the case whenever I got there.
Okay. So why was it that when I asked you before, you told the jury it was a personnel issue?
Right. Well, whenever it was paused is whenever I began talking about the issue with driving around in a circle out there, coming back and forth. That's why whenever you replay it here, you'll see another deputy going like this. That's because I was talking about that issue.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, Lene. If you're talking about the Nirvana shirt, I like Nirvana. I just don't like the fact that she was wearing it.
You intend to keep asking about the video?
Yeah, just a few more questions. I'm going to show you a document. You said you were aware. Are you aware of the policies and procedures of the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to let you have this.
Okay.
This is a copy for you.
All right.
And there's a yellow piece of paper. And I believe that's it's going to be the first page on, it's dealing with it's a policy and procedures of body cams.
I'm familiar.
Okay. Now I want you to turn, it says, and it's actually at the bottom of page, it says page 1 of 4. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And so you have a number 1, it says procedures. And it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay. And so what's number 1?
Deputies shall not keep body worn cameras activated during their entire shift.
Right. And I got to correct myself. I said number 1. I said it's A. And so that would be A, correct?
Okay, A.
And then B is what?
Deputies shall activate the body worn camera to record all law enforcement activities and contact with citizens in the performance of official duty, including but not limited to traffic stops, deputy initiated stops of members of the public, arrest. You may keep going.
Yes, it'll be, and you're going to turn to page 2 of
Searches,
4.
interviews and interrogations, warrant service, pursuits, and any other contact with a member of the public that a deputy reasonably believes that may become adverse to.
Now, what's number C say?
Letter C, you mean?
The body worn camera shall remain activated until the event is completed in order to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Now, in this situation, did that occur?
At this situation, I was talking about something different. I was not actively involved in talking to her.
Okay, it says while the event.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so you didn't turn your camera off, correct? So C actually would be correct.
Right. I could have turned it off, I guess, instead of muting it.
Okay, so now read D.
Deputies shall not initiate the mute selection anytime during the body worn camera is activated for recording.
Okay. Now, did you do that?
No, I guess my better option would
That was the blue cover.
Okay. Now, what do you do if you fail to, I guess, abide by these rules? Is there a procedure?
Sure. I'm assuming there is a procedure at that point. I'm sure there's a verbal warning. I'm sure there's things such as that.
Well, let's skip down to number H.
Okay.
What does number H say?
If a deputy fails to activate the body worn camera in situations where recording is required by the Sheriff's Department policy, fails to record entire contact that interrupts the recording, the deputy shall document why a recording was not made and was interrupted or was terminated.
Now, you did a report in this matter, didn't you?
I don't recall the report. Do you have it?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Is this a copy of your report?
Yes. Yeah, it's brief. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I'm taking this was done
Try leaving and coming back.
at some time when you got back to the station or something.
Right. Well, I mean, date entered. What was this? When did this happen? The 19th? Yeah. So a day later. Yes.
Okay.
Not
Your
just
policy
talking myself
says
or we're
that
on
you're
YouTube
supposed to make
and
an
TikTok
entry
right now. You guys want
if
to
your
go
body
over to
camera is
YouTube,
ever
click on my
interrupted,
profile,
correct?
and then red.
That's right.
Okay. Show us in your report where you did
YouTube
that.
page. I was going to see it
Yeah, it's
backwards
not
and
there.
that and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah.
Your Honor, we'd ask that his report.
That's for the
be used in
visual.
evidence this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted D8, all purposes.
And we would also
Hang on just a second.
I'm sorry.
Let's get it marked in first, please. All righty. Yes.
And Your Honor, we would also ask that the policy and procedure manual be entered in evidence that he's testified.
Any objection?
We have no objection to the body worn camera portion of the policy procedure being entered, but I think what Mr. Hand has is an entire thing that would be irrelevant.
Yeah, I can take those. I can take that. We can have just those.
Y'all come modified.
a transformational life coach.
I've
is a
already
sacred
told you I'm
calling,
not good at that.
where you get to live your life's purpose.
I can't even coach
And teaching
myself.
and guiding and nurturing the lives of others. Not only that, but when you decide to honor your life's meaning and fulfill your true purpose in an even
I
greater
know my true
way,
purpose.
you're going to find you're able to set your own hours, work out
I already do.
with a whole lot more time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can take those. I can take that. We can have just those.
Y'all come modify it and look at it. If you would, please hand that
That's a
to the
good
bank.
question. I just don't know the answer.
I'll walk over there.
And yes, I talk to commercials. Totally. All the time. Every time. Unless I'm by myself. I just want that part to be crystal clear.
No objection to that from statement. And Your Honor, what we did was for the record, we modified it so it's now a 5-page document. It starts out with just the policy and procedure manual is the first page, and then it goes to the actual policy for the body cam, which is the next 4 pages. It's listed. It's listed as page number 1 through 4.
The only part that wasn't followed to my understanding is the fact that we covered the body cam to mute it. And that
Does
was
either
what,
side feel the need to introduce the rest for ID?
this whole thing was about. As far as no parent being present, she did just take her mom's and
And
try
Your
to
Honor,
end
I
her
can't remember, did we
stepfather's
introduce the
life.
video, and is that already in evidence? I think it has to be.
That could be why.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor. That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, under the rule of completeness, if a party plays one part of a statement, the other party can demand that any other part of it that ought to be showed to the jury and fairness be showed. At this time, you can present. Do you want it from the beginning, or do you want it from here, from this point? From here, Your Honor. All right, hit play.
I hope not. I think I think he thought it was something that it wasn't. Because he didn't turn it off. He just had his hand over it to mute it. And the camera just happened to be right where the inside of his hand would be. So that's what people were thinking, okay, is that going to be a mystery?
Well, she came, I saw her coming out of the pharmacy in there. I was like, hey. I said, are you the girl that does that? She goes, yeah, I heard you get on the radio, right? I got past you. Well, we had David said, think it. I don't feel like you're very competitive. Then you were coming up. Yeah, good lick, Jack. Yeah, man. I was just there, man. This is the key. I saw him. And I'm like, hey, she's looking this way. She goes, I'm so sorry. So what you on for? She was over up there at the beginning. Yeah, at the beginning of Farmington out there. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers. Good. So, I mean, I didn't say anything when she said something.
Cross-examination. Any further questions? Excuse me. Any further questions
It
about
wouldn't be a proper defense if
cross-examination?
he didn't.
We're not going to need the video anymore, Your Honor.
All right. Before you start, Mr. Levinson, would you just mind pulling that back out of the way?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy Shaq. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. And just want to ask you a few questions about what Mr. Camp talked to you about, specifically as it relates to the video. Whenever we first heard the video come on, there's a delay in the audio of the video. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen why there's a delay in the audio whenever the video first comes on?
Yeah, well, it backs up. It backs up where you have video only. Okay. During a segment there.
So is that just a normal function of the?
That is, and I think since then they've extended it. They've extended that time over, I think, to a couple of minutes now.
So whenever you turn on your video, it just automatically backs up, and there's no audio for that.
That's correct.
You didn't mute your video at that time.
No.
Okay. And of course, we all hear a dog in your truck.
That's correct.
Do you have a dog that rides with you?
I do.
All right, what's his name?
Voodoo.
Right. And in the back of your car, we can obviously hear that. Were Carly and Voodoo separated back there?
Yes.
Okay. And when it first comes on, I hear you say something to the effect of "up here on the right." Who were you talking to?
To her.
Was she telling you the directions to her house?
Yes.
Okay. We also heard you say something to the effect that that they got me out here on a merry-go-round or something along those lines. Were you frustrated with the fact that they had you out there on a merry-go-round?
I was.
Okay. And I think you said something to the fact that they told me to bring her here, then they told me to bring her to the station.
Yeah, I just kept making circles around a median in the middle of Farmington.
At any time when you were out there, did you turn your body-worn camera off?
No.
All right. And you explained to us a little bit earlier, but just again, why was your hand over your camera?
Yeah, so the mute button is over here, and it's just whenever you hold it, your hand goes over it to be able to hold the mute button in. So that's just the way it worked.
At any time, whenever you were in Miss Gregg's presence, did you mute or otherwise turn off your video?
No.
At any time during this, whenever you were dealing with any member of the public or any suspect, did you turn off or mute your body-worn camera?
No.
Did you ever go in Miss Gregg's house that day?
No.
Did Miss Gregg ever say anything to you or ask you anything about her mom?
No. All I got was her stepdad.
Okay. What'd she ask you about her stepdad?
Is he okay?
Did she ever ask if her mom was okay?
No, I never got anything about her mom.
Never said anything?
No.
Did she tell you that she fired with a pistol?
Yes.
She tell you she fired with her right hand?
Yes.
Whenever you muted your camera, who were you talking to then?
I was talking to a couple other deputies. I mean, their names. I mean, Deputy Centel and Deputy Diesel. Yeah, Centel's the one that had his hands up beside him there.
Okay. Did you ever collect any evidence at the scene on March 19th?
No.
Once you took Carly back to the scene, what did you do after that, if anything?
Nothing. Talk to coworkers and waited for somebody to come and get her to transport her.
Did you transport her anywhere after that?
No.
So once you dropped her off there at the scene, you observed the GSR kit being taken.
That's it.
You were done after that.
Done.
Deputy Shaq, just to be clear, were you trying to hide, conceal, or cover up anything whenever you muted related to this investigation, whenever you muted your body-worn camera?
No.
Of course I did. Real briefly, Deputy Shaq, whenever
You're really going to commercial us again? Really? You are, aren't you?
Jack, whenever
Guess not.
did you have your body-worn camera on whenever you first encountered Miss Gregg? Miss Gregg?
No, I did not.
And why was that?
Well, because when I came off of Old Fannin Road onto Farmington, it's a one-way in, one lane both ways. It was right around 5 o'clock traffic. There was cars in front of me. There were cars behind me. I was driving down the road. I spotted her to my right. I immediately put my car in park and hopped out. And I asked her, there were cars backed up behind me at that point. And I asked the brief question that I did to her, and then I immediately put her in my vehicle. I activated my camera whenever I was driving due to the fact that, honestly, I'm not perfect. At the moment, I did not activate it because I was in a hurry to get out there to her. I had a lot of traffic.
Is it fair to say that you were shocked to see her standing there on the side of the road?
That's correct. Yes, because we had people everywhere driving around everywhere looking for her.
Right. And you said that you asked her the question that you did, and that you're talking about. You asked her if
I just asked her if she was the one involved at the incident that occurred at the house.
And she told you yes.
Right? Yes, I'm sorry. It's my stepdad. Okay.
And she told you that she was sorry, and that's what you also put in your report that Mr. Camp shaded some evidence, right?
That's correct. Yep.
And I believe he was talking about how.
That's pretty good.
I just lost it. But he was talking about
every morning in hardworking America, Hardee's biscuit makers rise to bake our original made-from-scratch biscuits, famous since 1977 and still the greatest goodness around. Find the best.
They're always trying to sell us something or get us to sign
I want
up.
to make sure I'm clear. You're not saying it was okay for you to mute your body cam, correct?
Do what now?
You're not saying that was okay, are you?
I felt like at the time when talking to coworkers, it was okay.
Okay. So, and we just read policy and procedure.
That's correct.
And it says you are not to do that.
That's correct.
And it says the reason why you're not to do that is to ensure the integrity of the recording, correct?
That's correct.
That's
okay. That didn't happen, correct?
What didn't happen?
You didn't keep it activated to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Right. Yeah, it was activated during my time of dealing with the situation, but when talking to coworkers, no, it was not.
Okay. And you told the jury that it was a personnel issue, but right before your questioning, or right before what you're talking about,
right,
is you make the statement, she doesn't even know what happened. That's on the video.
Okay.
And then you mute it and you put your hand over it. So why is it so important if, according to you, you just don't want us to hear it because it is a personnel issue, according to you?
That's correct.
And then you put your hand over it so we can't even see who you're talking to. Why is that important? To make
well, it wasn't purposely put my hand over it. The mute button is on the side right here, and that's the way I was holding it, was like that. It wasn't purposely done like that.
Okay. So the video, even though you mute it,
that's correct.
And then we can't see who you're talking to.
That's
because he has to hold it.
Okay. And you said it was a personnel issue.
That's correct.
But it wasn't a personnel issue, right?
It was a personnel he was talking
correct.
to.
No further question.
Management to be released by the defense.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
By the state.
Yes, sir.
It's
Stand down.
true.
and
I
go.
we can
Thank you. Defense may call us next witness.
Let's see what sticks. And what doesn't.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Essentially.
I do.
I believe this is our. What was it again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Before we get started, does either side want to introduce some documents by way of stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which documents have the parties agreed to admit by way of stipulation?
Your Honor, the parties have agreed to introduce the medical records and school records of Carly Gregg that the doctor reviewed in his mental health evaluation, and also the doctor's CVEs. Your Honor, we also agreed to admit a sketchbook and a journal.
I'll bring them forward.
Sorry, Your Honor, that's the journal.
Do them one by one. Just state stipulate to the CV of the defendant. The defense witness. Okay. Stipulation, CV of Dr. Andrew Clark. The CV of Dr. Andrew Clark will be admitted by stipulation as D10. CV of Jason Pickett, stipulate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. This document will be admitted, the CV of Jason Pickett will be admitted by stipulation as S57. What do we have next?
Everything that had handwriting. Journal and sketchbook of Carly Gregg. Journals and sketchbooks recovered from the scene.
Does the state stipulate that these are the journals and the sketchbooks recovered from the scene? Yes. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Be admitted without objection. Any objection by the state? Be admitted. D11 by stipulation.
The counseling records of Annette Bennett.
Does the state agree to stipulate to the admissibility of the counseling records of Annette Bennett? Be moved down D12, all purposes without objection.
And for the record, those are the only ones that are A stamps because those are the only ones not presented to us via us.
Question though, Lene, is it enough to have an effect on the findings at the end? That's the question.
It's only vital core records, not to discuss in private jury detainment. Any objection to these records? State or defense records? All right. Without objection, correct? Yes, D13 will be the vital court records.
It should be right under the screen.
These are Kroger pharmacy records.
State bait stamp numbers 805 through 822. Any objection to that by the state?
Just the records. Why don't we just do just the front of that instead of all the correspondence?
Guys, if you want to see the visual part of this, we are over on the keyboard view. The link to it's in my bio. It's Michelle's Criminal Musings.
Bait stamp documents 811 through 822 are court records. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes, they're not.
And they're not admissible. All right, mark these. D14 ID only.
Why are they laughing?
Excuse me. Add bait stamp document 810 to 811 for ID.
Thank you for sharing the live.
So the actual records are 805 through 809, correct?
Yes, sir.
State agree by stipulation to admit 805 through 809.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
Those will be marked D14 as a composite without objection.
Are you heading out, Kat?
Motions should not be. Motions, transcripts should not be attached. Any objection to 360 or 520 by the state? School records by the defense. This has been marked D15, next in number without objection. School records.
Totally understand that. Thank you, Lene.
Any objection? State bait stamp document 775 through 796 by the state. By the defense. Admitted D16 all purposes. Records of UMMC.
Originate records.
See, these also contain state's bait stamps number 662 through 683. Any objection by the state? By the defense. Those will be marked D17 all purposes. Region 8 records.
I wonder if those are her paternal grandparents.
Any objection to state's bait stamp documents 527 through 558 by the state? By the defense. These will be marked D18.
forensic psychiatry?
Again.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own it, and I don't pay any rent.
Oh, I think it would have been around 1996
My
or
understanding is
1997.
And when did you receive your board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I believe that would have been 1997.
And what, if any, residencies have you done?
So I've done maybe too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years, and then I did a 3-year residency in psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and then I did a 2-year residency in child and adolescent psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital, and finished my training in 1996.
And when did you receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry?
I believe it was 1997 that I did, and then it lapsed for a few years, and then I was recertified maybe around 8 years ago or so.
What, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
So when I was at Massachusetts General Hospital, I was the medical director of the Children and the Law program, which was a program of individuals doing forensic psychiatry and psychology. When I was at Boston Medical Center, I was, as I mentioned, the director of medical student education in psychiatry, and I was also the medical director of the outpatient psychiatry clinic there. I also had a job at a trauma clinic in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I was the medical director for, I think, 4 years.
And what, if any, experience have you had with juvenile court?
So I worked for several years at the Boston Juvenile Court Clinic and the Norfolk County Juvenile Court Clinic early in my career. So probably 3 or 4 or 5 years altogether.
And what was your position there?
I was a staff psychiatrist there, responsible for conducting evaluations that were ordered by the court.
And who did you conduct those evaluations on?
Typically on adolescents or younger children who were court involved in some way, either juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to child and adolescent forensic consultations?
I was early in my career, I was a member of the Child and Adolescent Forensic Consultation Team in Massachusetts and did a number of evaluations, mostly competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity cases for the state.
What, if any, fellowship positions have you held?
I did a fellowship in infant parent mental health at one point about 10 years ago now, and I'm not sure what else.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness in child psychiatry?
I'm going to guess 150. That's just it's somewhat of a rough estimate, but I've been doing it for 28 years and probably have a couple of handfuls of cases each year.
And how many times have you testified as a forensic expert in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I think typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry, and not typically in forensic psychiatry.
What, if any, peer-reviewed papers have you published?
I've published 2 papers in the last few years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on a juvenile post-traumatic
If anyone wants me to slow it down, raise their hand.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry.
Established in our witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. And you and I spoke over Zoom last week, didn't we?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't recognize me this morning because I had a beard last
Yes,
week.
that's right.
All right. Are you? Where do you currently hold an active medical license? In what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
I've passed through here before.
Okay. I got you. And you just told Ms. Todd that whenever you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic psychiatry is that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our prior motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise, nothing further.
Any further objection?
No, sir.
All right. The witness will be admitted as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. Hang on just a moment. Right. 1 moment. All right. Now that the witness has been qualified as an expert. I was informed that the circuit clerk has y'all's lunch here today. I don't want, it's 11:46, I don't want that to get cold, all right? Or hot, either way you order it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break. Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when y'all are ready. Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits.
Okay, at this point, we're 3 hours in day 3. Oh, that was. So at this point, we're 3 hours in to day 3. Yesterday, we stopped at lunch. Who's good to continue for a little longer? Or if you guys think that we should stop here for the day, raise your hand for that. Let's just go with that. If you think we should stop, raise your hand. So are you good? Are you saying you're using me to distract you from work? I'm just kidding. All right, let's zoom on ahead. You too, stay safe. And we are back. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this afternoon after lunch, if anybody gets tired, I'm not saying y'all would get tired, but I've seen it happen before. Somebody finds themselves dozing off or head nod, just stand up for a minute, okay? It's perfectly acceptable. All right, court has accepted the witness as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. You may begin your direct examination.
You guys are if you get tired, stand up.
Dr. Clark, let me start out by asking you, when we say adolescent, what age range does that include?
We're on day 3
ages
still.
of between 12 and 18.
How did you first get involved in this case?
I got involved because Attorney Camp gave me a call somewhere around the middle of August and asked whether I might be available to do an evaluation.
Okay. What, if any, records did you initially review?
What I did at first, I suggested to Attorney Camp that I might just spend a few hours looking at the initial records that he could provide me before I agreed to go any further. And so Attorney Camp sent me a number of different records. I can't recall specifically which ones they were, but a fair number of records regarding the case.
And do you recall what kind of records these were?
They were treatment records for Carly from her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well. And there were some police reports as well.
Okay. And what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
Yeah, and if anyone's wanting to visit,
I believe it
you're
was
also live on our YouTube.
as well, yes.
The link is in my profile. It's in red.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
So what I did is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested I wasn't sure that I was going to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my coming down to Mississippi and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No.
And where did you interview Carly?
That was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after the evaluation, my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report. And then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's experts report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes.
Good to see you, Betty.
August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Joe, whatever you got to counsel officer first. Unless it's sorry.
And I'm handing you a copy right there of a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
It was August 29th, 2024.
And is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
And did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
And does your report include a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Does your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who's Carly's maternal grandmother, on, I believe it would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information and so didn't rely on it in my report and so didn't list it.
So you didn't list it because you didn't rely on it in your report.
Correct.
And does your report include a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes,
Does it also include your opinions?
it does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is.
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
No approach.
I did feel like there was something big that was going to happen. I don't feel it anymore, though. With this case, where it's at right now, anyways. Anyone that's a subscriber and needs the Discord invite, please message Samantha. Maybe it was Jen. Maybe. Okay, sounds good, Nicole. No, it's the window. The window's right here above my computer, and every time the sun moves, it keeps going through my time.
Yes, sir.
Is that why you were asking about the fire? I'm really hoping. Just making sure. Excuse me. Hiccups. You got it. I remember on my birthday one year, my neighbor's house burnt down when I was having a sleepover party for my birthday. Never forget it. I wasn't sure if you guys could see it or not. And I was just like, I keep closing it, but it keeps on going anyways.
Dr. Clark, you've been tendered as an expert, and did you base your expert opinion on any facts or data that you've been made personally aware of?
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my experience, my knowledge of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
So what I personally observed was my 4-hour interview with Carly, my 90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley. I then reviewed a large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
Thank you.
And
I want him to talk more on Mr.
And were you able to were you able to, after observing and reviewing the records and your interview with Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes. Well,
And is that contained in your report?
yes.
The irony of that.
Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business. I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Hi, Virgo boy.
I'll approach.
If they're really approaching the judge's personal space with approaching the bench so much. How are you? Okay, let's do a check-in. Hi, Kelly, Jen, Samantha, Jamie, Kat, Andrea, Sue, Teresa, Dingbat, whatever. Allie, Claire, Rebecca, Higher Maintenance, Emily, Amber, I'm a Garden, be right back, and Freebird, Star, Amanda, Hunter, Casey, Valerie, Des, and they call me Mama Jen. Hello to all of you.
Sustained, you may continue.
Dr. Clark, are the interviews you relied upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
Yes, along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Another approach to the bench? Can the judge have a little breathing room? Sorry, I'm getting kind of, I'm trying to keep us all awake because, yeah, I think we should all stretch or do jumping jacks or crack a joke or... At least they're doing their job, though. That's what they get paid for, to approach the bench of many other things. I really want to know if that is her paternal grandparents that are sitting in front row. Excuse me. Okay.
That you reviewed and relied on, the same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation, that interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically how such reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion?
Tell that to my brother.
Who would be rendered an expert?
Teach him how to tell proper jokes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Still on objection. Yes, sir. Y'all approach.
Well, there's a limit. This crime was committed in March, Piggy Mom. So they only had so long to get everything together. Speedy trial was her right, and they used it. If it comes from me, it's not funny. You know how little brothers are. Again with the bench, huh? In case you guys were wondering who I'm talking to, we do have the YouTube open and TikTok. We're doing both today. So if you want the visual aspect of this case, head on over there. Links in my bio in red. What was the one my brother told me last night? He's totally dad joking. And I'm like, Michael, you realize you're just a full dad joker now. He's like, no, everyone else thought it was funny. I'm like, no, they didn't. That's what my nephews do to me.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed,
Good one.
what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright. I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic, she was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother, and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
And close but affectionate with the stepfather.
What, if anything, were you able to gauge about Carly's having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school. And then in the last perhaps year, developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as staying up past curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion she snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend. And then in addition, in the last perhaps 6 weeks prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
What, if any, past history of trauma did Carly have?
So Carly had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that she had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age. And the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening, and it was difficult for her. Secondly, her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing, and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents separated. She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her, and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
What, if anything, did you learn about Carly's educational history?
So what I learned was that Carly was always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped, because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
What, if anything, did you learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
You said earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin to develop mental health issues?
Well, when Carly was young, ages, let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she felt kind of depressed. I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house, and I think somewhat financially strained. This is before Heath Smiley came into their life. She said that was a difficult time. She also reported, well, actually, I think 2 or 3 things. One is, I noted from the records that there were a few occasions when Carly was noted by her therapist to have had intrusive memories or bothersome memories of times with her father. And she was reported on one occasion to have just been minding her own business, kind of idly, and having these memories coming back and were bothersome for her. She also reported that she began hearing voices relatively early in her life. Again, the ages 6 to 9, that she began hearing a voice. It was a male voice, unfamiliar to her, that would say things like, "You're better than them," things that were sort of elitist in a certain way. She reported that became a constant, not necessarily bothersome, but kind of a constant thing for her. She also reported that, again, early on, that she began to have this experience of feeling distant from the world, as if she was in a dream. Things were sort of foggy for her in that regard. So that she said was kind of a regular, frequent thing that happened to her, again, in this sort of ages 6 to 9 period of time.
You just used the phrase intrusive thought. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say intrusive thoughts?
Yes, I'll try not to get into jargon. But intrusive thoughts is one symptom of post-traumatic stress. And I'm not diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but people that have experienced trauma that haunts them afterwards sometimes have the experience of, especially when they're not paying much attention or when their guard is down, the memories will come back in a bothersome way. All of a sudden, they'll just recall whatever it was, and it'll be upsetting for them. So, and for some people, they can be really bothered by it. It can be very problematic for some folks. But so it's considered to be a post-traumatic symptom, and that Carly seemed to have had in the aftermath of her difficult experiences with her biological father.
Based on your evaluation, was there a period of time in which Carly's mental health issues began to be more significant?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So beginning from around the age of 9 or so, what Carly reported was that she began to feel depressed, that the auditory hallucinations, I mean, she was hearing voices, that those continued, that these experiences of feeling like the world wasn't real continued. And then somewhere between the ages of 9 and 11, the depression continued, and she then began to cut herself. And as I understand it, she'd been cutting herself for about 2 years, so starting around the age of 12, that she would, on a fairly regular basis, make superficial cuts on her thighs as a way to help manage her anxiety and distress. And
go ahead.
I'd be happy to talk about just cutting, right, which is a relatively common phenomena that typically teenagers engage in, not so much in a way to try to kill oneself or to injure oneself, but as a way to cope with feelings that are too much to handle. So it's kind of a maladaptive way of coping with feelings, and it's a reflection of some level of either depression or anxiety or just mental health struggles.
And based on your evaluation, about when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until December of 2023, so just last December, that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
Were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
So the other behaviors that the parents learned about at that time was that Carly had been using I think an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps, to text with friends, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her parents' knowledge or consent, and Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had Carly begun to experience with sleeping at this time?
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smiley confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
And is that harmful to take 2 melatonin tablets?
You know, the dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data to support it, but it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that is that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
Is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin, but again, it's over the counter. And I think, as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned. No regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up late using this burner phone, I'll say, in addition, the other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those three things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician made a referral, and evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January of 2024 and March of 2024?
So there were two parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy, right? So Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk, and Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her good to talk to, compassionate. She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk and felt that she could be open with her. And so they met every week. In addition to that, Carly met with a prescriber early in January and was begun on antidepressant medication. So the prescriber at Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What is an adjustment disorder?
So adjustment disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just bash it back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry. All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to bill the insurance company for a visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think of it as relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot of ground.
And what is major depressive disorder? So
major depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness. And
how is depression different than feeling sad?
So we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your energy, your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite, your ability just to enjoy things. People sometimes feel their whole body has slowed down, and then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when the depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness. And it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder that are prescribed psychiatric medication, and antidepressants in particular, to try to treat it.
You mentioned that Carly was first put on Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name. It's an SSRI, specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor medication. It's an antidepressant, and it's widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And how did that medication seem to affect Carly?
It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. It's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or the other.
What if any course of treatment was changed at that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The sort of the standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. Folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for adolescents to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported both to me and to the clinician that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that's a very common reaction. I feel as if I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied.
Zombied. And what, if any, medications Carly changed to after Zoloft?
So at the follow-up visit on March 12th with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication to one called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify upfront ahead of time who's going to respond to which medication, and there can be a lot of individual variability. So one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft. The next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac, and it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so this clinician, at that point in time on March 12th, prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro, it's a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, I guess, right? Cold turkey is not quite the right term because she didn't have withdrawal symptoms, but she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th because she didn't want to take it anymore. And maybe she didn't quite understand the instructions. So starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
And was there a point in time when a prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac?
I believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss Smiley, told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she'd become suicidal quite immediately, and so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
How did Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage
After her medication changed.
So there were a number of things going on by March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks.
I don't know.
However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
And what did you learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana. She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told a clinician at a correctional center she may have smoked it 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was at school.
Why was it that Carly turned to the marijuana usage?
So what I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. Which I think it's a very common reason for adolescents with mental health difficulties to begin smoking marijuana.
Would that typically be described as self-medicating?
Yes.
And in your experience, is that something people tend to do when they're experiencing symptoms of any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially, in my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged, and they smoke marijuana, and at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, how was the
I
marijuana
have it
likely
on
to
the
have caused or affected her symptoms?
So I have a lot of patients that smoke marijuana, I will say. It's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference. And so typically with individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic performance begin to suffer at this time?
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. She said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day, she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you in regards to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
Okay. What were your conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. It wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I guess I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, you're full of energy, you feel good, you're confident, you're funny, you're thinking fast, you're smart, you're on top of the world. People actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to a psychiatrist complaining that they've been hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem, depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens. When you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication, they can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania. And part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you're at much increased risk of having it yourself. So a teenager with depressed mood with a parent with bipolar disorder is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular, discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had.
You guys want me to slow it down? Just tell me.
And had been having them for a number of years. She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years how much of your time have you spent in these states. What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state. and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar II disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach?
I do too, Samantha.
Dr. Clark, did you also review Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
I'm going to pass you a copy of those documents. Can you tell me what the exhibit number of that is?
Exhibit defendant Exhibit 19.
And what records are those?
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
And if you will, you'll see at the very bottom, there's a little red State versus Carly Gregg,
Yes.
and with numbers. If you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on
the
this
first
page?
one.
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I imagine, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you ask a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas. And then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
This is something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons.
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1 is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Do these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples, being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
Oh, yeah.
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12 for me?
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts, impulses, or images that you couldn't get rid of that were unwanted, distasteful, inappropriate, intrusive, or distressing?
And how did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of Precise Medical Records?
What really stood out to me was their question about, have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication, and this is, I understand this to be a question that really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And
Hi,
Carly
Dora,
answered yes
how
to
are
that.
you?
And I saw no evidence in the records from Precise Clinical that they had followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons. And one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior, and teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you. There's some things that are maybe easier to diagnose than others, but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. What I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager, I'm talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you some privacy. You deserve some privacy, but if issues come up that really affect your health or safety or significantly affect your welfare, we got to pull your parents in. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that the really serious stuff, the parents going to get pulled in.
And what, if any, concerns did Carly already have about having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, something like you're going to end up just like your father. And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric illness. So Carly reported to me that she really was worried that she might have a serious psychiatric illness.
Did Carly see her father as a successful person?
No.
Based on your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. There are a lot of people that engage in denial, that they just don't want to believe that they have a condition, and they like to think that they can kind of soldier through, and they say to themselves that it's really not that bad. A lot of, I think, teenagers in particular, again, are worried that their parents are going to find out. And it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric
there and switch to my profile.
especially around
It says YouTube in red. Click that. We are watching it over here for the visual.
That you're going to lock me up in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly anytime you talk about psychosis, I think it's a very big deal for most people to try to come to terms with that, because they worry, understandably, about what it means.
Not when I'm live, obviously.
Based on your evaluation of Carly and your interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know, and they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. It's a skill that most teenagers develop. And especially, a teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example. They may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face. That she's able to put on a good face even when things are quite difficult. And I think I saw evidence of that in reviewing the records.
And what do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, in part to her. Well, actually, I understand Carly to have, from an early age, had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her mother not worry so much. And so that she did lots of things like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's right maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality where she's very good at putting a smile on her face and functioning reasonably well.
During your interview with Carly, would you say that she minimized her symptoms, or did she overplay them?
Oh, I'm sorry.
During your interview with Carly, did you find that she minimized her symptoms, or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
In my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she
were you on the mic last night, and
I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked harder with her than I usually do with adolescents in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
Now, are auditory hallucinations or hearing voices
just copy that link and
typically
paste
what
it
someone with
into
bipolar 2 disorder is going to be experiencing?
The
No.
internet browser?
The short answer is no. It's not,
It should
not
take you
usual
right
for someone
there.
with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices.
Thank you.
Sometimes people that get very depressed, can experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that. People that are manic can absolutely experience auditory hallucinations. They can become very psychotic, but otherwise it's really not at all common.
And based on what you reviewed in preparing for your evaluation of Carly, were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Yes.
Where?
So the document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, and 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach? Carly's journal into evidence.
If you copy the link that I sent you in that message and put it in your internet browser, then click it, you should be able to
Correct.
get it there.
And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaged in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, "I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy." And then she goes on to say, "I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I can't decide." Exclamation mark.
That was Sam about giving you the Discord link.
You also have an opportunity to review.
And you know how to mute and block. The way
Yes.
we do it in here is someone is disrespectful, hold our finger over their sentence, we block first, and then we go back and mute to remove their comment.
Interview and evaluation stood out to you.
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say, I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, "Anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer." And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and scrawling. And it says, please help me. I don't something, I'm sorry." And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph. And I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Miss Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes, and they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed.
Hidden journal entries.
And could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
I actually don't recall whether it's in a sketchbook or in a different journal. That's the one titled April 7th.
And what about that entry concerns you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, so April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, "I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help." And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping the journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's worried.
I was
She
just going
was
to say, I'm
worried
sure
about
still with
her mental
us.
health at this point in time.
What, if anything, had Carly,
Are you
did
talking
Carly
about that?
disclose to you about her father having schizophrenia?
And so Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or was being either had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but it really was the bipolar diagnosis that she was most clear about.
So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in
Help
April
me,
of
help me,
2023.
help me.
Yes.
I'm hearing voices. I believe there's voices there.
Can you tell the court a little bit
Do you
about
want
what
me to go
schizophrenia
back?
is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis to be chronic.
Let's go back.
And typically has a kind of worsening course.
I handed you there.
Yes.
Is that the same journal entry that you're?
Well, I already removed it now. Now we got to listen to it anyway. Don't mind me.
Reviewed.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, "I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy." And then she goes on to say, "I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I just, I can't decide." Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach? Did you also have an opportunity to review a sketchbook that Carly had?
Yes.
And that sketchbook's been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in Carly's sketchbook that you reviewed in preparing for her interview and evaluation stood out to you?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions?
I mean,
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident. That was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting, and it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. Or whoever wrote this wrote, "Anywho, I don't think I'll make it longer." And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling, and it says, please help me, I don't, something, I'm sorry." And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph, and I think it signed something like Germa. And when
I just want to say that I'm glad that we played this back, first of all. And second of all, the change of handwriting, that is extremely concerning, especially if there's a possibility of multiple personalities. There you go, Sam.
When I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Mrs. Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes, and they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed having written it.
And could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
Really starting to wonder.
I actually don't recall whether this was in a sketchbook or in a different journal. It's the one titled April 7th.
And What about that entry concerns you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help. And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I can message you what timestamp we're at. Or I can
whether
tell
this is
you now.
just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping the journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's
Right now we're at 5
she's
hours and
worried about
13
her
minutes
mental health
of date.
What, if anything, did Carly disclose to you about her father having schizophrenia?
And so Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or was being, had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but really it's the bipolar diagnosis that she's most clear about.
So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
Can you tell the court a little bit about what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations. Also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric diagnoses.
You talked about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what psychosis is?
Yes. So psychosis is a psychiatric condition. I think I define it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those are hallucinations. But people can also have disorder of thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
And what do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is, normally our thoughts go from one thing to another and they're reasonably well connected, and there's an element of a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other. Things don't connect. They'll start talking about one thing and then they'll make a jump to another thing, they'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
What, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly told me that for at least the last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake, at times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for, on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she'd been doing these things for at least a couple of years. And so she was having, by May, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself, hearing voices, and sleeping difficulty, all, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Can you tell the court what disassociation means?
Dissociation is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness, memory, body sensation, and connection with the world, which may not mean a lot. Dissociation can be both very mild and quite severe. Mild dissociation, which I think almost all of us have experienced, can include things like just spacing out, right? If you're like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit, or you get home, you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation. Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or they're just not engaged. They can feel they're just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder, where people, for example, let's say someone's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever in Iraq or wherever it might be, and that can be very stressful for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fugues, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take the train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you have these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are, they're like, I have no idea. And then for many of them, their sort of sense of themselves will come back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a somewhat controversial diagnosis. But there are certainly people who experience, I think on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals that really do struggle from a psychiatric point of view. Dissociation is most typically thought of as a result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that the protective mechanism. So that let's say a child is being sexually abused, right? During the abuse might just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with a psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And can you explain the significance of bipolar 2 disorder and dissociation and the auditory?
How we doing over here, YouTube?
Oh, so in the period of time up until March 12th, Carly reported that her mood was flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more prominent, and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over. Now, she told me that the only thing the voice...
All right, I'm going to give you time. If you want to grab a pen, you could see exactly where we left off, so you will know where to pick it up on later for yourself. Let me know when you're ready. You ready? Now this is day 3, and this is the long crime network one. We're at hour 5, minute 21, second 01. So 5:21:01.
This is said to her were things that were
Hi, Cat.
Kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that's the only thing she told me. They said. So her mood is poor. The voices are getting worse. Her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time.
Jules, I hope you don't mind, but this
From now
on.
Dr. Clark, when did you first receive the Vital Core records?
So I received the Vital Core records, or the records from the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I returned to Boston and got the records afterwards. So I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Core from this pain. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
I always end up, whenever I make friends that are named Julie, I always end up calling them Jules. With you, it was like an instantaneous thing, like it just came like natural. They're approaching the bench again, making sure the judge is on his toes. How we doing, YouTubers? We good over there? For those of you that don't know, we're doing the visual side of this for YouTube, and you guys get the audio. Well, they get both video and audio, but I'm trying to do this in before we can see it.
Beginning, I think, March 28th, 2024.
Okay. And are those the same records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th And then again, a month later, she's been having command.
Okay, Samantha also is
What are
going to send you a
command
message
auditory
on it too.
hallucinations?
So hallucinations, auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of
Okay,
different
Biggie Mom,
content.
good.
They're
Nicole,
often
good.
critical, for example. But command auditory hallucinations is when you hear a voice that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voices will often, when you have a person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on it. People act on them. I had asked Carly several different times whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively each time. So I was surprised to see that she had told the vital core clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
And based on the records you reviewed, when did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly?
So Carly reported these command auditory hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is that Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was continued on Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So on March 28th, she reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams. And the Lexapro was stopped. So those two medication changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
What dosage was her dosage of Abilify raised at any point again?
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify, and that's what the records would reflect starting in July.
And what stood out to you about that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. Can be a very potent medication, can be very sedating. And typically what I see with adolescents, especially those that have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose, unless
Monster and YouTube and are not on TikTok. If you're not on our Discord, please message Samantha so she can get you guys over there.
And what's the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used to help with kind of emotional overload. It's used to help, it's a mood stabilizer. But 10 to 15 milligrams a day is kind of the typical upper limit.
What, if any, issues, when you spoke with Mr. Smiley, what, if any, issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues?
Can I apologize for just a moment? I actually had not finished answering your last question.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. If I may, you would ask me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking. And so what I took from that is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations. I thought, I have to think, is she malingering here, right? Isn't this convenient that she's coming up with this story now after she's been arrested, right? That's probably the central question. I would think if she was malingering, she'd be leading with this. The voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down with me. So the fact that she had it now was saying, no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for some secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who, let's say, has an opioid addiction, might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to get, they'll make it up in order to opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault. Obviously, she has a lot of incentive, and so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it? I'm still getting a long-winded answer to your question. Her being on Abilify, I think, is very important. And the fact that Carly reports, and she's been very consistent about this, once she got on Abilify, and once the Lexapro was stopped, she felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good, and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying, this works for me. So I think that's striking. Hallucinations, or the disappearing auditory hallucinations, are striking. And then the third, Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be really have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful from April through May and then June. And then since July or August, her mood was much better. She still, I think, misses her mother tremendously. She said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually, preparing for this yesterday, and I was reading this, and I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression, a pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder has mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of agitation, it's followed by a crash that they will frequently, for some people really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at how awful Carly felt for those 2 or maybe 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that, to me, that's very consistent with the pattern of, again, bipolar depression that comes in after having had a manic or hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think that's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time, and then how much better she felt relatively quickly by the end of the summer, where she's still in the same circumstances as she was before. What I take from that is there's likely a biological component to that. I'm not saying she didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
And is Abilify the first time, based on your interview of Carly and the record, that she was put on an antipsychotic medication?
Yes. And as I mentioned, Abilify can have significant mood stabilizing properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like Abilify are frequently used to help stabilize someone's mood.
And what, if any, other medications was Carly also on after she arrived to the Rankin County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived. And then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams. And then she was on the Lexapro 10 milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in both teenagers and adults.
Okay. And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities but real differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently one to the other, can have different side effects one to the other.
And before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
So there's something called personality traits. And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder, are conditions in psychiatry that are supposed to represent an enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like bred in the bone, right? For someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis in a way that doesn't work for them or the people around them, they can be given the diagnosis of a personality disorder. For people that want to point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as, say, a personality disorder, they can talk about personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe two things. One is they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice, and it can be really stigmatizing. I mean, if you say, and what are you going to say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview with them, but it's about how they are over time in many different settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you observe in Carly?
So I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. I mean, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of kind of adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology, callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to become have serious problems with the law. Individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observation of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would, no.
And so what, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse, that she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house with some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled, she was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike some anything she had before, and that after about 20 minutes it passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
And how can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used antidepressant could have such an impact on Carly's symptoms so quickly?
So the SSRI medications are widely used, generally considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and most adolescents do just fine with them. They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they do, but there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality. Right, so there's a small number of individuals. It's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They've not been suicidal before. They're given a medication like Prozac, and all of a sudden they get suicidal. So the Food and Drug Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's a thick, heavy black box that says warning. You need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say, in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may, for an individual, as I testified to earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is going to make them worse, going to make their mood swings worse. It's going to aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes. And I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. Sometimes it can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had woken up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class the first time that had happened. That she went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. So that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day, and that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they drove home as usual, that when they got home, Carly went to the backyard to let the dogs out, and that her memory went blank at that point. And that her memory came back as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
Now, Dr. Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything, stood out to you about that?
I think the only thing that stood out was that it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall what her response?
I didn't hear that particular response.
Okay.
Why would she know to ask her for stuff that's okay if she doesn't remember anything?
Did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. She missed her mother very much, and she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly, and the family members that you spoke to?
Yes, so I think I have maybe four. So just to say, number one, her mood disorder. Right, so I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, and it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia, spectrum, and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, "Oh, you're better than that guy." I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than "Oh, you're better than that guy." I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory hallucinations shortly after she was arrested. I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. So I'm not even sure that we've talked about. All to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of voices. I think that I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say, I think with some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
And is it fair to say that transitioning off of Zoloft could have contributed to the worsening of the symptoms Carly was experiencing?
I don't think so. The reason I say that is that typically when people stop a medication like Zoloft abruptly, and she wasn't on a very big dose, what they can experience are these withdrawal effects that are almost a flu-like illness, headache, achiness, brain zaps, but it doesn't typically worsen a mood disorder, for example, or worsen the thought disorder. So I don't think coming off of Zoloft likely had much of an impact one way or the other. Carly told me that she did not experience withdrawal symptoms coming off.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you associate the Carly in the form of disassociation?
So what I understood was that Carly had this really kind of low-grade dissociative experiences for a number of years, where she felt distant from, the world was dreamy, a sort of sense of unreality that had been persistent, but hadn't necessarily been a significant problem, but enough to, I think, give her the diagnosis. So I think it was other specified dissociative disorder. She didn't meet criteria, kind of full criteria for a major league dissociative disorder, but I think it had been there.
Anybody?
And does a person are they always aware of when they're dissociating?
YouTube for visual and audio.
No. I mean, some people are,
You guys
and other times people dissociate and just, for example, lose track of time.
Click my
Like 10
circle up
minutes
there,
will
go
go
into
by
my
and all of a sudden
profile,
they'll just,
and
they'll
red,
say,
there's the
what
link
have I
for
been
the
doing? So I think for many people with dissociative disorders, it's just confusing for them. They don't quite know what to make of it, but they know that somehow their life doesn't quite fit.
And can you explain acute dissociative reaction to a stressful event?
So, yes. So
1 second, I'm gonna get you the timestamp so you know where you're coming back in at, because I know you're probably gonna want to review. So give me a sec. You came back in at 5 hours and
yes.
50 minutes.
So what I think happened on March 19th is the following, that Carly was at that point really in a mental health crisis, that she was having significant mood swings, made worse by the Lexapro, that the voices were getting more and more of a problem for her, that she had documented in a journal entry on March 12th that the voices were very problematic for her, that she was having these dissociative episodes, and that day in particular, she wasn't able to pay attention in school. I take that as a reflection of her worsening psychiatric state. So I really see her as having been in a crisis. And then her mother finds out that she's been smoking marijuana. And for Carly, I think for any teenager, it can feel like the end of the world. I think for Carly in particular, she's so cared about her mother's approval. She's so worried about her mother being worried about her, that for her, this was a crisis. And so an acute dissociative reaction is something that the DSM-5 diagnosis that occurs when an individual is triggered by some significant stress and they dissociate, meaning that they go off in some way, they're not fully there, even though they might on the surface act like they're kind of there. And they often suffer a period of amnesia throughout this period of time. The amnesia can last from a few hours to a few days, and then they will kind of come to.
So can a person be experiencing this state but still seem functional to others?
Yes, they can. And I think about, for example, people who have these dissociative fugues where they travel, and people don't. I mean, they manage to travel, they manage to get themselves across the country or whatever it is, but they don't necessarily look as if they're terribly impaired.
And can a person be in a dissociative state and say, send a text message?
Yes.
Can they call a friend?
Yes.
Can they go to school and sit at their desk?
Yes.
And how long do these dissociative states typically last?
I don't think there's a typical to it. Dissociative states can be very brief, or they can be quite prolonged. You know, it can be 2 minutes, or it could be hours, or it could be days, or it could be years.
And what, if any, association is there between acute dissociative reactions to stressful events and violence?
So many people that engage in violent acts report that they were dissociating at the time and have no recollection of it. It's actually fairly common. And how many are just saying it because it helps them to escape blame, or how many just can't stand to think about what awful thing they just did. So that's the hard question. But the answer is that it's not at all uncommon. It is known that people engage in violence while in a dissociative state. And there's certain characteristics that are thought to be more likely to make this the real deal of dissociation rather than malingering. And those characteristics include a past history of dissociation, a sudden, often a close relationship with the individual for whom you are violent, strong emotional reaction, and no prior planning, no prior threats, and the absence of history of, I guess, criminal or antisocial behavior. So those things are all thought to be considered making it up. I think Carly really fits all of them. The one caveat, I guess, the one thing I'd say is one other risk factor.
Okay.
It's thought to be the real deal. Said to be more likely to have patchy amnesia, where they remember some things, not remember other things. And for Carly, it seems more like a total amnesia. So that's the one thing that doesn't fit, but the other factors all tend to fit.
And what is your process for arriving at your opinions?
So my process is to try to gather as much information as I can in as neutral and objective way as possible without coming to any conclusion. So I just want to take the information in. I do my interviews, I ask questions, I look at the records, try to get as much as I can. And then I sort of sit down, and it's almost as if I have the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. I get the pieces in place, and then what I try to do is come up with a hypothesis that fits the pieces. And what I try to do is look alternative hypotheses. Like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Let's look at what fits the information that I have.
What, if any, other hypothesis did you rule out?
So I think two other ones that I ruled out in particular. One is that Carly may have just panicked, right? That she's emotionally fragile. This is a big deal that her mother finding out that in the moment, and she's a teenager, right? In the moment, she just panicked and did something heedless. The problem I have with that, one problem is, when I saw the video of the kitchen at 4:10 in the afternoon, you hear the shot, she comes in, she looks to me to be cool and collected and unemotional. I would have expected, had she panicked, that she would be quite agitated and emotionally around. I didn't see that at all. And then I see her engaged in this plan to shoot her stepfather, which makes no sense to me. If she had panicked and done this with her mother, why in the world? I mean, even that is somewhat incomprehensible. But why in the world would she then plan an hour later to shoot her stepfather? That makes no sense to me. Why would she invite friends over to the house? So to me, her emotional flatness in particular, and the sort of the continuation of the plan, just didn't make any sense. The other hypothesis that I considered is that she's callous, right? That for some reason she had it in for her mother and thought her mother deserved it, right? She just decided she was going to do this. The problem I have with that is that so much of what she did seemed senseless. That both, like taking down the video camera and putting it in the refrigerator makes no sense to me. That planning to shoot her father, her stepfather, makes no sense. That having friends come over makes no sense. So to me, and that goes against everything that I know about who Carly is. Right? There's nothing in her past history that would indicate that she has.
Okay. I know I'm breaking jury protocol here. Do we have a doctor in the house? I have a question. And I'll just say the question even if you're not a doctor and you think you guys know the answer. Would somebody that was going through a multiple personality episode and they were at a new personality, would they think to take a camera off the wall and put it in the freezer, meaning they remember the camera's there? Yeah, refrigerator, sorry, yeah. That's a question I have. Because if we're going to go down this route, let's go all the way there, Just saying.
The capability of doing something like that in such a careless way. So those are the two other hypotheses. And so I put this together, acknowledging that it's not perfect, right? It's a hard situation, and not everything lines up. But I'll say that the whole situation is sort of perplexing and difficult. For me, this is the hypothesis that best fits the information that I have. And I think Carly has a much more severe psychiatric illness than anybody realized, and that she was able to acknowledge, or even that she's able to acknowledge today. And that combined with her history of dissociation sort of created this terrible situation.
And Dr. Clark, based on your interviews and evaluation of Carly, your review of her medical and school records, your conversations with her that you've heard from friends in the courtroom, and also seeing her right after she'd been picked up by law enforcement on March 19th, and in her conversations with her stepfather, and you've already stated that Carly's a very intelligent child. How do you make sense of someone with Carly's intelligence, if she had planned to do this, not taking the video camera down early on before texting her stepfather or engaging in any other activities?
So I will say, I don't make too much of Carly's intelligence. I think she's bright, but she's also a teenager. But it seemed, I think it's pretty clear, this is not some well-planned out scheme that she had put together. Nothing about this looks like a well-planned out scheme.
Hi, TikTok Mom.
And what is Carly's understanding of what she had done?
I mean, Carly's understanding is that she doesn't remember, but she thinks that she must have done it. I think that's her understanding. I don't think she has any more insight than that.
And on one hand, Carly appeared calm and cheerful with the dogs when she got home, and then kind of engaged in a senseless plan and hid the video camera in the refrigerator. Does that fit a psychopathic model?
So I guess that psychopaths, we'll use that phrase, are capable of having a really poorly thought out plan. For me, what doesn't fit the psychopathic model is what we know about her emotional and psychological. What we know about her emotionally and psychologically. We know that she cared for her mother. We know that she cared for her stepfather. We know that she cared for her friends. We know that she wanted to do well. We know that she had not engaged in criminal behavior of really any significant sort. That's what doesn't fit the psychopathic model.
I'm surprised there's been no objections at all to his testimony whatsoever. I guess they're approaching the bench again. Oh, they're away. It was a quickie.
Dr. Clark, are you aware of, based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, do you believe that Carly was able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
And based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe she understood the nature and quality of this act on March 19th at that time?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
I have no proof. You tender the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take our afternoon break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Wow. That might change things a little bit. That was the longest witness that they've had for this whole trial. And why are we just now hearing about this possible multiple
I
personality?
reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. This time I was not cutting you off. I want to make that clear. Are you sure you rested with this witness?
And I'm muting it because as the jury, we're not supposed to hear anything after the jury leaves. So we're really sticking to that rule.
I apologize that a jury.
Mine too.
Signaled
Mine
me pretty
too.
heavily. He needed to go to the restroom. So
And if
just trying to
okay,
make that happen. Dr. Clark,
if someone is
we're
able to
about go
switch their
restroom.
handwriting to that
I'll discuss your testimony with
extensive
anyone. It is 2:30.
of a
We'll be in
result,
recess till at least 2:45.
I'm not a psychiatrist, but I want to ask questions to one. The way that he was speaking about her switching hamburgers. Oh my God, where the hell did I come up with that from? Hand signatures. And the way she was writing, to have it switched so drastically. And that was something that was hidden. They found it. It wasn't something that, and it's something that Carly had been doing for a while, they said. So Where are you guys over at on YouTube? What are you guys thinking on that? What about here? Any thoughts? We are the jury, but it's not like we're not going to talk to each other when we leave in the hallway and stuff like that, right? I know. My understanding is that, and I could be wrong, keep that in mind, I do get it wrong sometimes, but my understanding was he was explaining the loss of her sister when she was 4, and then the parents' separation and father's abuse, possibly. Not to us, no. He was reading it from the papers, but no, we didn't get to see it. Well, I don't have multiple personalities. I just said hamburger because I don't know why I said hamburger. Just sometimes my words decided to trade places on me, so that's just what that is.
All right. Stay ready for cross.
Your motions, jury.
Yes.
And you're gonna pick now to give us a commercial?
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in.
And the second photograph. Who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
Hold on.
And do you recall when that photograph?
Babe, how many personalities do I have?
Response. Does anybody have a copy of Catchings for me?
No, sir. I don't have a copy.
What shirt are you wearing?
Yes, sir.
I apologize.
I got it from
Oh, okay. So how many personalities do I have?
It's 684 Southern Second 591.
I gotta separate you with each one because sometimes they seem similar except for one slight difference.
Any further argument in the way of the motion?
The demons in my head can't agree.
Go. I guess that was the safest answer. Nicole says she has at least 8. Well, Piggy Mom, we don't know the ending because we didn't watch the ending.
In particular, it's 705, correct?
I winked in case you couldn't see me over there on YouTube. I don't know you couldn't. But no, remember, we're the jury, so we don't know the outcome. I'm trying to make yours laugh too because I'm trying to
684 Southern Second 591.
I'm trying to get us through this second full one because, believe it or not, we've been live for over 6 hours, but this one is almost done, and so I'd like to wrap up the day on the day. That's just what I'm aiming for. And if my mods need a break, I understand. Take one. Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Your Honor, may the defense have a short break to read this case as it's not been provided this?
Nick just said, number 8 gets me left in the cages for special occasions because she scares me. Thank you for that. Mary says, I have a few, but I've never counted. Okay, sounds good, Samantha. Karen, how many do you have? And we're not making light of mental health and multiple personalities. I'm trying to get us all awake to keep going. I think that many of us could relate to that one. But there's only one that you guys have seen one time. There's only one personality of mine that came out that you guys have seen just once. I think. It's been a long life. We're allowed to have a little bit of craziness once in a while. You have. Karen, well, she saw the evidence of it. Hi, fun. If you guys wonder who I'm talking to, I'd like to talk to my magic. No, we have YouTube going as well. So if you would prefer to watch the trial visually and audio as well, you can do it over on the YouTube by clicking that little circle picture of me. Then click the red YouTube link, and then you can join us over here if you want the visual and the audio. Here is on the audio.
It specifically states that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty is a useful shorthand expression that is helpful in forestalling challenges to the admissibility of expert testimony. Care must be taken, however, to see that the incantation does not become a semantic trap, and the failure to voice it is not used as a basis for the exclusion without analysis of the testimony itself.
Any further argument?
We would argue that based on the case they cited yourself, Your Honor, that their motion must be denied because the basis of the medical testimony itself went to the certainty that he went through in making his hypothesis, what he ruled
Karen, how
out,
many
his
men
method
have
of
you seen?
evaluation, how he comes to his conclusions. We went over who he talked to, what he reviewed, and at this point in time, Your Honor, that in and of itself, that statement is just being used as an incantation to exclude.
Welcome back, Lori. Karen seemed
Yes, sir, Your
to.
Honor. To my recollection,
Nope.
Dr.
Can't
Clark
hear it.
simply testified that his
Come on,
best
quit arguing back and
hypothesis
forth.
was
We got a job to do here with the jury.
while stating this, that the case states that you don't have to use the specific terms to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. You have to render an opinion somewhat in that line. And he hasn't stated that his opinion to.
How you guys hanging in there over on YouTube? You
reasonable
guys
degree of
still
medical certainty
okay?
at all, using any kind of terms. He just simply talked about his training and education that he used in arriving at his conclusion. Not that his conclusion itself.
I was
to a
gonna
reasonable degree of
tell
medical certainty
a
or
blonde joke because
anything
I was wondering, so it'll be okay to do
And
that.
so,
Try to keep us awake.
Your Honor,
My
the
mind's
argument
not
yesterday,
there.
as the court, deliberated back and forth with itself yesterday over whether or not to allow this testimony in.
Okay.
This is the exact type of diminished capacity testimony that we were bringing up yesterday, and now it's here, and the jury's heard it, and the state would argue that it doesn't meet the standard, under Rule 702,
That car needs a
or case
muffler.
law of the state.
That's only the court's ruling.
In this state, we have a long tortured history with procedure. It seems
Okay.
that procedure changes from case to case based on who the
Nobody get
parties
mad at
are,
me. Are you
what
guys
type
on
of case it
YouTube? Are you
is.
guys ready for a blonde joke? Don't worry,
And
pick
every
whatever
time a
color you
case
want after that.
gets reversed for exclusion, it comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards.
You know what?
the
I think I'll
defendant
just hit
being
all
allowed to
three.
put forth the theory of their
Let's go
defense.
with the joke about the blonde, the
As a
brunette,
practical
and the
matter,
redhead.
This trial judge.
And it's about
no one
religion.
Believes that
Too.
we can't unring the bell.
I know that.
I think the
Just
jury's
hear me
already heard
out.
the evidence.
Okay.
I think even though they could say that they put it aside,
So,
we
the
will assume
blonde,
that to be true.
the redhead, and the brunette were all
However, although very imperfectly
just
stated,
passed on,
he did
standing
at
at the
very
bottom
end
of the stairway to heaven, and
give an opinion
God
in
suddenly
line with
appears.
McNaughton.
They're super excited. And he's like, yeah, but you got to walk all the way up there. And
Overrule
he's looking at them. He's like, okay, these ones are kind of strange. And God said, well, there's a certain way that you go up the stairs. In order to make it up the stairs and get to cross into heaven,
All right.
you can't laugh at any of my jokes.
Bring him in.
If you do, straight to hell. So they start walking up. They get to the 18th step, the redhead does. And she just starts cracking up at God's joke. Bam, she's gone. Get up to the 64th step. The brunette lasted that long. She starts laughing though. She's gone. Get up to the 99th step. And first of all, God didn't even tell his joke yet. And the blonde busts out laughing. And God says, you almost made it. There was one more step, but I didn't even tell a joke. Why are you laughing?
All right, before we get started, I apologize. I did have a juror
says,
reach
"I
out like,
just
hey, I
took
need
the
to use the
first
restroom.
one."
And I may have waited a few minutes. I apologize. Try to take breaks at
Hi,
logical
Brady
places so y'all can
Beauty.
hear all the evidence in blocks. If
We're
it
still
becomes a
not
dire
allowed to hear this
emergency,
part as the
you need
jury,
me,
so I'm just waiting for
you
that
know,
to
I don't
come
know,
back
maybe
in.
universal hand signal. Yeah. You
Okay.
feel free to extend the middle finger or
Why are
something.
you all
When I say,
laughing?
can you wait 5 minutes? All right. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. Okay. But I do my best to
What do
take
you
the
guys think
breaks
over on
where they
YouTube? Do I
logically
have
fall.
good jokes?
But I do want y'all to know, if you have an emergency, let me know. Okay. Let me know. All right. With that
You
being
know
said,
another one.
cross-examination.
So there was a blonde, and she saw an ad in the paper, and she was getting frustrated. She said, "I'm sick of people acting like."
All right. Good afternoon again, Dr. Clark. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm gonna
Well,
go
thank you.
to this
You
ad.
can
The
imagine
ad
I
was
have
an
a few questions
advertisement for
for
an
you.
experimental
'Cause they can get out
therapy
of Mississippi without
that would help
asking you
raise
a
their
few.
education.
So
She's like,
you
"I'm
talked a
tuning
lot
in."
about
She started
your
going.
opinion that you rendered in this
After
case
just a
with
couple of
Ms. Todd. Is that
sessions, she's
correct?
like, "You know what?
All right. I just want to ask you a few
feel
questions
different. I
about
feel
that
smart,
opinion.
all right."
So as I
So
understand
she
it,
goes and she
you
goes
stated
to
that
the
you were
store.
retained towards the
She's like,
end of
"I'm
August. Is
going
that
to do
correct?
this. I'm going to buy some hair
Middle
dye.
of
We're
August, I
going to do
believe, is my
this."
first phone call with Attorney Camp.
She
Okay.
went,
Does it sound
got her
about right that you were retained
hair
around
dyed
August
brunette.
24th?
She's driving on the way home,
Okay.
feeling
And then
really
5
good
days
about
later, on
herself.
August 29th,
Really, really good about
evaluated,
herself.
you flew down here and you evaluated Ms. Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
All right.
She's
And
driving in
then
from the
4 days
country.
later, on September 3rd, you
She's
rendered what was ultimately your report in this case,
a
right? Your
farm
opinion.
that has a
Correct.
whole
All right.
bunch of sheep in it. And she's
And
the
Doctor,
farmer
whenever you
outside. She's like, "I
retained
want to see
on
him.
a
Look
case,
him over."
and how many times you say you
And
testified as an expert witness?
I think I said
he
over
greets her. He's
150.
like, "Hi, ma'am. How are
So,
you?"
but you said this
She's
is the
like,
first time that you
"Good."
testified in Mississippi, correct?
She's like, "No
All right.
question."
Whenever you're retained on a case,
And he looks at her
what do
camera.
you
He's
do
like,
to
"Okay."
familiarize yourself
She
with
says, "If I
what the
could guess
standard is that you're
how
going to be
many
testifying
sheep
about in
you
whatever
have."
state it is you're retained?
What I usually do is, do an internet search and try to find either the statute or the case law or whatever is relevant.
The
And
farmer
I'll also talk to the
looks
attorney
at the sheep,
about
knowing how
what
many
their-
he has,
what-
thinks
what-
it's
what
pretty
they
good
feel
odds
is
that
the
she's
legal
not going to get it right.
requirements are.
Did you have a
So he goes,
conversation like
"Okay,
that with
sure."
Mr. Count?
I did.
Okay.
She
Did he
says
provide
20.
you with what the legal standard was in Mississippi?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I believe that whenever we talked the other day,
Okay,
you
go
told
ahead.
me that
Pick
you looked up the
whichever one you
statute in
want.
Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you I
She
was
goes,
wrong.
picks
and I
up a
told you that,
sheep,
yes.
Okay. Okay.
walks back to the
Because
car,
in fact, there's no statute. is there?
opens up
I
her
don't believe there
trunk,
is.
puts
So
the
I
sheep
looked
in
up
the
the standard,
trunk,
but there is
and
not.
goes and gets in the
Right.
car.
Right.
And then she hears a knock on the window.
Now, you've obviously
The
talked about
farmer
you
says,
evaluated
"But
Carly back
I
here,
have one
right?
for you."
Yes.
And approximately how long did that
Okay.
evaluation take?
About
He
4
says,
hours.
Okay.
"If I can guess your original hair color,
And
can
you
I have my
stated
job
that
back?"
Ms. Todd was present
I'm
during
from
that
King.
evaluation, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's the same Ms. Todd that's present with Ms. Gregg here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the only time you've evaluated
There is one
Carly.
more, but we'll do that later.
Yes.
I'll save that one.
You never treated Carly before August 29th of 2024?
No.
All right. You've never reviewed any of her records until presumably you received them sometime after August 24th, correct?
I think that's correct. I may have gotten records a few days before then, but that's generally correct. Yes.
All right. Dr. Clark, whenever you evaluated the defendant, Ms. Gregg here, did she know who she was herself?
Yes.
All right. Did she appear to be dissociating the day that you evaluated her?
She didn't appear that way. She reported that she was to some extent, but not that I could tell.
Okay. So what exactly did she report, or who did she report to that she was dissociating that day?
Well, she told me that in a somewhat chronic way, she'd been feeling the sense of being separate from the world and that things were sort of dreamlike still. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened when she was having evaluations or when she would go to court, more than other times.
But the fact that she was dissociating based off her own terms, whenever you evaluated her, that didn't affect your opinion as to the things she told you, did it?
No, it did not.
Can't dissociate.
Did she know at the time that you evaluated her why she was there being evaluated?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did she know why or in what role that you were there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
I did. I explained who I was at the outset.
And you actually told her that you're there, and I believe in your report, Stacey, that you're actually there on behalf of her attorneys, correct?
Correct.
The attorneys who are representing her in her murder trial, right?
Well, I told her that I was there. I'd been retained by the attorneys to do an evaluation that the attorneys might choose to use, and they might choose to have me testify as well.
Right. You also stated that you conducted a Zoom interview with Ms. Gregg's stepdad, Mr. Heath Smiley, on August 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that lasted about 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
But neither the evaluation that you conducted with Ms. Gregg nor the evaluation for 90 minutes that you conducted with Mr. Smiley, you didn't video record or any other way record those, did you?
I only took notes, but I did not record them in any other way.
Okay. Did you ever provide those notes to Mr. Camp or Ms. Todd?
I've not provided them, nor I've not been asked for them, nor have I provided them.
Great, thank you. So in forming your opinion in this case, you relied basically on your memory from when you evaluated Ms. Gregg, along with the notes that you took as it relates to the evaluation, right?
Yes.
And then the other documents and things that you looked at as well, that you already testified about.
That's correct, yes.
Right. You talk about in your report some of the documents and things that that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I see some counseling records from when Carly was younger. Did you review those?
I did.
All right. I see some what appear to be, I guess, medical records from, I guess, her pediatrician. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then you go on down there and you say that you review some home videos. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's number 9 on your report. Which videos did you review?
There were 2 videos that I reviewed. One was a video from the kitchen around 4:10 p.m. on Tuesday, March 19th. Okay. And the second was a video that was taken, I believe, from the garage that occurred at the time of the shooting of Mr. Heath Smiley.
Were you provided or did you review the videos from when Ms. Gregg and Ms. Smiley came home from school? Was that depicted on the videos that you watched?
It was not depicted on the videos that I watched. I'm not sure whether it may have been provided to me, but I did not see it.
Okay. So was the only video that you saw from inside the house the video where you can actually hear the shooting?
Yes.
And then how long after that in the video sequence did you watch?
I watched for several minutes before then and for several minutes after then. But to my best of my estimate, it was no more than 20 minutes total and probably somewhat less.
Okay. And then you also mentioned some sheriff office reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you say that you reviewed some police reports regarding texts sent by Carly on 3/19/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever actually see the actual text messages, the printout of the text, or were you just relying on the police officer's reports?
I never actually saw the printout of the texts.
Okay.
So I had to rely on just the police officer's report.
Okay. And would it be helpful in rendering opinion to have the actual text where you can look at kind of the context and how they were texting back and forth? Would that be helpful?
I think it likely would have been helpful, yes.
Okay. And these friends that it's talking about that Ms. Gregg was texting back and forth with, did you reach out to any of these friends to interview them?
I did interview one of them, yes.
Okay. And who was that?
It was a juvenile called BG.
Okay. All right. And what did your interview? Did you rely on that interview with BG?
No.
Okay. Did you actually talk to BG?
I did.
You did. Okay. What did BG tell you?
What BG told me was that he was good friends with Carly. That they had been friends for at least a few years. That she was very bright and that she tended to hang out with the academically successful kids. And he wasn't necessarily one of those. He told me that she was outgoing and bubbly and friendly, had good energy. He told me that somewhere around February of this year, that they began to text or communicate somewhat less with one another. He wasn't quite sure why. He told me that he became aware around early March that she was smoking marijuana and that he was concerned about it and talked to her about it. And he told me that he had decided to tell Carly's mother about that, and in fact did so on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19th.
Right. Did he also tell you that Ms. Gregg reached out to him and asked him to come over after she shot and killed her mom?
He did. He told me that she had FaceTimed him. And that she had asked him to come over, and that he asked for the address, and that he was actually heading.
Did he say anything?
He did not say.
Asked him at the time, correct?
I think it's a reasonable supposition, yes.
And she reached out to him between whenever she shot and killed her mom and whenever she shot her dad, correct, or her stepdad?
I believe so, yes.
In your report, Dr. Clark, you talk about present circumstances. Do you recall that? I think it's down at the bottom of page 2. Do you recall writing that section in your report?
I do.
All right. And in there, what are you talking about present circumstances? Is that like as we sit here today?
I was talking about how Carly was doing, how she reported how she was doing at the time of my interview with her on August 29th.
Right. And you state that she chooses not to meet with mental health, both because it requires submitting a request and because she does not find it helpful, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she told you?
Yes.
All right. you go on down there. You go on to say in the beginning of the next paragraph that she's cried a lot as the reality began to sink in. Do you say that? Do you see where she told you that?
I do.
All right.
You know if
and the
Jackson
reality
goes
that you
in
talked
that
about is the fact that she killed her mom, correct?
I think it's probably that's certainly a piece of. Well, no, actually, I think no. I don't know that that's correct. I think that the reality that my understanding that she was referring to was that her mother was dead and that she was incarcerated.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent she believed or knew that she had actually killed her mother, and to what extent that meant something to her. I just don't know because she didn't say that.
Right. And you talked about it on your grant with Miss Todd, and you sat in here with Deputy Shack this morning and you watched the video, correct?
Correct.
And you heard her say whenever they asked her which hand did she shoot with, she identified her right hand, correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I testified with Attorney Todd. I didn't actually catch that one piece.
That is what you said on direct. And you also heard Deputy Shack say that she was asking about her stepdad, correct?
Correct.
And that she apologized to Deputy Shack. She said, "I'm sorry," right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that you don't think that she knows that she killed her mom.
I was just wondering if it.
Do you mean at that point in time, or do you mean right now?
Well, at that point in time, do you think she knew she killed her mom?
I think that I don't know what she knew at that point in time.
And that's because we can't get inside people's head, correct?
I do my best.
I understand. But in general, we can't get inside someone's head and see exactly what they're thinking, can we?
No.
We can only look at what they tell us. Is that right?
Not only that, other things as well.
Their actions.
Their demeanor, their mannerisms, what other people tell us, the records that we can review. Right. Sometimes we can do brain scans and psychological testing, not in this case, but we don't know for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, you go on in your report and you talk about early history. And I assume that you're talking about prior to age 9, because then you have a separate section where you're talking about ages 9 to 14, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And down at the bottom of page 3, I think it's the next to the last paragraph down there, you state in general, and again, this was prior to age 9, according to what you just said. In general, she did not. She was going to therapy at a young age, correct?
Correct.
All right. But in general, she did not find it helpful. Again, we see that, so that's kind of been a common thing, right? She didn't find therapy helpful back here, and she didn't find it helpful whenever she was younger, correct?
Correct.
All right. She didn't like or trust some of the therapists, and she found that some seemed to be simply trying to get information to be used against her father. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
And you mentioned her father a couple times earlier, and you said that maybe you reviewed some records or something that he had bipolar. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Gregg?
I did not.
Okay, you never talked to Mr. Gregg?
No.
So other than a couple pages off of a medical record, did you ever see any medical record where he was diagnosed with bipolar?
I did.
Did?
I saw Dr. Hardy's record.
Right.
I think on 2 occasions where he was diagnosed and treated for bipolar disorder.
And you're aware that was just, he was sent there due to some court order or something in a chancery case?
I'm actually not sure why he was there.
Okay. And then if you turn the page in your report over there to the top of page 4, and we're still talking about prior to age 9, in the first full paragraph, about midway down, she said, Carly said she tried to act happy in front of others, although she was aware that she was putting on a show. And you talked about that earlier, isn't that correct?
I did.
That she's good at putting on a show.
Yes, she's good at putting a good face forward in spite of whatever difficulties she may be having.
Right. And I just want to be clear, Doctor. So, kind of, we'll jump forward just a little bit, just to, as we talk about this, we kind of have a mutual understanding. So, your opinion ultimately is that from the time that she got home and she took out the dogs, she blacked out at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that she doesn't come to until the police pick her up, correct?
Correct.
She remembers everything else that day.
Yes.
She remembers waking up and being irritable that morning.
Yes.
But that one hour or so period, an hour and a half period, that's the period that she doesn't remember.
Correct.
And depending on which side you sit over here, that could be fairly convenient, right?
Yes. Yes, it certainly could.
Seems like a convenient time period, doesn't it?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about accurate information. Is it important in your evaluation to receive accurate information?
Yes.
All right. Is it important to receive complete information?
As much as possible. Yes. It's never completely complete, but yes.
Right. And I believe you stated that all of the documents that you received in this trial, or in this case, that you only received those documents from Mr. Camp or someone on the defense side. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So the only documents that you were able to review were the documents that they sent you.
Correct. No one else sent me documents.
Right. And then your other, the other things that you relied on was your interview with Miss Gregg, correct?
Yes.
And your interview with her stepdad, correct?
Yes. And as I testified, my training, education, experience, and knowledge of the literature.
If you don't have proper facts, can you render a proper opinion?
No.
Isn't it true that, and you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, isn't it true that someone can fake a mental illness or insanity?
Yes.
Is it true that someone in Carly's position who's been charged with a crime such as murder might have a motive to try to fake insanity or a mental illness?
Yes.
All right. So I want to keep moving forward in your report a little bit, where the next section you go down to ages 9 through 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're talking age 9 until the age up until when this event happened earlier this year in March, correct?
Actually, there's a subsequent section that starts January of 2024.
Gotcha.
So I'm talking about age 9 up through December of 2023.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the top of page 5 there, you talk about that there were 2 incidents of Carly getting in trouble prior to January of 2024. And you mentioned that one time is when she snuck out of the house, and another time is whenever she shared some test answers with the entire class. So those the 2 incidents you were aware of her getting in trouble.
Yes, I think I'd already referred to the knife in school incident at some other point in time.
Okay. Do you know where that is in your report?
Oof. As I sit here, I don't know.
Now, I think actually, I don't have it right here in front of me either, but I think actually on direct exam, Ms. Todd, you stated that she told the school, well, first of all, did you review any records from the school?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so because I didn't see those listed here, but you say, you told Ms. Todd that she supposedly took that to school because a friend either asked her or told her to, correct?
That's what she had told me, yes.
Okay. I think in your report, you actually say that it was left in some pants from hunting or something along those lines. Is that correct?
No.
That's not, okay.
No.
All right. Do you, again, in a second. Whenever she was confronted by the school for bringing the knife to school, told them that she brought it because somebody asked her.
The school.
Okay. So,
trial where we've been doing this since yesterday, and we're visiting the case as the jury, so we didn't do any background on it for this exact reason. We're going in blind on purpose. Hi, Kristen. Surprised it took it that long to make me do the puzzle. You can Google it, or you can do what we're doing. We're just sitting here looking at a girl that at 14 is accused of taking her mother's life.
If I'm not mistaken, under T15.
that's for sure. Thank you.
How the hell would you know if you didn't even know who she was? And we said we're the jury. That's the only jury that matters. We didn't decide yet. wondered who was going to do that first. Julie won. No. We're not Googling the verdict. We're talking about Jacksonville. That one I told him he can Google it if he would like. But that was a troll.
All right, Dr. Clark, sorry about that. I handed you a document that's already been
Facts. I'm not kidding.
as D15, and I'll give you a second to read that if you would like.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, and
Melanie, you're so quiet. Rachel, you're quiet.
when Carly was first asked, and this is by the assistant principal at Northwest Rankin Middle School, when she was first asked why she brought the knife to school. Whenever she first was asked why she brought the knife to school, Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, she said it was for her protection, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then she was talking about a high school student who was supposedly pregnant, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay.
Wait, I thought she said she brought the knife because she was scared.
There
Now
says,
it's for protection.
meeting with Carly's mother occurred that day. She was notified that she would have to protocol.
Which one is it?
See,
Yeah, but originally they were saying she brought it on a dare and they wanted to see it, and that's how she got found out. They basically set her up. Now he's saying she brought it for her own protection. So he said two totally different things now.
and that's the next base stamp number document in that.
These both have base stamps of 475.
Okay. Down there on the bottom of that 475, you see that indeed Carly changed her story, didn't she?
Yes.
And she stated that the first reason that she said for protection just seemed more logical, correct?
Correct.
Right. So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
And back in your report, we were talking about the two things, and you stated that she snuck out of the house and that she shared test answers. And then you said you'd already mentioned the knife, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you that she was operating on a burner phone, texting other people, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes. So in December of 2023, and then later in the winter of 2024, she told me she was using either an old iPad or a burner phone.
Right. Now, proceeding down in your report there, you talk about, you say that Carly was asked about her mood for the last 5 years, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's up from, when is that time period covering that 5 years?
I think age 9 to 14, something like that.
All right.
Interesting.
And you listed some stuff there that you said that she was doing that were kind of out of characteristic for Carly. You said that she got a piercing, she got a tattoo, correct?
Yes.
That was also at school?
Yes.
But then in the bottom of that paragraph, you state that she told you she never became paranoid or lost touch with reality, correct?
Correct.
So at least until January of 2024, she had never lost touch with reality, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Charles, honey, how are y'all?
And if you continue coming down there, and in the next paragraph, you see where she talks about that she started or that she reported experiencing a voice in her head for as long as she can remember. Is that what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay, and she told you basically that it was simply telling her elitist things. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Stuff such as "you're better than them."
Correct.
But at that time, it was certainly not telling her.
Yes, I mean, it does qualify as an auditory hallucination,
right?
But not a command hallucination.
Exactly. Thank you. And the first time that she ever reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail that year, correct? Or after she had been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But she certainly never reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare provider that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smiley, actually her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yeah, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right. Doctor, you also talk about at the top of page 6 in your report, it says that, again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14, so up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this is just based off what she told you.
That is based on what she told me, yes.
After she's been charged with murder, correct?
Yes.
Carnitos. That's your idea. For when I come over.
And that leads us up to the kind of subsections you have here where you talk about January to March of 2024. Right?
Correct.
And that's kind of the time period that you focused on in your report, because that's whenever she begins getting prescribed Zoloft, correct?
Correct.
And she's going to see some different therapists and things like that, or going to see a therapist.
Correct.
And you talk about the fact that Carly's mom found out that she had a burn. You put in there that her mom accused her of living a double life, in quotes. And I assume that that's in quotes, but I assume that's what Ms. Gregg told you, was that that her mom thought she was living a double life, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Ms. Gregg thought it was necessary, Ms. Smiley thought it was necessary to get Carly into therapy and to get her some kind of medical treatment, right?
I think fair to say that she thought it was a good idea and called for.
And there at the bottom of your report, you say that Carly liked her therapist a lot and found it helpful to speak with her. She reported that she was forthcoming with the clinicians who prescribed the medication, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Carly told you.
I need
That she was forthcoming, told them everything, right?
Send me
Yep.
your script.
Did you review the notes from Carly's therapist, Ms. Rebecca Kirk?
I did.
All right, is that Magnolia Counseling?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that not one single time in her therapy notes with Ms. Kirk did she ever report to Ms. Kirk that she dissociated or heard any voices, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, she answered a questionnaire from Ms. Kirk's office where she stated she did not hear voices, right?
I actually think the questionnaire was from Precise Clinical.
You're right.
But indeed, she answered that she did not hear voices.
Right. And that was a document that we looked at earlier, D19, with Ms. Todd. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she had you go through and do you still have that document in front of you?
Well, I'm actually not sure. I think I have it here. Yeah, yes.
And she had you read through several questions. If you'll turn to page 763, question number 21 states that, have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And Carly states no. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And this is the therapist that she was seeing up until actually the day before March 19th, right?
This is the nurse practitioner.
You're right. You're right.
That she had seen, I think, 1 week before the incident.
Yes. But even the day before, whenever she saw her therapist, Ms. Kirk, she didn't report to her that she was hearing any voices, did she?
She did not.
Right. And I want to talk to you about, you talked about the event that happened on Sunday, March 17th, so basically 2 days before, right?
Yes.
And let's see, I think that is at the top of page 8 of your report, is that right?
Example.
Yes.
All right. And you also talked about a journal entry that Carly wrote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she said some things in there about either feeling like she was schizophrenic or something along that line, right?
So there had been that journal entry from, I think, April of 2023.
Okay.
But I'd also talked about a journal entry that she had made on March 12th, 2024.
Okay. That was on March 12th.
She made a journal entry that day, yes.
Okay. And then you talk about an event that she had at the top of your report on the Sunday before. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the one where she says she actually smoked some marijuana and then she had this event, right?
Yes.
So she would do she voluntarily intoxicated, right?
She was.
Right. Because she smoked the marijuana.
Yes.
Do you know whether recreational marijuana is legal in Mississippi or not?
I actually don't know.
Okay. We just got medical marijuana last year, so it's not.
Objection, but it moves to strike.
Actually, staying.
And she states that she felt in a way that she had never felt before, and that being on March 17th, right?
Yes.
And that was after she smoked marijuana.
Yes.
Sam, why though?
And I just want to be clear, Doctor. So we've talked about nurse practitioner. Well, we might not have, but we've talked about precise neuroscience, right?
Yes.
And that's the nurse practitioner that she was going to see.
Correct.
And that her name is Miss Olivia Lieber, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then we got her therapist over here. So she went to see nurse practitioner Lieber, and then nurse practitioner Lieber referred her to therapy, and that's Miss Rebecca Kirk, right?
Correct.
And she stated she liked Miss Kirk.
Yes.
All right. And she was forthcoming with her.
Yes.
And then you agree with me that she never told either Miss Kirk or nurse practitioner Lieber that she ever heard any voices.
I would agree with that. Yes.
All right. And from January the 22nd of 2004 all the way up until the day before this event happened, she was seeing Miss Kirk basically every week, right?
Yes.
And sometimes twice a week.
Yes, I think that's right.
Right. And she never said anything to her about voices.
Correct.
She never said anything to her about dissociating.
Correct.
Did she ever say anything to nurse practitioner Lieber about that she was zoning out?
I don't believe so, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, who did you get that information from that she was zoning out, or that she had ever told anyone she was zoning out? Where did that come from in your report? Did Mr. Smiley tell you that she would zone out from time to time?
Mr. Smiley did tell me that, yes.
All right, her stepdad, correct?
Stepdad, yes.
On page 7 of your report, you talk about that the primary source of Carly's anxiety was her will to want to please her mother, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
So her main source of anxiety is basically an overprotecting mother who wants her to do well, right?
I'm not sure I'd say overprotective, although I think Carly probably would.
Right.
In fact.
And Carly's obviously worried about pleasing her.
Yes.
And specifically, what was Carly worried about? Her mom finding out?
I think that it was important for Carly that she do well in school, that she really excel, because she thought her mother would be proud of her for that. And then later, of course, then she was cutting, as I understand it, for about 2 years before the incident. So I'm sure that and it's reasonable to think that she was worried that her mother would find out about the cutting. She was using this iPod Touch in the fall of 2023, and then later a burner phone in 2024. And then, of course, she was smoking marijuana in March and February of 2024. So those were all things that she would reasonably have worried that her mother would find out about and be upset.
In other words, that Ashley was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
I wouldn't use that phrase. I know that Carly said that her mother had used that phrase. I wouldn't use it. I don't think that's an accurate portrayal.
Well, Carly was worried that she was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
No, Carly told me that her mother had used that phrase with her.
Right. And when did Carly say that she started smoking marijuana?
Carly told me, I think she told me around February of 2024.
And I think earlier you said maybe that that Carly had told you 2 to 3 times a week. I think in your report you say 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Oh, it's possible. I think I testified either 2 to 3, or I'd also seen 3 to 4 somewhere in there.
And she did that all the way up until at least the day before this happened, correct?
Correct.
So all the way up until March 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Now, we've heard testimony about some of the medications that Carly was on, and I'm talking about specifically between January and March of 2024. Specifically, we've heard Lexapro and Zoloft, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any proof that Carly actually ever took those medications other than what Carly told you?
No.
Okay, so you don't know whether she actually took them or not, do you?
I don't know for sure. Of course, I don't know anything for sure.
Right.
But what I know is that the medications were filled, and Carly reported to me that she took them regularly, and I imagine she reported to the nurse practitioner that she was taking them.
Okay, and you have no proof that she actually took them as they were prescribed, right?
I have no absolute proof of that, or.
And in fact, she didn't take them as prescribed, because whenever she was being weaned off of the Zoloft, she just said she quit cold turkey, as you testified earlier, right?
I did testify that she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th, rather than follow what was the recommendation of going down to 25 milligrams.
Right, but you said that she had no withdrawal symptoms from that, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Right. Now, again, when did Carly begin taking Lexapro?
She began taking Lexapro on March, it was prescribed on March 12th, 2024. It was picked up on March 12th, 2024. I don't know whether she took it that day or the following day.
Okay, and so your opinion is based off the fact that she either started taking the Lexapro on either March 12th or March 13th, right?
Yes, that's one of the bases of my opinion. Yes.
Okay, but again, you don't know which day she started taking it on.
I don't.
All right, and hypothetically speaking, if she told someone that she did not start taking it until March 18th, would that affect your opinion here today?
Not substantially.
Okay. And you said that she was prescribed basically 5 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is for a pediatric patient, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of recommended dosages, but it's a low. I'll say it's a low dose.
So the general dose is typically 10, is that right?
Typically 10.
Okay. And of course, 5 would be half of that, right?
Yes.
Feel free to text Aaron though.
But even still, after taking that, at least as of the day before, whenever Carly saw Miss Kirk, she didn't say anything about any voices that she was hearing, right? To therapist Kirk.
That's correct.
Okay.
They weren't commanding her to do anything, right?
I'm not saying that. She didn't tell Miss Kirk about it.
Right. She didn't tell Miss Kirk, and the first time she ever said anything to anybody about it was after she was already detained, correct?
Although we heard SK testify this morning that she had told her before the incident.
Okay, her friend that she still stays in contact with today, right?
SK is a friend that she still stays in contact with, yes.
Right. And I think in your report, as of 2 days before, that you say that that what she told you or the voices would simply just still tell her elitist things, right?
Yes.
And that's what she told you.
What she told me, yes.
Isn't it a little bit inconsistent what she was telling her practitioners and her healthcare providers before she was arrested, and then what she was told them after she was arrested? Isn't that inconsistent?
It is inconsistent.
Right.
Yes.
You go on to say that even after she started the Lexapro, that she did not demonstrate poor judgment or impulsivity, urges for suicide or aggression, and she was still able to focus on her school work. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And supposedly this is the week leading up to March 19th, 2024, right?
Correct.
And all that, you're assuming that she took the medication as it was prescribed.
Yes.
But you can't confirm that, correct?
I can't prove it.
And I think you actually asked Carly about whether she took the medication as prescribed, right?
I did.
And she told you that she was generally adherent, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I used that. I think even more strongly than that. Carly told me, as I recall, that she was quite adherent with medication. But I could be wrong. I did say, and I think she then told me that she was generally adherent with what was prescribed.
Thank you. All right. And
She's just laying.
again, that's the page 8. Looking at page 8 on your report. You're talking about the day of March 19th, right?
Yes.
All right. And you said you remember waking up, correct? She told you remember waking up that day?
Yes.
And said she was irritable. She didn't sleep much, right?
Correct.
And she remembers after school going to her mother's classroom, right?
Yes.
And she said that that her mom actually was clearly upset, right?
Yes.
And at some point, Miss Smiley asked her if she was doing drugs, and she searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Miss Smiley asked her if she was lying or hiding anything, right?
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Carly told you that it seemed like that her mom had a sixth sense, right?
Yes.
But now we know that out of concern for their friend, some of her friends devised a plan to go talk to Miss Smiley and tell her basically that they were concerned for Carly because she was smoking weed and had a burner phone, right?
Correct.
And you said you watched the video from inside the house. And so whenever you see Miss Smiley and Carly get home, you can see Miss Smiley go directly to Carly's room and start searching. Is that right? Or, well, you don't see what she's doing, but you see her go directly into the direction of Carly's room.
I believe so, yes.
And then Carly kind of goes, listens to her mom to see what she's doing, and then Carly at some point takes the dogs out, right?
Yes.
And then that's whenever Carly supposedly blacks out.
Correct.
And then comes back to right whenever the deputy picks her up, correct?
That's what she reported, yes.
All right. And then I believe you say in your report there that she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
I don't know the answer. I know this is what she told me.
Right.
And what I took from that was that at that point she did have some awareness because there's no particular connection, logical connection between coming out of a storm drain and having actually done something wrong.
Right. And the officer, and you saw the video this morning, the officer, or you saw his testimony, and he stated that he asked her if she was the girl that shot or was involved in the incident. She said yes, right?
Yes.
And she said because it seemed like it was a logical thing to do, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Which is the same thing that she told the people at the school whenever she brought the knife to school, right? That it seemed like the logical thing to do, or it seemed like the logical thing to say.
She did say that, yes.
Would also be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, to the officer.
That could be logical as well.
Well, if he asks you if an officer stops you and asks you if you just shot someone and you have no recollection of it, would it be logical to say I have no idea what you're talking about?
It would.
Not to say that yes, because I just thought it was logical, right?
Correct.
And you described Carly right after being arrested or detained. She stated that her mind was shut off, right?
Yes.
But she said she was aware of everything that was happening, correct?
She did, yes.
All right, and so that's after the officer picks her up.
Yes.
Now, you also talk about in your report after March 19th, you state that Carly reports hearing gunshots in her dreams and feels terrified and paranoid, correct?
Yes.
Did she say why she heard gunshots in her dream?
No.
That she just said she heard gunshots in her dream.
She said there were times that she has, I think she used the word nightmares, but that she heard gunshots and they were scary for her. No, actually, she did not use the word nightmares in the report, but she said in her dreams, and she felt terrified and paranoid.
And those are the gunshots that she remembers from when she killed her mom?
I think that's a reasonable presumption. She didn't say that specifically.
Right. But she supposedly doesn't remember killing her mom, right?
Correct.
Now I want to talk about, you talked about a couple of the, I guess, diagnoses or opinions that you rendered. And I think kind of one of the first ones where you talked about bipolar 2, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the DSM, correct? Remind us what that is.
DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, the DSM-5, which is the compilation of all the official psychiatric diagnoses.
And you're familiar with that document, obviously, because you've been doing it for a long time, right?
Yes.
All right. And so, and you talked about hypomania, right?
Yes.
And is bipolar and 2 and hypomania, are those terms kind of used interchangeably, or is one different from the other?
One is a little bit different. Bipolar 2 is a medical condition, or it's a psychiatric condition where a person has either depression or hypomania. So hypomania is a component of the bipolar 2 illness.
Right. And you, I believe you have diagnosed or evaluated, your opinion is that at some point during this time period between March 12th and March 19th that Carly was suffering from hypomania. Is that correct?
I think I actually have not testified to that, but I think I would likely refer to it as a mixed state. You can have a mixture actually of elevated mood and depressed mood, and you can have mood swings that go on as well. I think of it sometimes as stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time, because it wasn't clear to me that Carly was purely hypomatic in that time.
Okay, and I'm just gonna read just here real briefly from the DSM as far as the criteria for bipolar 2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and the DSM states that a hypomanic episode is defined as a distinct period of persistently elevated or irritable mood with increased activity or energy lasting for at least 4 consecutive days. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in your evaluation, were you able to identify a consecutive 4-day period where Carly was in an elevated or irritable mood?
So Carly reported to me that she was in an elevated or irritable mood for up to 7 days at a time. I don't have the specific dates. I didn't ask her for it. I'm not sure she has it, but I don't have the specific dates on the calendar for it.
Right.
But that's what she reported.
But that's what she reported to you. And was it in a persistently elevated mood, or was it up and down like you just testified?
She reported persistently elevated mood. Looking back over the preceding 5 years, what she reported to me was that she had these periods, persistently elevated mood, where she was more active. She was more irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some more impulsive things. She could be more tactless. She could be more rude. She was more restless.
Right. But at least as it relates to between January and whenever this event happened in March of 2024, certainly no healthcare provider diagnosed her with bipolar 2, correct?
That's correct.
And they were seeing her on a regular basis, correct?
They were, yes.
Her therapist sometimes as much as twice a week, right?
Yes.
And I believe she was seeing a nurse practitioner reliever at least once a month, right?
That's right.
She saw her in January, and then she saw her in February, and then she saw her in March, right?
Correct.
And none of those healthcare providers identified a consecutive 4-day period where she was in a hypomanic or elevated state, right?
They did not.
Okay. But after talking to Carly, now she's told you that she was in an elevated or hypomanic state, right?
Yes.
And that's 6 months after she's been charged with murder, right?
Yes.
All right. You talked about some of your, I guess, alternative hypothesis, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was that she just simply panicked, and out of fear, I guess, of her mom discovering her burner phone and her marijuana or her vapes, that she basically cold-blooded murdered her mom, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that phrase, cold.
Well, she panicked and she killed her mom.
She panicked and she killed her. Yes, that was a hypothesis or possibility that I considered. Yes.
Okay, so that's one thing that certainly could have happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And the second thing that you hypothesized was that they could certainly both apply to Ms. Gregg, right? I know your opinion is that they don't, but they certainly could, right?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess your opinion here, as we sit here today, is that on March 19th, whenever Carly shot her mom, that she did not, in your word, appreciate the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched the videos from the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong whenever she hid the gun behind her back?
It's my opinion that in general, at that period of time, she fundamentally didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong, although I will also acknowledge that she acted in ways like that would seem to indicate that she had some appreciation.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would just simply ask, is it your opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she hid the gun behind her back?
It is my opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time or at any point in time in that period.
Okay. And in that video, when she peeks around the kitchen wall after going to retrieve the gun, I assume it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time too, correct?
That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Whenever she removed the camera from the wall and hid it in the fridge, it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Correct.
And why would she think she put the camera down at all?
When she called and texted multiple friends, but obviously knew that she couldn't tell them what was wrong over the phone, then I assume that you also don't believe she knew the difference between right and wrong at that time.
I don't know whether it was obvious that she felt like she could not tell them what she had done. I don't know why she didn't tell them.
Well, she certainly told them she couldn't tell them, didn't she?
I think that's right.
Right. And did you ever talk to or see any text messages from a gentleman named Thad Gilbert?
I don't remember. I've seen something about him, but as I sit here, I don't remember. I don't think I've seen those text messages.
Okay. So sitting here as an expert today, that you've been introduced as an expert and is an expert. If she were to have testified one of her friends, TG, and told him that she fucked up, excuse my language, but that's his words. If she told him that, then would it be your opinion that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong at that time?
It would.
All right. What if she told TG that he volunteered to call 911? She said, "No, you can't do that." I assume you still didn't know the difference between right and wrong, right?
No. Yes.
when her friend BG that you talked about earlier, whenever BG told her not to harm herself or anyone else, and she said it's too late, I assume didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she told her friend that you invited over, BW, that she put 3 in her mom and that her stepdad would be home shortly and she had 3 more to take care of him, still didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
And when she ran from the house after it was all done, she didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
But
no.
I guess, in your opinion, a lot of it goes back to the switch in medication, correct?
I think that's only a piece of it. I think there's much more than that. I think the psychosis, I think the mood swings and mood disorder had been present before then. The psychosis was clearly getting worse by March 12th before the Lexapro was switched. The dissociation had been ongoing. So I think there was a lot else even before the Lexapro was begun. And then I think the Lexapro was made things worse.
Right. But to be clear, you cannot tie her actions. And I believe you stated in your report, you cannot tie her actions on March 19th to the switch in medication, correct?
I think the switch in medication had an impact. I think it clearly had an impact. I cannot say Lexapro made her do this.
Right. In fact, you state in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precarious state, but there's inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication, correct?
That's correct.
You cannot attribute, as you sit here, a direct causality between the Lexapro and what happened on March 19th, correct?
Well, I think there's some causality there. I think it made her mood problem worse. I think it made the situation worse. I cannot say that Lexapro made her do it.
Right, because you have inadequate information, as you stated in your report, right?
Correct.
You just proved his point there.
Course indulgence. I want to ask you just a second about dissociation, Dr. Clark. And I believe that you stated earlier that dissociation is typically more what you would see as a protective mechanism. Is that correct?
Well, that's one theory for how it begins. That when a person develops trauma, that they use it, they will dissociate as a way of protecting their sort of psychological well-being. That's one
Right.
theory.
And I've also prosecuted other type of crimes, and I know sometimes with like sex offenses that some of the victims will say that they felt like they kind of left their body and that they were maybe over their body like looking down. Is that correct? That'd be a type of dissociation.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you stated earlier that in that model that it's typically the victim who is having the dissociation, correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yes.
Right. Not the person who's offending, right?
Correct. Although there's also, I think, quite a bit written about people who are offending who also experience dissociation.
Right. And again, up until March 19th, no healthcare provider ever said anything about Carly dissociating, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you talked about some people having adverse, I guess, reactions to SSRIs, stuff like Lexapro, correct?
Yes.
I believe you said it was maybe only a very small percent, 1 to 2%, right?
Correct. In terms of the suicidal reaction, yes.
Right. And you said suicidal, but not homicidal, correct?
So I don't know what the data is on homicidal. I know that aggression and agitation are known side effects of these medications. They're listed in the package insert, but I don't know what the actual data would show. I'm not sure there is much in the way of data in that regard.
Right. And as it relates to the dissociation, you talked about one of the things I guess that typically you see is complete amnesia, right?
That's what the people who write about it say, that you tend to see more. I'm sorry, what they say is you tend to see more patchy amnesia rather than complete amnesia in people for whom the association is thought to be legitimate rather than malignant.
Okay. And as far as your theory goes about whether or not Carly was callous or anything whenever she did this, you said you don't believe in your interactions with her, you don't believe her to be callous, right?
I think not just my interactions with her, but everything I know about her based on all the records and what I've heard from friends and family in general. So overall, I do not believe her to be callous.
And that's based off of your 4-hour evaluation and the documents that her defense team gave you, correct?
In my interview with Mr. Smiley.
Mr. Smiley, who's now supporting her, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean supporting her. There are various meanings of that, so I don't want to agree to something I don't really understand.
Okay. What's in order? And obviously, we just talked a lot about different actions that that Carly took after she shot her mom, but before she shot Mr. Smiley. And I asked you whether or not it was your opinion that whether or not she knew right from wrong during that time period, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated that your opinion that despite all those actions, you did not believe she appreciated the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Correct.
Is there any type of medical literature or anything that you're relying on to form that opinion?
Well, there is. There's certainly literature on literature on dissociation, literature on violence in dissociation. I believe that in my report I referenced certain articles. That is, bear with me one moment, on page 23, the bottom of my report.
And in that literature, is it simply talking about dissociation, or what is that the article, the one about dissociation that you're talking about?
Yes, the article is called Dissociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychiatry. So it's talking about dissociation in the context of people who commit crimes, such as murder.
Thank you. And you admitted earlier that some of those actions certainly looked like she knew the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Did you get the phone yet?
And you saw the video earlier, and where did you hear her ask about how's my stepdad in the video earlier with Deputy Chat?
I did.
Okay. Why would she ask how her stepdad is if she didn't know that she shot or did anything?
Exactly. That's what
I think reasonable to conclude that she had some idea that she had done something or something had been done that might have imperiled her stepfather. So she clearly knew something at that point.
Right. But she knew something about when she was supposedly blacked out, correct?
Correct. And what I conclude from that is that the blackout was not complete, that there was some level of awareness that she had.
That's not what you said a little
And
bit.
that's also clear because of all these actions she took to try to cover up her actions, right?
Well, I don't want to presume her motives in doing it, but there's clearly some level of awareness in much of what she was doing. Yes.
Right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. But hold on, before you get into that, do you have any exhibits up there, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you mind turning those to the court reporter before you sit down?
You're not even here?
Take that too. Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
There's one page laying up here loose.
Okay.
Make sure it's in those records.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell her I'm praying for her and her sister too, please?
And if that was your copy, that's fine. I just
For
want to
the-
make sure that it's not missing.
Lord.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mile, while we're getting all our exhibits back together, ladies and gentlemen, jury, let's go ahead and take a quick break here. Okay? Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, will end day 3. So we will pick up tomorrow. We will pick up tomorrow around the same time. And we'll start day 4. After I finish my Medicube skincare routine. Anyways. Okay, guys, over on YouTube, we are calling it a wrap for today. Be back here around the same time tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and end live. Thank you guys so much over in YouTube. Have a good one.